Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 1, Part 1, Heresy. The Inquisition was organized for the eradication of heresy and the enforcement of uniformity of belief. We shall have occasion to see hereafter how elastic became the definition of heresy, and we have seen how far afield its extinction led the operations of the Holy Office. But, to the last, the suppression of unorthodox belief remained the ostensible object of its existence. It is not easy at the present day for those accustomed to universal toleration to realize the importance attached by statesmen in the past to unity of belief, or the popular abhorrence for any deviation from the standard dogma. These convictions were part of the mental and moral fiber of the community, and were the outcome of the assiduous teachings of the Church for centuries, until it was classed with the primal truths that it was the highest duty of the sovereign to crush out dissidents at whatever cost, and that hatred of the heretic was enjoined on every Christian by both divine and human law. The heretic was a venomous reptile spreading contagion with his very breath, and the safety of the land required his extermination as a source of pestilence. In the earlier periods of the Inquisition, moreover, when the hierarchy was filled with new Christians of doubtful orthodoxy, it was essential to know that the sacraments necessary to salvation were not vitiated by the apostasy of the ministrant, for his intention is indispensable to their validity. No man could tell how many priests there were, like Andres Gonzalez, parish priest of San Martin de Talavera, who, on his trial at Toledo in 1486, confessed that for 14 years he had secretly been a Jew, and that he had no intention when he celebrated Mass, nor had he granted absolution to the penitents confessing to him. There is also a classical story widely circulated of Fray Garcia de Zapata, prior of the Geronimite monastery of Toledo, who, when elevating the host, used to say, "Get up, little Peter, and let the people look at you," and who always turned his back on the penitent to whom he pretended to grant absolution. The merciless zeal of the Holy Office might gradually relieve people of this danger, but it intensified by its methods the unreasoning abhorrence of heresy. The honest Cavalier Oviedo, about the middle of the 16th century, merely phrases the current opinion of the time when he says that all possible punishments prescribed by the canons and admitted by the laws should be visited on the persons and property of heretics. They eat the bread of the good, they render the land infamous, by their conversations they lead souls to perdition, and, with their marriages and kinships, they corrupt the blood of good houses. As time wore on, this increased rather than diminished. Galceron Albinal, Archbishop of Granada, who had been tutor of Philip IV, wrote to his former pupil, April 12, 1621, to express his horror at learning that the English ambassador had been allowed to have divine service performed in his house, after the rites of his sect. The king should not allow it. It is the greatest of sins, and unless it is remedied, we shall all perish. It is an accursed reason to allege that the accursed king permits the Spanish ambassadors to have Mass celebrated in London. The English ambassador should be dismissed, and the English king can send away the Spanish ambassador. If the Council of State interferes, let Philip show them the way of God. The Licenciado de Angulo should have a bishopric, because he resigned his office as fiscal of the council, rather than affix his name to a paper in which the English king was styled Defender of the Faith. And Albinal declares his readiness to resign his own see in Angulo's favor. To a population sedulously trained in such sentiments, the awful ceremonies of the auto de fe were a triumph of faith, of which they felt proud, and they were filled with pious exultation when the flames of the brasero consumed the bodies of heretics who passed through temporal to eternal fire. It was a vindication of the honor of God, and it is necessary to understand and bear in mind this temper when considering the performance by the Inquisition of its allotted task. The jurisdiction of the Holy Office over heresy was confined to the baptized, for baptism is a condition precedent to heresy. The unbaptized are outside of the Church, and it has no spiritual authority over them. In the auto de fe of 1623, at Valladolid, a woman taken out to be relaxed for Judaism declared that she was not baptized, whereupon the proceedings respecting her were stopped and she was remanded for investigation. Although baptism can be validly administered by a heretic, yet in the trial of foreign Protestants, minute inquiry was made as to the details of their baptism in their sects, so as to be assured that they were truly baptized. In the case of Jacques Pinzon at Toledo in 1598, his advocate ingeniously, but vainly, argued that this could not be assumed, because it could not be proved that the minister had the proper intention, without which the rite was invalid. Age placed slender limits on inquisitional jurisdiction. Children were considered capable of committing heresy as soon as they were doli capaces, at 6 or 7 years, but they were not held to be responsible until they reached the years of discretion. This was fixed by Torquemada at 12 for girls and 14 for boys, below which they were not to be made to abjure in public. But the limit was frequently infringed. In 1501, Inesita, daughter of Marcos Garcia, between 9 and 10 years old, and Isabel, daughter of Alvaro Hortalano, aged 10, were sentenced to appear in an auto de fe. They had confessed to fasting once or twice, and the latter had been told by her father not to eat pork. In 1660, at Valladolid, Joseph Rodriguez, age 8, accused of Judaism, was regularly tried with all the complicated formalities of procedure, occupying a year, and was made to give evidence against his father and brother. He was absolved secretly and placed in the penitential prison for instruction. Of course, there was no maximum limit of age. In 1638, at Valladolid, Maria Diaz, 100 years old, was thrown into the secret prison for Judaism, and her trial went forward. Responsibility to the Inquisition varied with the grade of heresy, which was carefully classified by theologians. Material heresy is error in a baptized person arising from ignorance, and, if the ignorance is inculpable, it is scarce to be considered as true heresy deserving of punishment. Formal or mixed heresy is voluntary and pertinacious error, pertinacity being adherence to what is known to be contrary to the teachings of the Church. This formal heresy is again distinguished into internal or mental and external. Internal or mental heresy is that which is secretly entertained and is not manifested by either word or act. External heresy is subdivided into occult and public. Occult external is that which is manifested by words or signs, either in secret or to 1 or 2 persons only, as though a man in the solitude of his chamber should say, "There is no God," or should utter his thought in the presence of another. Public external is that which is manifested openly, either in public or to more than 2 persons. The bearing of these distinctions on the work of the Inquisition will be apparent hereafter. There was still another definition of even greater importance. Heresy was both a sin and a crime. As a sin, it was subject to the forum internum, or forum of conscience. As a crime, to the forum externum, or judicial forum. A penitent in sacramental confession admitting to heretical belief might receive sacramental absolution and be pardoned in the sight of God. But the crime, like that of murder or any other violation of human laws, would still remain to be punished in the judicial forum. We shall see that in the Inquisition, the penitent who confessed and repented and received absolution was still subject to penalties ranging, according to circumstances, from slight penance to death. Prior to the organization of the Inquisition in the 13th century, the cognizance of heresy was a natural attribute of the episcopal office. The duty of persecution was negligently performed, and when the Catholic and Valdensian heresies threatened the predominance of the Latin Church, and the Albigensian Crusade left it master of the situation, the Inquisition gradually sprang up as an assistance to the bishops. There was some rivalry, but the bishops, as a rule, did not share in the confiscations, and, as few of them had persecuting zeal sufficient to induce them to perform this gratuitous service, the field was virtually abandoned to the new organization in the lands where it was introduced. Still, the episcopal rights were undisputed. Jurisdiction over the heresy was recognized to be cumulative. That is, it was enjoyed by both tribunals, either of which was entitled to any case in which it had taken prior action. Finally, in 1312, the Council of Vienne, in response to complaints of the cruelty of inquisitors, formulated a settlement under which the combined action of both jurisdictions was required in all commitments to harsh detentive prison, in all sentences to torture, and in all final sentences, unless the one called upon to cooperate failed to come within 8 days. This, embodied in the acts of the council technically known as the Clementines, remained the law of the Church. The bishops, however, remained indifferent and rarely took independent action. The inquisitorial districts were large, comprehending a number of dioceses. The episcopal jurisdiction was limited to the subjects of a single diocese. It was impossible for the bishops to assemble at the seat of the tribunal, and when an auto de fe was in preparation, they would usually delegate their ordinaries to represent them, or commission an inquisitor to act. Such was the somewhat cumbrous combination of episcopal and inquisitorial jurisdiction which the founding of the Holy Office brought into Spain. Independent action by bishops still continued occasionally, of which we have seen examples. Volume 1, page 167. And it was recognized, though subordinated to the inquisitorial jurisdiction, in a brief of Innocent VIII, September 25, 1487, conferring on Torquemada appellate power in cases before episcopal courts, whether they were acting separately or in conjunction with the inquisitors, provided appeal was made before the sentence was rendered. The popes of the period, moreover, were careful to maintain the assertion of episcopal participation in inquisitorial proceedings, as is manifested in the superscription of their letters addressed Ordinarius et Inquisitoribus, or assuming that the inquisitors had acted under episcopal as well as papal authority. Theoretically, this continued throughout the 16th century. The writers of highest authority treat bishops and inquisitors as possessing cumulative jurisdiction, so that both could prosecute either separately or conjointly, and the old canons were still cited, threatening with deposition the bishop who was negligent in purifying his diocese of heresy. Thus, there was no legislation depriving the episcopal order of its traditional jurisdiction over heresy, yet the Inquisition claimed, and made good the claim, that its cognizance was exclusive and that the Clementines merely gave to the bishops a consultative privilege in the 3 sentences specified. No such privative right was conferred in the papal commissions to the inquisitors general, and the only source of such right is to be looked for in Ferdinand's masterful determination that nothing should interfere with the swift operation of his favorite institution, and no claim be admitted to a share in its pecuniary results. It was natural that he would favor the Inquisition, for procedure in the spiritual courts was public, and was much less likely to result in conviction than the secrecy of the tribunals, and by 1500 he seems to have established the matter to his satisfaction, for, in a letter of August 19th of that year to the Archbishop of Cagliari, he expresses surprise that the prelate, without his license or a commission from the Inquisitor General, should have meddled with matters belonging to the Inquisition, and have collected certain pecuniary penances, although he had already been forbidden to do so. This prohibition is now emphatically repeated. He is to have nothing to do with the affairs of the Inquisition, except to aid the inquisitor when called upon, and he is at once to hand over his collections to the receiver, Pedro Lopez, who is going to Sardinia. Nothing can be more peremptory in tone than this missive, although the Sardinian tribunal was thoroughly disorganized and was about to be reconstructed by sending a full corps of officials. We may assume from this that if there had been any resistance on the part of the Castilian episcopate, it had by this time been overcome. That this concentration of exclusive jurisdiction in the Inquisition was the work of the royal power, and was not universally admitted, even by the middle of the 16th century, is manifest from the remark of Bishop Simancas, himself an experienced inquisitor, when he says that it is the duty of bishops to inquire into cases of heresy, but they ought to send the prisoner and the testimony to the inquisitor, for otherwise their inexperience is apt to result in failure, as he had often found. There ought to be a papal decree prescribing this, and, in default of it, the king is accustomed to order it of the bishops. Of this we have an example. In 1527, when the Vicar General of the Archbishop of Toledo was required by Inquisitor General Manrique to surrender a cleric whom he had arrested and was prosecuting. Simancas still recognizes the duty of the bishop to make the preliminary inquiries into heresy, but even this had long before been forbidden, although there was a prolonged struggle before it was surrendered. In 1532, the Ordinary of Huesca issued an edict of faith modeled on that of the Inquisition, calling for the denunciation of heretics, for which the Empress Regent sharply rebuked him in a letter of March 23rd, calling it an innovation unknown since the Inquisition had been introduced, and threatening him with fitting measures for the repetition of such intrusion on the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. In spite of this, Archbishop Ayala of Valencia in 1565, and his successor the Blessed Juan de Ribera in 1576, and another bishop in 1567, repeated the indiscretion for which they were promptly called to account. When, in 1583, the Bishop of Tortosa committed the same offense, the Suprema wrote, January 14, 1584, that the popes had given the Inquisition exclusive jurisdiction over heresy, and had prohibited its cognizance by others, and that he must not in future intervene in such matters. Undeterred by this, the Council of Tarragona in 1591 reasserted the ancient episcopal jurisdiction by ordering all bishops to be vigilant in watching their flocks, and, if they found any disseminators of heresy, to see to their condign punishment according to the canons. How completely justified was the council in this, and how false was the assertion of the Suprema, was manifested in 1595, when the Archbishop of Granada complained to Clement VIII that the inquisitors had forbidden him to issue an edict on the subject of heresy, and the Pope forthwith wrote to the Inquisitor General that this must not be allowed, for the faculties delegated to inquisitors in no way abridged episcopal jurisdiction. After this, at least, the Suprema could not plead ignorance, and yet it persisted in the assertion that it knew to be false. A savage quarrel broke out in Guatemala between the bishop, Juan Ramirez, and the commissioner of the Inquisition, Felipe Ruiz del Caral, who was also the dean of the chapter. Ramirez imprisoned him and undertook to organize a sort of inquisitorial tribunal of his own, whereupon, in 1609, the Suprema presented to Philip III for signature a letter which it describes as drawn in the form customary for cases where bishops interfere in matters concerning the faith. This describes how the Pope, in instituting the Inquisition, evoked to himself all cases connected with heresy, and committed them to the Inquisitor General and his deputies, inhibiting all judges and ordinaries from intervening in them, in consequence of which they have ceased to take cognizance of such matters, and have referred to the inquisitors whatever came to their knowledge. As the bishop has laid his hands on things beyond his jurisdiction, he is ordered in future not to meddle with anything touching the Inquisition, as otherwise fitting measures will be taken. The only foundation for this mendacious assertion was, as we shall see hereafter, that, in the struggle made by Ferdinand and Charles V to prevent appeals to Rome from the Inquisition, briefs were sometimes obtained from popes evoking to themselves all cases pending in the tribunals and committing them to the Inquisitor General, with inhibition to anyone, including cardinals and officials of the Curia, to entertain appeals from him. In this there is absolutely nothing that relates to original jurisdiction and nothing to limit the traditional functions of the episcopate, but the Suprema held the records and could assert what it pleased concerning them. Still, the bishops did not wholly abandon their rights, and cases continued occasionally to occur, in which, of course, they were worsted. They were frequent enough to justify, in a formulary of 1645, the insertion of a formula framed to meet them. It is addressed to the provisor of Badajoz, and recites that the fiscal complains of him as having commenced proceedings against a certain party for heretical propositions, as this is a matter pertaining exclusively to the Inquisition. He is commanded to surrender it under the customary penalties of excommunication and fine. The fiscal also demands that the provisor be prosecuted so that in future neither he nor anyone else shall dare to usurp the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and the document ends with a statement that the prosecution has been commenced. Such methods were not easily resisted when, in 1666, the Barcelona tribunal learned that the Bishop of Solsona, on a visitation, had taken considerable testimony against some parties in a matter of faith. It at once claimed the papers, which he promptly surrendered. It had the audacity to propose to prosecute him, but the Suprema wisely ordered it to take no action against him. Yet Benedict XIV repeated the assertion of Clement VIII that the popes, in delegating powers to the inquisitors, had never intended to interfere with episcopal jurisdiction or to relieve bishops from responsibility. Not content with thus depriving the episcopate of its immemorial jurisdiction over heresy, inquisitors sought to obtain cognizance of a class of cases clearly belonging to the spiritual courts, on the ground of inferential heresy: bigamy, disregard of church observances, infractions of discipline, and the like. In 1536, the Tribunal of Valencia created much excitement by including in its Edict of Faith a number of matters of the kind, but, on complaint from the Vicar General, the Suprema ordered the omission of everything not in the old edicts. The attempts continued, and in 1552 a decision was required from the Suprema that eating pork on Saturdays was not a case for the Inquisition, and the Concordia of 1568 contains a clause prohibiting inquisitors from entertaining cases belonging to the ordinaries. In a Carta Acordada of November 23, 1612, the Suprema made an attempt to define the boundaries of the rival jurisdictions, in which it allowed to the spiritual courts exclusive jurisdiction only over ecclesiastics in matters touching upon their duties as pastors, the ministry of the church, simony, and cases relating to orders, benefices, and spiritual affairs, while it admitted cumulative jurisdiction in usury, gambling, and incontinence. Restricted as were these admissions, the Suprema itself did not observe them. In 1637, Sebastian de los Rios, cura of Tombrillo de Arriba, who met with one or two accidents in handling the sacrament, feared accusation by his enemies of irreverence, denounced himself to the provisor of Astorga, and was fined in 4,000 maravedis. In spite of this, he was prosecuted in 1640 by the tribunal of Valladolid. He vainly pleaded his previous trial. The Suprema assumed its invalidity in ordering his incarceration in the secret prison where he died. This process of encroachment continued, and towards the end, when there was little real heresy to occupy its energies, its records are full of cases which, even under its own definitions, belonged unquestionably to the spiritual courts. In observance of ecclesiastical precepts of all kinds, irregularities in the celebration of Mass, taking communion after eating, eating flesh on fast days, working and in attendance at Mass on feast days, and other miscellaneous business wholly foreign to its original functions. It does not argue favorably for the Spanish episcopate that they seem to have welcomed this relief from their duties and strenuously resisted the abolition of the Inquisition in 1813, which restored to them, under limitations, their original functions. After the Restoration, the Archbishop of Seville, in 1818, gathered evidence to show that the cura of San Marcos had not confessed for many years, and then, in place of punishing him, handed the papers over to the tribunal. This was probably fortunate for the peccant priest, as the Suprema ordered that nothing should be done except to keep him under surveillance, and that the archbishop should be warmly thanked and assured that the necessary steps had been taken. There was one formality preserved which recognized the episcopal jurisdiction over heresy. We have seen that, in the Clementines, the concurrence of both bishop and inquisitor was requisite in ordering severe detentive incarceration, in sentencing to torture, and in the final sentence. No allusion was made to this in the bull of Sixtus IV, authorizing the appointment of inquisitors for Castile. No allusion, in fact, was necessary, as it had been for nearly 2 centuries a matter of course in inquisitorial procedure. But the earliest inquisitors took no account of it, and Sixtus, in his brief of February 11, 1482, called forth by complaints of their cruelty, insisted on the concurrence of episcopal officials in all judgments. Ferdinand was indisposed to anything that threatened interference with the autonomy of the Inquisition, and his experience in Valencia with the representatives of Rodrigo Borgia, the absent archbishop, showed him how this episcopal right could be exercised to obstruct proceedings and compel division of the spoils. He doubtless represented to Sixtus that there were many of Jewish blood among the bishops and their officials, whom it would not be safe to trust, for Sixtus, with Borgia behind him, met such objections with a brief of May 25, 1483, addressed to all the Spanish archbishops. In this he ordered them to warn any of their suffragans of Jewish extraction not to meddle with the business of the Inquisition, but to appoint an old Christian, approved by the archbishop, who should have exclusive powers over all such matters. In case this was not done, the archbishop was to make the appointment for each diocese, and the appointee was to be wholly independent of the bishop. Then a question arose whether Torquemada's appellate jurisdiction as Inquisitor General could override judgments in which bishops participated. But this was settled in Torquemada's favor by a brief of Innocent VIII, September 25, 1487, thus completely subordinating episcopal to inquisitorial jurisdiction. Ferdinand was not satisfied, but he had to acquiesce and adopt the device of the bishops, delegating one of the inquisitors as their representative, an expedient for which precedents can be found in the early Inquisition of Languedoc. That this soon became common is indicated in the Instructions of 1484, which warns the inquisitor holding the commission that he is not to deem himself superior to his colleagues. Another plan was to require the bishops to issue a commission as vicar general to whomsoever the inquisitors might designate, as Ferdinand ordered the bishops of Aragon to do in a letter of January 27, 1484. The individual thus selected became an official of the tribunal and was borne on its payroll for a salary to be paid out of the confiscations for which he might vote. Of this we have examples in Martin Navarro, thus serving at Teruel in 1486, on a yearly stipend of 2,000 sueldos, and in Martin Garcia, included as vicar general at a salary of 3,000 sueldos, in the Saragossa payroll of the same year. It is possible that the bishops grew restive under this absorption of their powers, and that they remonstrated with the Holy See, for in 1494, when Alexander VI issued commissions to the 4 new inquisitors general, there appeared a new condition requiring them to exercise their functions in conjunction with the ordinaries of the sees, or their vicars or officials, or other persons deputized by the ordinaries. Ferdinand, however, was not accustomed to brook opposition to his will. The most efficient and economical expedient was the episcopal delegation to an inquisitor, and this he enforced by whatever pressure was necessary. Thus, when, in 1498, the Bishop of Tarazona demurred to do this, Ferdinand, in a letter of November 21st, brushed aside his reasons and imperatively ordered the delegation to be sent at once. Still, the bishop recalcitrated, and Ferdinand wrote on January 4th, 1499, that he must do so at once. No excuse would be admitted, and nothing would change his determined purpose. But it was not until March that he learned the bishop's submission. In this same year, 1499, he broke down, in similar rude fashion, the resistance of 2 other bishops, and when, in 1501, the Archbishop of Tarragona notified the Tribunal of Barcelona not to hear, without his participation, certain cases committed to them on appeal, Ferdinand expressed his indignant surprise. The Archbishop must remove the obstruction at once, and not await a second command. Ferdinand's resolve was to render episcopal concurrence a mere perfunctory form, and when bishops presumed to act, or their vicars general were distasteful to him, there are various cases which attest to his imperious methods of dealing with them. He had some trouble on this account with his son, Alfonso, Archbishop of Saragossa, who in 1511 obtained the perpetual administratorship of Valencia, and who persisted in retaining as his delegate the vicar general of Valencia, Miser Soler, against the commands of his father, so that in 1512 and again in 1513 there was a delay in the celebration of autos de fe, greatly to Ferdinand's annoyance. These occasional obstructions explain why, as he wrote November 27, 1512, he endeavored to reduce it to a rule that the ordinary should confer his powers on the inquisitors, and should not be allowed to see the cases. The people did not view the matter in the same light, and regarded the participation of the bishop or his representatives as some guarantee against the arbitrary proceedings of the inquisitors. Among the complaints of the prisoners of Jaen in 1506 to Philip and Juana is one reciting that the inquisitors act independently of the episcopal provisor, and communicate nothing to him, so as to be able to work their wicked will without interference. Similarly, the Cortes of Monzon in 1512 included among the abuses requiring redress the royal letters concerning episcopal concurrence, the delegation of powers to inquisitors, and other methods by which the participation of bishops was evaded. And when Leo X in 1516 confirmed the Concordia, he ordered that the ordinaries should resume their functions. It was the same in Castile, where, as we have seen, Volume 1, page 217, one of the petitions of the Cortes of Valladolid in 1518 was that the episcopal ordinaries should take part in the judgments. End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA, Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 1, Part 2, Heresy. While the petitions of Valladolid, for the most part, received scant attention, this one at least bore fruit, For, with the removal of Ferdinand's pressure, the bishops had an opportunity to reassert themselves. In 1520, a decision of Cardinal Adrian required the presence of both inquisitors and ordinary at abjurations and confessions under the Edicts of Grace, and in 1527, Manrique and the Suprema declared that the ordinary concurred in the cases required by the law, an ambiguous phrase which seems to have been variously construed. This was not conducive to harmony, the inquisitors grudging any intrusion on the jurisdiction and the ordinaries insisting on their rights under the Clementines. In 1529, when the Suprema chanced to be at Toledo, the matter was brought before it by Diego Ortiz de Angulo, fiscal of the local tribunal, in a memorial arguing that to require the presence of the ordinary would entail great delay, as he often could not attend when summoned. Besides, he was always in contradiction with the tribunal, as was notorious to all connected with the trials, objecting to pecuniary and light penalties and endeavoring to acquire jurisdiction at the expense of the Holy Office. At Angulo's request, the Suprema had a number of witnesses examined, of whom the most important was Martin Ximenez, who had been occupied for 40 years in the tribunals of Barcelona, Toledo, and Seville. He testified that the ordinaries were only called for in the 3 acts specified in the Clementines. But, in explaining details, he showed that the inquisitors construed them in a fashion to exclude the ordinary from much of his functions. For, in place of participating in all sentences, he was allowed to join only in convictions for heresy, and bore no part in the lighter cases, the object being to prevent his claiming a share in the pecuniary penalties, although he was summoned to the consulta de fe in which they were voted on. Other witnesses bore the same testimony, and it is not difficult to understand why the ordinaries took little interest in the exercise of the jurisdiction thus arbitrarily limited. It was probably owing to this discussion that the Suprema, January 25, 1530, told the tribunals that differences with the ordinary must be avoided. In the same year, it notified Valencia that all cases sent up to it must have been voted on by him, and, in 1532, it sent similar orders to Barcelona, adding that the presence of the ordinary was requisite at all abjurations. Evidently the tribunals were jealous. The ordinaries were rebuffed and discouraged, and the cooperation of the 2 jurisdictions was little more than a formal recognition of a virtually obsolete right. The routine practice and its workings are exemplified in the report of a summons served August 8, 1534, on Blaise Ortiz, then Vicar General of Toledo. It cited him to come and assist in dispatching the accumulation of cases since the last auto de fe, held nearly 4 years before. He was to lay aside all other business and present himself daily at the morning audience to witness the torture in 9 specified cases, and at the afternoon audience to vote on 10, of which the trials had been completed. He was notified that, if he did not come, the inquisitors, after the delay specified by law, 8 days, would proceed without him. The summons was borne by the fiscal, accompanied by a notary, who made a formal act of service. When the fiscal stated in his errand, Blaise Ortiz negligently told him that there was no necessity of reading the paper. He was not well, but, if he were able, he would be present at all cases. If he did not come, he committed his power to the 2 inquisitors, or to either of them who was willing to accept the commission. Apparently Ortiz did not come, for in several sentences rendered this year at Toledo, the inquisitors styled themselves apostolic inquisitors holding the powers of the ordinary. From some motive, not clearly apparent, a custom arose to some extent of appointing episcopal ordinaries, or provisors, as inquisitors. This was frequent enough to lead the Cortes of Madrid, in 1552, to complain of the combination of the 2 offices, because when a provisor arrested a layman, which he could not do legally, he claimed that he acted as inquisitor, with the result that many persons were subjected to infamy. They therefore petitioned that no provisor should also be inquisitor, to which the answer was returned that in such cases royal cedulas had been issued, and that this would be continued. Discouraging as was this reply, the petition seems to have made an impression, for in 1556 both Charles V and Philip II rebuked Inquisitor General Valdez, who was also Archbishop of Seville, because his provisor was also inquisitor in that tribunal. His defense was that this had been the case in Seville for half a century, owing to the poverty of the tribunal, which paid only 1/3 the customary salaries, and that he himself defrayed the stipend of the provisor. During the remainder of the century, we generally find the participation of the ordinary carefully recorded, whether it was by a special representative or by delegation to the inquisitors. In 1561, Inquisitor Cervantes takes the Barcelona tribunal to task for not keeping record of this, and he orders the fiscal to observe it sedulously, for, without the concurrence of the ordinary, the sentence is invalid. A Carta Acordada of October 15, 1574, reminds the tribunals that he must sign all sentences of torture, and that all final sentences on which he has a vote. But there was a rule that he did not sign sentences of acquittal, even though he had voted on them. Yet how purely perfunctory was this participation appears in the case of Fray Jerónimo de la Madre de Dios at Toledo in 1618. In a consulta de fe, Melgoso, the provisor, agreed with one of the inquisitors and a consultor on a certain punishment. Another inquisitor voted for a heavier penalty, and, when the matter was submitted to the Suprema, it adopted the latter. But Melgoso obediently signed the sentence. The inquisitorial jurisdiction, for all practical purposes, had absorbed the episcopal. As the inquisitorial districts usually embraced several dioceses, it was impossible for the bishop or provisor of those at a distance from the tribunal to be personally present when their subjects were tortured or sentenced. It became customary for them to delegate their powers to some resident of the city, which was the seat of the tribunal. That they were not always careful in their selection would appear when the tribunal of Sicily was obliged, in 1574, to notify an archbishop that he must appoint ecclesiastics and not laymen to sit in judgment on matters of faith. Taking advantage of this carelessness, the Inquisition undertook to control the character of the appointees, and it issued, August 17, 1637, instructions to bishops that their provisors must be graduates in canon law. But, as canonists proved to be scarce, it was obliged, October 12th, to modify this and permit the appointment of theologians. In accordance with this, there is an entry by the Tribunal of Valencia that it will recognize Don Luis Crispi as ordinary of Tortosa, although he is a theologian. Thus a further encroachment was made on episcopal jurisdiction by the Inquisition in claiming and exercising the right to determine whom it would recognize as a fit representative of the bishop. How offensively this was sometimes used was manifested in 1752 in Lima, when the inquisitors Amusquibar and Rodriguez were involved in a prolonged quarrel with the secular and ecclesiastical organizations. To annoy the inquisitors, Archbishop Barueta notified them that in view of their bitter competencia with the viceroy, he withdrew the faculty of Don Fernando de la Sota as his representative and appointed Padre Francisco Larreta S.J. To this they replied that they recognized his right to withdraw the faculty, but as for Larreta, he was incapacitated by his profession from exercising the functions. If the archbishop would appoint someone in accordance with the statutes of the Holy Office and possessing the necessary qualifications, he would be received. The assumption that they would recognize only whom they please staggered the archbishop, and he asked them to explain the disqualification of Larreta, to which they insolently replied that they had already stated what was sufficient for his guidance. He submitted, and appointed the Franciscan Thomas de la Concha, who was accepted, but when the archbishop transmitted the correspondence to Inquisitor General Prado y Cuesta and asked for reparation, he obtained none. Episcopal concurrence had never been more than a bare formality in recognition of the immemorial jurisdiction of bishops over heresy, and as time wore on, the Inquisition became careless even of this. In a number of trials by the Tribunal of Madrid between 1703 and 1710, the inquisitors are recorded as acting sometimes with and sometimes without the episcopal representatives, and in the latter half of the century, a writer informs us that the concurrence of the ordinary is unusual. It depends on the will of the inquisitors, who sometimes summon him and sometimes do not. Still, there were some bishops, zealous for the claims of their order, who persisted in asserting this remnant of jurisdiction. Antonio Tavira, Bishop of Canaries, and subsequently of Salamanca, expressed their feelings when, in 1792, he complained to Carlos IV of the treatment of the episcopal order by the Inquisition, saying that they had ceased to vote in cases of faith in order to escape the humiliation and degradation to which they were exposed. They sent their vicars, although this was indecorous and wholly useless, but they felt that they must preserve this little shadow of a jurisdiction which was rightly theirs. Under the Restoration, greater attention seems to have been paid to episcopal concurrence, and the adherence to strict formalities is shown in a duplicate trial of Juan Antonio Manzano, a physician of Lumbrales, in the diocese of Ciudad Rodrigo, an inquisitorial district of Llerena. In 1817, he was tried for heretical propositions by the Tribunal of Logroño, which inquired of the Suprema whether the ordinary of its own diocese could act, and was told that the authority of the culprit's own bishop was imperative, and that the bishop of Ciudad Rodrigo must appoint a representative. The next year, Manzano was again arrested for the same offense by the Tribunal of Llerena, and was transferred to Seville because Llerena had no prison. April 17, 1819, the Seville tribunal asked whether its own ordinary could join in the sentence, and received the same answer. Then it must apply to the bishop of Ciudad Rodrigo to make an appointment. It was all the merest technicality, for by this time the Suprema decided all cases, irrespective of how the consulta de fe might vote, and thus the incontestable episcopal jurisdiction over heresy was practically abolished. As regards the internal forum, or form of conscience, the Inquisition claimed and enjoyed a still more absolute jurisdiction than in the external forum for which it had been primarily instituted. While in a formal and perfunctory manner it recognized the episcopal claim in the judicial forum, it so employed its delegated papal authority as to vindicate with the utmost jealousy exclusive control over the forum of conscience in matters of heresy. Bishops, in fact, had long been ousted from this by the invention of papal reserved cases, cases in which sacramental absolution could only be had from the Holy See, thus creating a profitable market for its indulgences, confessional letters, and the absolutions of its penitentiary. Heresy was the chief sin anathematized in the early form of the bull, subsequently known as In Cena Domini, from its annual publication on Holy Thursday, and in 1364 Urban V placed all the offences enumerated in it under the jurisdiction of the papal chamberlain. The papacy thus assumed exclusive control over the sin of heresy, for which no absolution could be granted save by papal delegation. And Paul II in 1469 and Sixtus IV in 1478 issued further decrees to the effect that special license was necessary for this, as no general commissions were held to cover it. The Council of Trent in 1563 timidly endeavored to revindicate a fraction of episcopal rights by asserting that bishops, in the forum of conscience only, could personally absolve for secret or occult heresy. But the Roman Inquisition, by repeated decisions based on the utterances of St. Pius V and Gregory XIII, overrode the conciliar decree and deprived them of that slender remnant of their functions. This strict reservation of the sin of heresy was imperfectly understood in Spain, and so little was known of the laws of persecution that at first the New Christians, who apprehended arrest, endeavored to escape by sacramental confession and absolution, ignorant that already in the 13th century it had been decided that the pardon of the sin in the form of conscience did not cover the crime in the judicial forum. This method of evasion could not be allowed, and yet the Inquisition was uncertain how to act. A brief was therefore procured, November 10th, 1487, from Innocent VIII, addressed to all the inquisitors and ordinaries in Spain, reciting their doubts about proceeding against those who assert that they have secretly confessed and abjured to their confessors. To overcome this, it was asserted that the decrees of the Fathers required such abjurations to be accompanied by an oath, taken before an ordinary, in presence of a notary and witness, never to return to the abjured heresy, wherefore the inquisitors were empowered to proceed against all who had not observed this rule. If such a rule had ever existed, which is doubtful, it had long been forgotten and was wholly unknown in Spain, so that all who had had recourse to this device were brought under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. The New Christians were not long in realizing the futility of such attempts, and we hear little of them in later periods. Yet there were cases of occult heresy concerning which the functions of the Inquisition seem to have varied. In the earlier times, the Edicts of Grace brought these to the tribunals, and the instructions of 1484 permit the inquisitor to admit them to secret reconciliation and abjuration, and do not contemplate his delegating his power to another. There must have been doubts as to his faculties for this, since in 1530 Clement VII delegated powers to inquisitors to absolve and reconcile for occult heresy, with the imposition of appropriate penance. This evidently contemplates his administering sacramental absolution, and yet not long afterwards he was told that he was judge in the external and not in the internal forum, and that it was not his business to hear sacramental confessions. In fact, the inquisitor was by no means necessarily in priest's orders, and when acting in his judicial capacity, sentencing a culprit and hearing his abjuration, he simply granted license to any approved confessor to absolve him from excommunication and to impose salutary penance. There was, however, a class of cases, by no means infrequent, demanding sacramental rather than judicial ministration, which gave rise to some debate before their treatment was settled. These consisted of good Christians who were assailed by secret doubts or indulged in erroneous speculations, and who brought their spiritual troubles to the confessional. Over these, priest and bishop had been deprived of jurisdiction, and to make sure of this, there was a clause in the annual Edict of Faith prohibiting confessors from granting absolution in any case touching the Inquisition, and ordering the penitent to be sent to the tribunal. If he refused to go, the only alternative was for the confessor to obtain from the inquisitor a license to absolve him, for the confession was covered by the seal and prosecution was out of the question. But as to this, even in the middle of the 16th century, there were doubts. Bishop Simancas says that the power of the inquisitor to grant licenses is doubtful, and he can only suggest reference of each case to the Suprema. A body of practice, of uncertain date, asserts that when a confessor reports that a penitent has confessed heresies and asks for a license to absolve him, it cannot be given. He must be ordered to induce the penitent to come to the tribunal. In case of necessity, or of persons in high station, the inquisitor may go with a notary to receive the confession, which is examined in the tribunal, and the consequent absolution or abjuration is performed in secret. In the case of nuns who could not be induced to discharge their consciences before a commissioner and a notary, there was a concession that the confessor might reduce the confession to writing and send it to the tribunal, which would consult the Suprema, and frailes were to be compelled to seek the tribunal, where they were treated as espontaneados, or spontaneous self-denouncers, and were absolved or reconciled secretly with spiritual penances. The indisposition to licensed confessors to absolve for heresy in the form of conscience is easily explicable. By compelling the penitent to come to the tribunal, a record was made for use in case of relapse. If he had accomplices, he could be forced to reveal them, and their prosecution followed. And there was an opportunity of inflicting pecuniary penances, although confiscation was waived in such cases. These same reasons operated in a contrary sense with the penitent, besides the horror which all men felt as to falling into the hands of the Inquisition. When he was obstinate, the tribunal was powerless, for the seal of confession shielded his identity. It finally yielded the point, and no longer pretended that licenses could not be given to confessors. In 1562, a case was referred to the Suprema of a person who had confessed sacramentally to certain heresies, without having been taught them by anyone. When the confessor general empowered the inquisitors to absolve him in such a way as they thought best, and they empowered the confessor. Finally, it became the rule that the confessor sought to induce the penitent to apply to the Inquisition. If he resolutely refused, the confessor applied for a faculty, which he was granted or not, according to the temper of the tribunal. A case in 1754 shows the Inquisition in a favorable light, and has interest also as illustrating the tortures of a soul which rejects belief and yet holds belief to be essential to salvation. Fray Tomas de Sos reported to the Toledo tribunal that, while on a mission at Ayofrin, a penitent had asked him to obtain a commission to absolve her for heresies, internal and external, which yet were occult, as she had never expressed them except to her aunt. She said that on a previous occasion a confessor had done this for her, and she wished to avoid the disgrace of personal appearance before the Inquisition. He was ordered to ascertain all details, and reported that the penitent was a poor woman named Maria Lara, living with an aunt aged 80. Her heresies were only of a few months' standing, occasioned by intense grief at the ingratitude of one whom she had benefited. She disbelieved in the Trinity, the Incarnation, the law of God, the Virgin, hell, and the devil, and at the same time felt herself lost beyond the hope of salvation. She could not say how much of this she had uttered to herself or before her aunt, and the importance attached to this point indicates the weight attributed to the distinction between internal and external heresy. The aunt was examined, the cura of Ayofrin was called in, the registers were searched, and finally, after 6 weeks had been consumed, a commission was issued, which the good fraile, eager to heal a despairing soul at an hour's notice, bore to Ayofrin and absolved her. These cases gave the Inquisition considerable concern, and in 1772 the Suprema called upon all the tribunals to report what was their practice. After carefully weighing their answers, it issued November 9, 1772, instructions that, when a confessor reported such a case, he was to be ordered to use every effort to induce the penitent to denounce himself, assuring him of merciful treatment and showing that he would thus be saved in case of denunciation by others. He could make this denunciation to the tribunal or to a commissioner, or could even authorize a confessor to denounce him, giving all the details under oath. If, however, the penitent obstinately refused, then the confessor could absolve him, explaining that it was only in the forum of conscience. If we may believe Lorenzo Villanueva, however, this liberal concession was by no means put in practice, at least by all tribunals. Confession of formal heresy was not so leniently treated, and, as it inferred accomplices, every effort was made to secure their denunciation. The confessor was ordered to persuade, if possible, the penitent to come to the Inquisition and confess as to himself and others, promising secret absolution without confiscation. This was virtually the offer made to those who came forward under an edict of grace, and did not exclude arbitrary pecuniary penance. It was not likely to attract self-denunciation, especially as it included betraying kindred and friends, although power to absolve was not granted in the case of refusal. This led to a deadlock, and possibly in such cases the confessor was expected to violate the seal of confession under the old rule that it did not cover heresy. At least this may be inferred from a case occurring in Lima about 1580, when Padre Luis Lopez, S.J., reported that a penitent in confession had admitted to have Judaized, and on being told to go to the Inquisition, had refused. The matter was regarded as so grave that it was referred to the Suprema, which sent orders to deliver Lopez to the Viceroy for shipment to Spain. Apparently, one who would not violate the seal was too dangerous to be left in Peru. Simancas, however, characterized this as a most pernicious doctrine and argues that infraction of the seal is much worse than allowing a heretic to escape punishment. When the Inquisition was re-established in 1814 under the Restoration, it recognized the impossibility of investigating and punishing the innumerable heresies disseminated in the license of years of warfare and exposure to foreign armies. In its zeal for the salvation of souls, it therefore, by edict of January 2, 1815, granted for a year to all confessors faculties to absolve for heresy, external or mixed. The confessor, in fact, was made a quasi-inquisitor, and the procedure formidably resembled that of the tribunals. The penitent had a pledge of secrecy, but his confession had to be minute and comprehensive. It was reduced to writing, signed and sworn to, and was then forwarded to the tribunal to be filed among its records. This relieved him from prosecution in case of denunciation by others, while, if he refused to do this, he was to be absolved, but only in the forum of conscience. He was to be reported to the tribunal and remain liable to the external forum. In view of the recognized principle that sacramental absolution does not affect the external forum, it shows the watchful jealousy with which the Inquisition guarded its jurisdiction, that it remonstrated against the papal indulgences of Santa Cruzada and the Jubilee. The former granted an indulgencia plenissima. It was a state affair, managed by the government and bringing in a large revenue, of which a portion accrued to the Holy See. Its sales was pushed in every quarter with utmost vigor, and the Inquisition punished severely any utterances calculated to diminish the demand. Only extreme sensitiveness as to its jurisdiction could have led the Inquisition to cast any doubt as to the unlimited efficacy of the indulgence. But when St. Pius V in 1571, after an interval of 5 years, renewed the concession of the Cruzada, it took the alarm. In Cartas Acodadas of May 30 and June 13, 1572, the Suprema informs the tribunals that in some places it is asserted that the Cruzada bulls grant faculties for the absolution of heresy. This is not the case, and, if it were, the Pope would be asked to withdraw them. The assertion must be contradicted everywhere, and the prelates are to be asked to give corresponding instructions to confessors. A more effective step was taken in 1576 by procuring from Gregory XIII a brief declaring that it never was the papal intention that the indulgence should include heresy, and to make this known he authorized the commissioner of the Cruzada to translate the brief into the vernacular and publish it wherever the Cruzada was preached. The Suprema did not trust the commissioner, but sent copies of the brief to all the tribunals with instructions to notify the ordinaries and the prelates of the orders, so that confessors might be duly informed. A month later, in January 1577, it ordered the brief to be published in all the churches. Eventually, however, its anxieties were removed by a clause in the bullas of the Cruzada specifically accepting heresy from the faculties granted to confessors. a form which they have retained to the present day, long after the extinction of the Holy Office. The Cruzada indulgence was a special financial favor to the Spanish monarchy which it could virtually control, but it was otherwise with the Jubilee indulgences, which, about this period, the popes began to publish, plenary remission of sins such as were obtainable by pilgrimage to Rome at the Jubilees celebrated every 25 years. St. Pius V set the example of this on his accession in 1566, which has since been followed by his successors, together with special jubilees decreed at decreasing intervals. The Jubilee, published in 1572 on the accession of Gregory XIII, accepted heretics and readers of prohibited books, and added a positive declaration that in it, and all that might be subsequently issued, the absolution was only in the form of conscience, and did not affect the judicial forum. Taking advantage of this, when another Jubilee indulgence appeared in 1578, the Suprema ordered it to be published with the omission of all that concerned the Inquisition, in accordance with the declarations of Gregory. Subsequent Jubilees, however, of 1589, 1592, and 1595, included heresy, and called forth unavailing protests from Spain until finally, in the latter year, preachers were ordered to declare, as of their own motion, that under the general clause of the Jubilee, absolution could not be had for heresy. While the Roman Inquisition made no protest against these indulgences, the Spanish persistently objected to them, and it seemed impossible to harmonize the conflict. When Alexander VII, on his accession in 1655, published a Jubilee, it contained the obnoxious clause. Cabrera, the agent of the Suprema in Rome, warmly remonstrated with him, and he promised in future to accept heresy. This did not satisfy Cabrera, who asked for a constitution accepting heresy from all Jubilees. Alexander promised to investigate the matter, but apparently his investigations were resultless, for the subject continued till the end of the century to furnish occasion for repeated discussion. Heresy was an elastic term, and the Inquisition stretched it to extend its exclusive jurisdiction in all directions. It did the same to shield itself from the investigation and restraint. We are told that, in the numerous cases of appeal to the throne for injustice suffered at its hands, if the king ordered the Inquisitor General to report on the subject, so that it might be submitted to a junta composed of members of the Suprema and Royal Council, the first business of the Suprema was to examine whether the question arose from a matter of faith, or was in any way dependent upon faith, or concerned the free exercise of the duties of the Holy Office. There were not many things that could not be brought within this charmed circle, and then a consulta was addressed to the monarch protesting that he could not refer it to a junta, because its nature precluded its consideration by laymen, and it would be a violation of the secrecy of the Inquisition, so that it had to be submitted to the Suprema alone, which would make a verbal report to him. It was on record that, in a case of this kind, Philip II pledged his royal word that he and Don Cristoval de Morcera alone should be admitted to the confidence, and in 1645 Philip IV could only obtain from Arce y Reynosa a verbal explanation. Thus, between exclusive cognizance and inviolable secrecy, the Inquisition realized the ideal of spiritual jurisdiction. It judged all and was judged by none. End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 3, Chapter 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 2, The Regular Orders. Over the laity, the jurisdiction of the Inquisition was complete, no one was so high placed as to be exempt, for heresy was a universal leveler. Theoretically, the king himself was subject to it, for it was based on the principle of the supremacy of the spiritual over the temporal power. The piety of the Spanish monarchs prevented occasion for putting this to the test, for we may safely reject as fables the stories concerning Juana la Loca and Don Carlos. But no station exempted him who was suspect in the faith from prosecution and from punishment if he was found guilty. In Valencia, nobles who sought to protect their Morisco vassals from the raids of the Inquisition were tried as fautors of heresy, the most conspicuous of these being Don Sancho de Cordova, Admiral of Aragon and allied to the noblest blood of Spain. At age 73, he was compelled to abjure for light suspicion of heresy. He was fined and confined in a convent, where he died. We shall have occasion to consider in detail the still more remarkable case of Don Geronimo de Villanueva, pro-notary of Aragon, and favorite of both Olivares and Philip IV. And, even when the Inquisition was far gone in its decline, we shall see how it took steps to assail Don Manuel de Godoy, Prince of the Peace, and all-powerful favorite of Carlos IV. With the exception of bishops, of whom more hereafter, the secular clergy were equally at the mercy of the Holy Office. Even when, as we have seen, in the bitter quarrels between the Tribunal of Majorca and the clergy of the islands, the latter obtained the protection of special papal briefs. These exempted them only from the royal jurisdiction of the Inquisition and did not affect their liability in matters of faith, against which they raised no protest. The regular clergy, however, the members of the religious orders, made long and persistent struggles to escape subjection, preferring the milder discipline of their own prelates. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the monastic establishments had, for the most part, obtained exemption from episcopal jurisdiction, and were amenable only to the Holy See. When the mendicant orders were organized in the 13th century, they were likewise subject immediately to the Pope. It is true that in 1184 Lucius III, in his Verona decree, had abolished this immunity in matters of faith, and had remanded, in so far, the regulars back to the episcopal jurisdiction, for as yet the Inquisition had not been thought of. But when the mendicants claimed that this did not apply to their subsequently founded orders, Innocent IV, in 1254, subjected them to the Inquisition, which by that time was in full operation. Boniface VIII emphatically confirmed this, even declaring that for heresy they were to be punished more severely than laymen, as the spiritual Franciscans found to their cost under John XXII. As inquisitors acted under delegation from the Pope, there would be no question as to their jurisdiction over the regulars, but in the case of the Dominican Meister Eckhart, tried in 1327 by the Archbishop of Cologne, it was settled that the Episcopal Inquisition also had cognizance. Yet, about 1460, Pius II granted to the Franciscans the privilege of being tried only by the Vicar General of their order, and in 1479, Sixtus IV, in view of the inveterate hostility between Franciscans and Dominicans, from which orders nearly all inquisitors were drawn, prohibited those of one order from prosecuting members of the other. Such was the situation when the Spanish Inquisition was founded. Conversos were numerous in orders, and many were prosecuted. Under Torquemada, himself a Dominican, the inquisitors were largely Dominicans, and the Franciscans naturally claimed the privileges of the papal decrees of 1460 and 1479. When, in 1487, some Observantine Franciscans were prosecuted, Innocent VIII ordered their release and repeated the provisions of 1479. In the following year, however, by a motu proprio of May 17, 1488, he declared that none of the orders were exempt, and especially mentioned the Cistercians, Dominicans, and Franciscans. Even before this, Torquemada had treated the regulars as under his jurisdiction, for, though he had granted to the Geronimite prelates power to try some of their frailes, he revoked this May 3, 1488, and commissioned the inquisitors of Toledo to prosecute them. In Rome, the influence of the regular orders was great. That of the growing Spanish power was steadily increasing, and the contest between those opposing forces is seen in the fluctuating policy of the Holy See. The motu proprio of 1488 remained in force for a considerable time, but after the death of Ferdinand, the Franciscans in 1517 obtained from Leo X the renewal of their old privileges, which probably also included the Dominicans. The Augustinians soon followed, for a letter of the Suprema, May 7, 1521, directs the tribunals, in view of their privileges, to be tried by their prelates, to obtain from the superiors delegated power to act in their cases, or to get a fraile assigned to sit as assessor, or to remit the cases to the Suprema as they deem best. Apparently these exemptions were not always respected, for Clement VII, by a brief of January 18, 1524, emphatically confirmed the Franciscan privileges and ordered all their cases pending in the tribunals to be transferred within 6 days to the prelates of the accused. So when, in a brief of March 19, 1525, he prohibited descendants of Jews and heretics from acquiring dignities in the Observantine branch of the order, he gave as a reason that the provincials are judges of their subjects. It required but a few months to change all this. The Inquisition was restive under this restriction on its jurisdiction. Inquisitor General Manrique, in a letter of June 30, 1524, asserted that a revocation of the Augustinian privileges would be procured, and he proved a true prophet. The services of Charles V in stemming the tide of the Lutheran revolt were indispensable, and his demands could not be refused. A brief of April 13, 1525, subjected the frailes again to the Inquisition, but softened the blow by providing that the provincials should appoint assessors to sit with the tribunals in their cases. This did not satisfy Spain, and 2 months later, a brief of June 16th subjected them absolutely to the Inquisitor General. That the Inquisition thus obtained and exercised jurisdiction over the regulars is seen in an order by the Suprema, July 18, 1534, requiring that it should be consulted and the testimony be submitted to it before proceedings were instituted against the fraile. An order repeated June 10, 1555, and subsequently extended to all ecclesiastics. In issuing this, the Suprema evidently was unaware that some 3 weeks earlier there had occurred another shifting of the scales. The frailes had not been idle. The Franciscans, and presumably the other orders, had won a victory. A brief of Clement VII, June 23, 1534, recites the various exemptions granted by preceding popes to the Franciscans, while numerous complaints show that some inquisitors continued to prosecute them, to their great perturbation and scandal. Wherefore it was ordered that whenever any of the frailes were suspected of heresy, they must be remitted to their superiors for punishment, notwithstanding all privileges granted to the Holy Office. Confirmation of this was procured from Paul III, November 8th of the same year, but apparently these commands received slender attention, for another confirmation was obtained, December 15th, 1537, with the addition that all cases pending in the Inquisition must be surrendered to the superiors of the order within 6 days, and all sentences in derogation of this were declared invalid. Even this did not keep the Inquisition in check, and Paul issued, March 6, 1542, another decree reciting cases in contempt of his orders, wherefore all inquisitors in every part of the world were commanded under penalty of excommunication, deprivation of benefice, and disability for preferment not to proceed against the frailes, and to deliver up any who might be imprisoned. All bishops and prelates were made executors of the brief, with power to invoke the aid of the secular arm. The rigor of these provisions is the measure of the resistance encountered, and, in singular contrast to them, is the fact that, but a fortnight later Paul, by a brief of March 21st, annulled all the exemptions of the mendicant orders in Upper Italy and the island of Chios, and subjected their members, with the exception of bishops, to the Inquisition in matters of faith. This put the Spanish Inquisition at a disadvantage in comparison with the newly organized Roman congregation, although its order of June 10, 1555, above referred to, would indicate that it paid but little attention to the papal utterances. It fully recovered its lost ground, however, when the Holy See recognized that it was the only tribunal that could be relied upon to check the prevalent vice of solicitation, or seduction in the confessional, the principal offenders being frailes. When, as an experiment, Paul IV in 1559 empowered the Tribunal of Granada to prosecute these cases, he withdrew all privileges and exemptions, not only in this offense, but in all heretical crimes. He authorized the inquisitors to degrade the culprits and to deliver them to the secular arm for execution, and the provisions of this brief were extended by Pius IV in 1561 to all tribunals in the Spanish dominions. This rendered the Inquisition master of the situation, while at the same time the inclusion of solicitation among heretical crimes made the regular orders still more solicitous to escape from its jurisdiction. The development of the Society of Jesus and the unbounded favor which it enjoyed with the Holy See introduced a new factor in the struggle. In 1587, the Inquisition discovered that the Jesuits claimed exemption. The compendium of their privileges stated that Gregory XIII, Vivae Vocis Oraculo, on March 18, 1584, had conferred on their general, with power of subdelegation, faculty for absolving his subjects from heresy, even in cases of relapse. Anyone knowing the heresy of another was therefore to denounce him to his superior, and not to the Inquisition, and it was broadly asserted that the members were subject to no judge, episcopal or inquisitorial. It was impossible for the Inquisition to overlook such denial of its authority, and it promptly ordered the suppression of the compendium and of all regulations incompatible with its jurisdiction, giving rise to considerable correspondence with Rome. The case which led to this proceeding is too suggestive not to deserve relation in some detail. Solicitation being subjected to the exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition, it became under the Edict of Faith the duty of everyone, under heavy penalties, to denounce to the nearest tribunal any case coming to his knowledge. In 1583, the Jesuits of the College of Monterey in Galicia learned that one of their number, the Padre Sebastian de Briviesca, had been guilty of it, with certain beatus, and also of some illuminist practices. Padre Diego Hernandez was sent to Segovia to report the matter to Antonio Marin, the provincial of Castile. To avert from the society the disgrace of the prosecution of a member, Hernandez was ordered to return and to get the evidence in legal shape, so that Briviesca could be secretly tried and punished. But Marin warned him that all consultation and action must be under pretext of confession, so as to be covered by the seal. Hernandez went back to Monterey and consulted with Padre Francisco Larata and Juan Lopez, who said it was a dangerous business. The case belonged to the Inquisition, and but for the seal of confession, they would be bound to denounce Briviesca, however damaging it might be to the society. Profound secrecy was enjoined on the beatus. Hernandez took the evidence to Marin, gave it to him under the seal, and was sent with it to Salamanca, where it was submitted, without names, to the theologians of the Jesuit College. They reported that the culprit must be denounced to the Inquisition, and that the beatus could not be absolved unless they denounced him. But, on being told that the society was involved, they reversed their opinions. Hernandez was sent to Monterey, where he absolved the beatus, while Marin imprisoned Briviesca, obtained a partial confession, gave him dismissory letters and the habit of a secular priest, and sent him with a companion to Barcelona, where he was shipped to Italy. He had previously been guilty at Avila of the same practices. Hernandez had dutifully obeyed orders, but he was becoming thoroughly frightened. He begged Marin to allow him to denounce the matter to the Inquisition, and was told that if through him harm came to the society, he would be imprisoned for life in chains. He persisted, and then reports were spread that he was insane and possessed by the devil. He was sent to the college at Oviedo, where there was no Inquisition and no means of communicating by post, and for a year he was unable to discharge his conscience, for the confessors were forbidden to absolve him unless he pledged submission to his superiors. Then promises were tried, and he was told that whatever he asked for would be obtained for him from the general, and he was further informed that the Beatas had retracted their testimony. How the Inquisition obtained knowledge of the affair is not stated, but it was probably through the garrulousness of the Beatas, who could not be kept from talking. As soon as it obtained sufficient evidence, it acted vigorously. Morain, Larata, and Lopez were imprisoned and put on trial in 1585. In the progress of the cause, it was found that this was by no means the first time that Morain had defrauded the Inquisition of its culprit. Padre Cristobal de Trujillo had been guilty of the same offense, and Morain had simply dismissed him from the society. Also, Padre Francisco de Ribera had repeatedly uttered heretical propositions, for which some of the brethren demanded that he should be denounced to the Inquisition, but Morain dismissed him from the society and gave him money to betake himself to Italy, for all of which his defense was that he only obeyed the orders of the general. The case was a clear one. Morain and his colleagues were convicted, but the Inquisition had not the satisfaction of punishing them. The society did not venture to question the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, but its influence at Rome was great, and it probably had little difficulty in convincing Sixtus V that the interests of religion required the suppression of the scandal, for which he had only to exercise his right of evoking the case to himself. He did so in 1587, and when the Suprema tried its usual dilatory tactics, the impetuous pontiff notified Cardinal Quiroga that if the prisoners and the papers were not surrendered forthwith, he would be deprived of both the cardinalate and the inquisitor generalship. Sixtus was not a man to be trifled with, and the surrender was made. The treatment of Briviesca, Trujillo, and Ribera served to explain why the frailes were so anxious to avoid the inquisitorial jurisdiction of which the familiars were so eager to avail themselves. The ascription to the Inquisition of the crime of solicitation naturally stimulated the desires of the frailes to recover their exemption, and Marcin's case rendered the Jesuits especially active. A prolonged agitation in Rome was the result, which finally took the shape of submitting to the Congregation of the Inquisition the question whether, in this crime, the jurisdiction of the Holy Office was exclusive, or whether it was cumulative with that of the prelate, depending on the first possession of the case. The decision was made December 3, 1592, in the presence of Clement VIII, declaring that the jurisdiction of the Inquisition was exclusive, that the prelates could not exercise it, and that all members of the orders were bound to denounce offenders to the tribunals. The victory of the Inquisition was complete, but the Pope expressed to the Suprema, through a cardinal, his desire that the inquisitors should exercise their functions with the prudence, circumspection, and moderation that would preserve the cult due to the sacrament of penitence, and at the same time the good repute of the frailes. Still, the regulars could not be brought to submit to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and Paul V, by a brief of September 1, 1606, evoked to himself all pending cases and committed them to it, at the same time decreeing that it should have the exclusive jurisdiction in all cases of suspected heresy. Whenever, during a visitation, any member of an order was found to be suspected, he was at once to be denounced, and any superior refusing obedience was threatened with deprivation and perpetual disability. Moreover, this decree was to be read in all chapters of the orders. Even this was deemed insufficient, and was supplemented November 7th with another prohibiting superiors under any pretext or custom from receiving denunciations or taking cognizance in any way of cases pertaining to the Inquisition. Every member, whether superior or subject, was required, without consulting anyone, to denounce to the Inquisition or to the ordinary all who were suspected, however lightly, of heresy. Some details in this would seem to point to the Society of Jesus as the chief recalcitrant, and this is confirmed by a brief of Alexander VII, July 8, 1660, which condemns as pernicious and rash opinions calling in doubt the obligation to denounce and the pretext employed of fraternal correction to prevent denunciation. Even the Company of Jesus is ordered to obey the constitution of Paul V. No superiors are to molest or oppress their subjects for performing this duty, but must exhort them to it. Disobedience is threatened not only with penalties provided by Paul V, but with the deprivation of office, the right of voting and being voted for, perpetual disability, and other punishments at the discretion of the Pope, and removable only by him. The decree is to be read annually on March 1st at the public table, and notarial attestation of the fact is to be sent to the nearest tribunal or to Rome, and a copy is to be posted where all can read it. The Inquisition lost no time in publishing this, and the decree of November 7, 1606, in an edict commanding their observance and pointing out that the alternative of denunciation to the ordinary was invalid in Spain, where the Inquisition had exclusive jurisdiction. It further ordered that in all books where contrary opinions were taught, there should be noted in the margin, "This opinion is condemned as pernicious and rash by our Holy Father Alexander VII." No further papal utterances seem to have been asked for. Indeed, there was nothing that the Holy See could add to these comprehensive decrees. In time, however, they seem to have been conveniently forgotten, for in 1732 Inquisitor General Juan de Camargo reissued them in an edict saying that some persons were ignorant, or affected ignorance, of the doctrines expressed in them, wherefore he ordered them to be posted in the sacristies of all churches, with the announcement that all contraventions would be punished with the utmost rigor. Of course, it is impossible to say how many frailes may have escaped prosecution through the indisposition of the orders to recognize the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, but from the numbers who appear in the registers of the tribunals, it is charitable to assume that evasion in this way was exceptional. The completeness of the domination assumed by the Inquisition over religious orders is illustrated by its intervention in a matter which would appear wholly beyond any possible definition of its jurisdiction. The internecine strife between the different bodies had long been an inextinguishable scandal. The old hatred between Franciscans and Dominicans was inflamed to white heat by the quarrel over the Immaculate Conception. The immense success of the Jesuits brought upon them the virulent enmity of the older communities, which regarded them as upstarts and were repaid with interest. The new moral philosophy of the probabilists was a fresh source of active discord. These mutual antagonisms found free expression in the press, the pulpit, and the professional chair, where the rivals derided and insulted each other, to the grief of the faithful and the amusement of the godless. The Inquisition appeared to be the only authority that could restrain the expression of the mutual wrath of the good fathers, though it might not be easy to define on what grounds it could claim authority on such a matter. Scruples as to this, however, rarely gave it concern, and it undertook to effect what popes had repeatedly failed to accomplish. March 9, 1634, the Suprema issued a decree which it printed and sent to all superiors with instructions to publish and make it known. This recited the evils arising from the discord and rivalry between the orders, scandalous to the Christian people and dangerous as arising from the difference in the manners and customs of the various organizations. To bring about peace and concord, the Inquisitor General proposed to assemble a council of the superiors of all the orders, and meanwhile rigorous proceedings were threatened against all who should provoke or foment these discords. Any religious who, by writing or words or in sermons or lectures, should insult another order or any of its members, would incur major excommunication and be recluded in a convent in another district for a time proportioned to the gravity of the offense, and moreover be incapable of holding any position in the holy office. Superiors were charged to expurgate all offensive expressions in books written by their subjects before according the necessary license to print, or, if they had not the authority to do this, they must refer the objectionable matter to the Suprema, and this was binding on those deputed to examine the manuscripts. The decree closed with a threat of rigorous punishment for all contravention of its provisions. Whether the council indicated was ever assembled, or whether any offender was ever punished under this decree, does not appear. But any effect which it may have produced was transient. Old passions and hatreds remained as vehement as ever, and the controversy over the claims of the Carmelites to have been founded by Elijah furnished fresh material for acrimonious debate. In spite of this failure, the Inquisition maintained its claim to intervene, and Inquisitor General Valladares, June 24, 1688, issued another edict, incorporating that of 1634, and deploring that the old quarrels had become more virulent than ever. It was doubtful, he said, whether the previous utterances had been communicated to the orders outside of Madrid. So a copy was ordered to be sent to every convent in Spain, with orders to be posted in a conspicuous place and the threat that it would be rigidly enforced. The belligerent ebullitions of the holy men were as little checked by this as by its predecessor, and Inquisitor General Rogaperte, October 19, 1698, took a further step by an edict in which he reprinted the previous ones and sent it to the tribunals with orders to publish it in all towns and have it posted on all church doors, thus taking the public into confidence and proclaiming to it not only the disreputable conduct of the frailes, but the powerlessness of the Inquisition to reduce them to order and decency. In fact, the Inquisition eradicated Judaism, it virtually expelled the Moriscos, it preserved Spain from the missionary zeal of Protestantism, but it failed ignominiously when it undertook to restrain the expression of aversion and contempt mutually entertained by Dominican and Franciscan, Jesuit, and Carmelite. End of Book 3, Chapter 2.
Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 3, Bishops. There was in Spain but one class over which the Inquisition had no jurisdiction. Boniface VIII, at the close of the 13th century, had decreed that, when a bishop was suspect of heresy, the inquisitor could not prosecute. The most that he could do was to gather evidence and send it to the Holy See, which reserved to itself judgment on the episcopal order. This was embodied in the canon law and remained in force, although of course the Pope could delegate his power or could enlarge inquisitorial commissions, as when, in 1451, Nicholas V responded to the request of Juan II, and included bishops among those subjected to the inquisitors whom he appointed. During the Middle Ages the question was one of scarce more than academic interest, but in Spain, where the conversos had attained so many lofty positions in the Church, and where all of Jewish blood were regarded with suspicion, it might at any moment become of practical importance. The influence and power of the Inquisition would manifestly be increased if it should be granted faculties to prosecute bishops, and Torquemada seems to have applied for this, in 1487, intimating that there were suspects among the bishops. Innocent VIII, however, was not disposed to subject the whole episcopate of Spain to the Holy Office, and replied, September 25th, reciting the decree of Boniface and telling him to examine carefully all the evidence collected by the inquisitors, and, if in it he found what incriminated prelates or showed that they were defamed or suspected of heresy, he should send it in legal shape and carefully sealed to Rome, where it would be duly weighed and proper action be taken. If Torquemada failed in obtaining the desired jurisdiction over the Spanish episcopate, he could at least strike terror by accusing some of them to the Holy See, where their condemnation would be followed by that of their ancestors, and large confiscations would result. Two of those of Jewish blood, Davila of Segovia and Aranda of Calahorra, were selected for attack. In the existing popular temper it could not have been difficult to collect evidence that they were regarded as suspect, and were defamed for heresy. Presumably this was sent to Rome, and the matter was regarded as of sufficient moment to induce the dispatch of Antoniotto Pallavicini, then Bishop of Tournai, as a special nuncio to confer with Torquemada. He returned to Rome with evidence deemed sufficient to justify their summons thither. In 1490, Davila went to Rome in his 80th year. Since 1461 he had been Bishop of Segovia, and, in spite of Jewish descent, his family was one of the most influential in Castile, intermarried with its noblest blood. He had given ample proof of pitiless orthodoxy. In 1468, when at Sepulveda, the rabbi, Solomon Pico, and the leaders of the synagogue were accused of crucifying a Christian boy during Holy Week. Bishop Davila promptly arrested 16 of those most deeply implicated, of whom 7 were burnt, and the rest were hanged, except a boy who begged to be baptized, although this did not satisfy the pious Sepulvedans, who slew some of the remaining Jews and drove the rest away. He had given cause of offense, however, for, when the Inquisition was introduced in Segovia, he drove the inquisitors from his diocese and remonstrated boldly with the sovereigns, and, when this proved fruitless, it was in evidence that he dug up at night, from the cemetery of the convent of La Merced, the bones of his ancestors and concealed them, in order to destroy the proof of their interment in the Jewish fashion. In Rome he seems to have found favor with Alexander VI, who, in 1494, sent him to Naples in company with his nephew, the Cardinal of Monreale. His case was protracted, and he died in Rome, October 28, 1497. The result is not positively known, but it must have been favorable, as otherwise his pious legacies would have been fruitless, and Colmenares, the historian of Segovia, would not have dared to call him one of the most useful prelates that the see had enjoyed, nor would Galindez de Carvajal have said that his errand to Rome was merely to defend the bones of his father. Pedro de Aranda of Calahorra was a man of equal mark, who, in 1482, acquired the high position of President of the Council of Castile. His father, Gonzalo Alonso, had been baptized with the famous Pablo de Santa Maria, and had been ennobled. The Valladolid tribunal prosecuted his memory, with the result of a discordia, or disagreement, and the bishop went to Rome in 1493, where he gained papal favor and procured a brief transferring the case to the Bishop of Cordova and the Benedictine prior of Valladolid. He remained in Rome, when Alexander VI, in 1494, sent him to Venice as ambassador, and subsequently made him master of the Sacred Palace. Since 1488, however, Torquemada had been collecting evidence against him. It was sent to Rome, and, on the night of April 21, 1498, he was ordered to keep his room in the palace as a prison. On the 26th he was brought before the Pope and had a hearing, after which he was taken to other rooms and kept under guard until September. Meanwhile Alexander seized his property, and Sanuto intimates that his real crime was his abundance of ready money, while Burchard tells us that he was accused of heresy and marania, and that he had many enemies. 3 bishops of the Curia were commissioned as his judges. They heard many witnesses presented by the fiscal, and 101 by the accused, but all of these testified against him. The points against him were that he said the Mosaic law had 1 principle, the Christian 3. In praying he said Gloria Patri, omitting Filio et Spiritui Sancto. He celebrated Mass after eating. He ate meat on Good Friday and other prohibited days. He declared that indulgences were useless, and had been invented by the fathers for gain, that there was neither hell nor purgatory but only paradise, and much more of the same nature. On November 16th the judges laid the evidence before the Pope in secret consistory, when, by the advice of the cardinals, Aranda was deposed and degraded from orders. He was confined in the castle of Sant'Angelo, where he was given a good room, and he died there, apparently in 1500. Pope Alexander seems to have felt that it was necessary to guard his jurisdiction against the encroaching tendencies of the Spanish Inquisition, for in granting to the Bishop of Avila appellate powers, in his brief of November 4, 1594, Volume 1, page 179, he was careful to accept the venerable brethren, the archbishops and bishops, whose cases by law were reserved to the Holy See. It was well understood by this time, however, and in the case of Archbishop Talavera of Granada, It will be remembered that Lucero made no attempt to do more than gather evidence to be sent to Rome, and, when papal authority was obtained, it was granted not to the Inquisition but to prelates specially commissioned. Half a century was to elapse before there was another case involving the episcopal order. It has been sometimes thought that the Inquisition was concerned in the trial and execution of Antonio de Acuna, Bishop of Zamora, but such was not the fact, although the case illustrates the difficulty of holding a bishop accountable for his misdeeds. That turbulent prelate, somewhat absurdly styled a second Luther by Leo X, was an active leader in the Comunidades, who, after the defeat at Villar, April 21, 1521, fled in disguise but was caught at Villa Mediana, on the Castilian border. Episcopal immunity rendered him a doubtful prize. Charles V was resolved on his death, but there was considerable doubt as to how he was to be punished. The Inquisition was not brought into play, but, after some negotiation, Leo X was induced to issue a commission to Cardinal Adrian and the nuncio to take testimony and forward it for judgment by the Pope in consistory. On Adrian's accession to the papacy he transferred the commission to the Archbishop of Granada and the Bishop of Ciudad Rodrigo, but gave no authority to employ torture. Then Clement VII, by a brief of March 27, 1524, granted faculties to proceed to extremities, under which the trial went on, but apparently died out when carried to Rome. Wearied with 5 years' confinement in the castle of Simancas, Acuna made a fruitless attempt to escape, in which he killed the alcaide, Mendo Noguerol. Charles then sent to Simancas his alcalde de casa y corte, Rodrigo Ronquillo, with instructions to torture Acuna and put him to death, instructions faithfully executed, March 23, 1526. This violation of the immunities of the Church caused no little scandal. Charles speedily obtained for himself, from Clement, absolution from the ipso facto excommunication incurred, but that which he had promised to procure for his subordinates was granted with difficulty and only after delay of more than a year, the final ceremony not taking place until September 8, 1527. At Valladolid a tradition was long current that Ronquillo came to an evil end, being carried off by demons. As the Lutheran revolt grew more threatening and the dread of its extending to Spain increased, a certain limited jurisdiction over bishops was conferred on Cardinal Manrique by a brief of Clement VII, July 15, 1531. He was empowered to inquire against them if suspected of favoring Lutheran doctrines or evading those who held them. He was not permitted, however, to arrest and imprison, although he could punish them according to the canons, and he was granted the fullest faculties of absolving and rehabilitating those who abandoned their errors and asked for forgiveness. It is not likely that any occasion arose for the exercise of these faculties, but if there was, it has left no trace. This evidently was a personal delegation, expiring with Manrique, for no reference to it was made in the next case, that of Bartolome de Carranza, Archbishop of Toledo. This was perhaps the most important affair during the career of the Inquisition. It attracted the attention of all Catholic Europe and illustrates in so many ways not only inquisitorial methods, but the conflict between orthodoxy and reform, that it merits consideration in some detail. Inquisitor General Valdés, who was also Archbishop of Seville and whose name often comes before us, was perilously near disgrace in 1557. Philip II was in desperate straits for money. The glories of Saint-Quentin and Gravelines were not acquired cheaply, and the war forced upon him by Paul IV was exhausting his Italian possessions. From Flanders he sent Count Melito to Spain, with orders to raise forced loans from nobles and prelates, and the Princess Juana, then governor, called among others on Valdés for 150,000 ducats. The Bishop of Cordova, when approached, promptly furnished 100,000 and promised more if he could raise it. The Archbishop of Saragossa, who was asked for 100,000, only gave 20,000. Valdés was even more niggardly and supplied nothing, although it was observed about this time that 6 loads of money reached Valladolid for him. Charles V, from his retirement of Yuste, wrote to him May 18th, expressing surprise that he, the creature of imperial favor, should hesitate to repay the benefits conferred, especially as he could have what security he desired for the loan. This letter, with one from Juana, was conveyed to him by Hernando de Ochoa, whose report to Charles, May 28th, of the interview, showed how little respect was felt for the man. Ochoa reproached him with having promised to see what he could do, in place of which he had gone into hiding at San Martin de la Fuente, 14 leagues from the court at Valladolid, where he had lain for 2 months, hoping that the matter would blow over. "He said to me, before a consecrated host, that the devils could fly away with him if ever he had 100,000 or 80,000 or 60,000 or 30,000 ducats, for he had always spent much in charities and had made dotations amounting to 150,000." Ochoa pressed him hard. He admitted that his archbishopric, which he had held since 1546, was worth 60,000 ducats a year, and Ochoa showed that, admitting his claims for charities and expenses, he had laid aside at least 30,000 a year, "which you cannot possibly have spent, for you never have any one to dine in your house, and you do not accumulate silver plate, like other gentlemen. All this is notorious, and the whole court knows it." This embarrassed him, but he repeated, with great oaths, that he had no money, that it was not well thus to oppress prelates, nor would money thus obtained be lucky for war. God would help the king, and what would Christendom say about it? The honest Ochoa still urged him to return to the court and save his honor, intimating that the king might take action that would be highly unpleasant, but it was to no purpose. Valdez was obdurate and clung resolutely to his shekels. Philip had sent instructions as to the treatment of recalcitrants, probably relegating bishops to their sees and nobles to their estates, but there was hesitation felt as to banishing Valdez from the court, although the continued pressure of Charles and Juana only extorted a promise of 50,000 ducats. Yet it was desired to remove him, and plans were tried to offer him a pretext for going. In March 1588, Juana ordered him to accompany the body of Queen Juana la Loca to Granada for interment, from which place he could visit his Seville church. He made excuses, but promised to go shortly. Then, when she repeated the order, he offered many reasons for evading it, including the heresies recently discovered in Seville and Murcia. The translation of the body could wait until September, and everybody, he said, was trying to drive him from the court. She referred the matter to the royal council, which decided that his excuses were insufficient, and that, even if the interment were postponed, he could properly be ordered to reside in his see. It was evident to Valdez that something was necessary to strengthen his position, and he skillfully utilized the discovery of a few Protestants in Valladolid, of whom some were eminent clerics like Agustin Cazalla and Fray Domingo de Rojas, and others were persons of quality like Luis de Rojas and Doña Ana Enriquez. We shall have occasion to note hereafter the extraordinary excitement caused by the revelation that Protestantism was making inroads in court circles, the extent of which was readily exaggerated, and it was stimulated and exploited by Valdez, who magnified his zeal in combating the danger and conjured, at least for the moment, the storm that was brewing. Philip wrote from Flanders, June 5, 1558, to send him to his see without delay. If he still made excuses, he was to be excluded from the Council of State, and this would answer until his approaching return to Spain, when he would take whatever action was necessary. 10 days later, on receiving letters from Valdez enumerating the prisoners and describing the efforts made to avert the danger, he countermanded the orders. Still this was only a respite. We chanced to hear of a meeting of the Council of State in August or September, in which Juan de Vega characterized as a great scandal the disobedience of a vassal to the royal commands, in a matter so just as residence in his see, and he suggested that, when the court moved, no quarters should be assigned to Valdez. To which Archbishop Carranza replied that it was no wonder that the orders of the king were unable to effect what the commandments of God and the Church could not accomplish. Something further was necessary to render him indispensable, something that could be prolonged indefinitely, and if, at the same time, it would afford substantial relief to the treasury, he might be forgiven the niggardness that had resisted the appeals of the sovereign. He had for some time been preparing a scheme for this, which was nothing less than the prosecution of the primate of the Spanish Church, the income of whose see was rated at from 150,000 to 200,000 ducats. To measure the full audacity of this, it is necessary to appreciate the standing of Archbishop Carranza. Bartolomé de Carranza y Miranda was born in 1503. At the age of 12 he entered the University of Alcalá. At 18 he took the final vows of the Dominican order and was sent to study theology in the College of San Gregorio at Valladolid, where in 1530 he was made professor of arts, in 1533 junior professor of theology, and in 1534 chief professor as well as consultor of the tribunal of Valladolid. In 1540 he was sent as representative of his order to the general chapter held in Rome, where he distinguished himself and was honored with the doctorate, while Paul III granted him a license to read prohibited heretic books. On his return to Spain his reputation was national. He was largely employed by the Suprema in the censorship of books, especially of foreign Bibles, while the councils of Indies and Castile frequently submitted intricate questions for his judgment. In 1542 he was offered the see of Cusco, esteemed the wealthiest in the colonies, when he replied that he would willingly go to the Indies on the emperor's service, but not to undertake the cure of souls. On the convocation of the Council of Trent, in 1545, Charles V selected him as one of the delegates and, during his 3 years' service there, he earned the reputation throughout Christendom of a profound theologian. When, in 1548, Prince Philip went to join his father in Flanders, they both offered him the position of confessor, which he declined, as he did the See of Canaries, which was tendered to him in 1550. In this latter year he was elected provincial of his order for Castile, and in 1551 he was sent to the second convocation of the Council of Trent by Charles, and also as the representative of Siliseo, Archbishop of Toledo. As usual, he played a prominent part in the council, and, after its hasty dissolution, he remained there for some time employed in the duty of examining and condemning heretical books. In 1553 he returned to his professorship at Valladolid, and when, in 1554, Prince Philip sailed for England to marry Queen Mary and restore the island to the unity of the Church, he took Carranza with him as the fittest instrument for the work. Carranza subsequently boasted that, during his 3 years' stay in England, he had burnt, reconciled, or driven from the land 30,000 heretics, and had brought 2,000,000 souls back to the Church. If we may believe his admiring biographers, he was the heart and soul of the Marian persecution, and Philip did nothing in religious matters without his advice. When in September 1555 Philip rejoined his father in Flanders, he left Carranza as Mary's religious adviser, in which capacity he remained until 1557. Regarded by the heretics as the chief cause of their sufferings, he barely escaped from repeated attempts on his life by poison or violence. It is true that English authorities of the period make little mention of him, but the continued confidence of Philip is ample evidence that his persecuting zeal was sufficient to satisfy that exacting monarch. When, in 1557, Carranza rejoined Philip in Flanders, he was probably engrossed in the preparation and printing of his large work on the Catechism, of which more hereafter. But he still found time to investigate and impede the clandestine trade of sending heretic books to Spain. That he had completely won Philip's esteem and confidence was seen when Siliseo of Toledo died, May 1, 1557, and Philip appointed him as successor in the archbishopric. He refused the splendid prize and suggested 3 men as better fitted for the place. Philip persisted. He was going to a neighboring convent to confess and commune prior to the opening of the campaign, and ordered Carranza to obey on his return. When he came back he sent the presentation written in his own hand. Carranza yielded, but on condition that, as the war with the Pope would delay the issue of the bulls, the king in the interval could make another selection. This effort to avoid the fatal gift was fruitless. On his return from the campaign, Philip in an autograph letter summoned him to fulfill his promise and made the appointment public. So high was Carranza's reputation that, when the presentation was laid before the consistory in Rome, on December 6th, it was at once confirmed, without observing the preconization, or the customary inquiry into the fitness of the appointee, or a constitution which prohibited final action on the same day. The elevation of a simple friar to the highest place in the Spanish Church was a blow to numerous ambitions that could scarce fail to arouse hostility. Valdez himself was said to have aspirations for the position and to be bitterly disappointed. Pedro de Castro, Bishop of Cuenca, had also cherished hopes and was eager for revenge. Carranza, moreover, was not popular with the hierarchy. He was that unwelcome character, a reformer within the Church, and, while everyone acknowledged the necessity of reform, no one looked with favor on a reformer who assailed his profitable abuses. As far back as 1547, while in attendance on the Council of Trent, Carranza had preached a sermon on one of the most crying evils of the time, the non-residence of bishops and beneficiaries, and had embodied his views in a tractate as severe as a Lutheran would have written on this abuse, and the kindred one of pluralities, to which possibly the stringent Tridentine provisions on the subject may be attributed. Such an outburst was not calculated to win favor, seeing that the splendor of the Curia was largely supported by the prelacies and benefices showered upon its members, and that in Spain there was scarce an inquisitor or a fiscal who was not a non-resident beneficiary of some preferment. Carranza had, moreover, a peculiarly dangerous enemy in a brother Dominican, Melchor Cano, perhaps the leading Spanish theologian of the time, when Spanish theology was beginning to dominate the Church. Learned, able, keen-witted, and not particularly scrupulous, he was in intellect vastly superior to Carranza. There had been early rivalry, when both were professors of theology, and causes of strife in the internal politics of the order had arisen, so that Cano could scarce view without bitterness the sudden elevation of his brother Frailes. His position at the time was somewhat precarious, when in 1556 Paul IV forced war on Philip II. That pious prince sought the advice of theologians as to the propriety of engaging in hostilities with the vicegerent of God, and the Parecer, or opinion, which Cano drew up, was an able state paper that attracted wide attention. He defended uncompromisingly the royal prerogatives. He virtually justified the German revolt when the Centum Gravamina of the Diet of Nuremberg in 1522 were unredressed, and he described the corruption of Rome as a disease of such long standing as to be incurable. This hardy defiance irritated Paul in the highest degree. April 21, 1556, he issued a brief summoning that son of perdition, Melchor Cano, to appear before him within 60 days for trial and sentence. But the brief was suppressed by the royal council, and Cano was ordered not to leave the kingdom. The Spanish Dominicans rallied to his defense. In the chapter of 1558 he was elected provincial and deputy to the general chapter to be held in Rome, but Paul ordered the election to be annulled and Cano to be deprived of his priorate of San Esteban. Cano complained of lukewarmness in his defense on the part of both Philip and Carranza, and it is easy to understand that, feeling keenly the disgrace inflicted on him, he was in a temper to attack anyone more fortunate than himself. At this inauspicious moment Carranza presented himself as a fair object of attack by all who, from different motives, might desire to assail him. If we may judge from his writings, he must have been impulsive and inconsiderate in his speech, given to uttering extreme views which made an impression, and then qualifying them with restrictions that were forgotten. He was earnestly desirous of restoring the Church to its ancient purity, and by no means reticent in exposing its weaknesses and corruption. He had been trained at a time before the Tridentine definitions had settled points of faith which, since the 12th century, had been the subjects of debate in the schools, and even in his maturity the Council of Trent had not yet been clothed with the awful authority subsequently accorded to it. For the inglorious exit of its first two convocations, in 1547 and 1552, gave little promise of what lay in the future. The echo of the fierce Lutheran controversies had scarce penetrated into Spain, and comparatively little was there known of the debates which were shaking to its center the venerable structure of the Church. Carranza's very labors in condemning heretic books and converting heretics had acquainted him with their doctrines and modes of expression. He was a confused thinker, and his impulsive utterances were liable to be construed in a sense which he did not anticipate. As early as 1530 he had been denounced to the Inquisition by Fray Juan de Villamartin as a defender of Erasmus, especially in the matter of confession and the authorship of the Apocalypse, and, during his persecuting career in England, he more than once gave opportunity, in his sermons, to unfavorable comment. It was also in evidence that when in Rome in 1539 he had written to Juan de Valdes in Naples, asking what authors should be studied for understanding Scripture, as he would have to teach that subject, and that Valdes replied in a letter which Carranza circulated among his students in Valladolid, a letter highly heretical in its teachings which Valdes subsequently included in his 110 Divine Considerations. It is true that, in 1539, Juan de Valdes was not reckoned a heretic, but if the letter was correctly identified with the consideration in question, its circulation was highly imprudent, for it asserted that the guides for the study of Scripture are prayer inspired by God, and meditation based on spiritual experience, thus discarding tradition for private interpretation, and it further dwelt upon the confidence which the soul should feel in justification through Christ. In the death struggle with Protestantism the time had passed for easy-going latitude of opinion, and, in the intricate mazes of scholastic theology, it was necessary to walk warily, for acute censorship could discover heresy in any unguarded expression. The great services rendered by Cardinal Moroni and Cardinal Pole did not save them from the prosecuting zeal of Paul IV, and Contarini and Sadoleto were both suspect of heresy. Under such conditions a rambling inconsequential thinker like Carranza was peculiarly open to attack. End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 1.
Section 5, Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 2 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 3, Bishops. He had unquestionably been more or less intimate with some of the prominent personages whose arrest for Lutheranism in the spring of 1558 produced so immense a sensation. It was not unnatural that, on their trials, they should seek to shield themselves behind his honoured name, but the detached fragments of conversation which were cited in support of vague general assertions, even if correctly reported, amounted to nothing in the face of the emphatic testimony by Fray Domingo de Roja for the discharge of his conscience, a few hours before his execution, that he had never seen in Carranza anything that was not Catholic in regard to the Roman Church and all its councils, definitions, and laws, and that when Lutherans were alluded to, he said their opinions were crafty and deceiving. They had sprung from hell, and the incautious could easily be deceived by them. The credence due to the evidence of the Lutherans, on which so much stress was laid, can be gauged by a subsequent case illustrative of the tendency to render Carranza responsible for all aberrations of belief. A certain Gil Thibauville de Bonneville, on trial in 1564 for Lutheranism, in Toledo, sought to palliate his guilt by asserting that he had heard Carranza preach, in the church of St. Augustine, against candles and images, and that confession was to be made to God and not to the priest. This was too crude to be accepted, and he was sternly told that it cast doubt on the rest of his confession, for, if Carranza had thus preached publicly, it would have come to the knowledge of the Inquisition, and he would have been punished. Whether the testimony acquired in the trials of the Lutherans was important or not, Inquisitor General Valdez lost no time in using it to discredit Carranza in the opinion of the sovereigns. As early as May 12, 1558, in a report to Charles V at Yusta, his assistance is asked in obtaining the arrest of a fugitive, whose capture would be exceedingly important. He had been traced to Castro de Urdiales, where he was to embark for Flanders to find refuge with Carranza, or with his companion Fray Juan de Villagarcia, where he was sure of being well received. That the real motive was to inure Carranza with Charles appears from Valdez repeating the story to him in a report of June 2nd, adding that the fugitive had escaped and that information had been sent to Philip in order that he might be captured. It is reasonable to assume that whatever incriminating evidence could be obtained from the prisoners was promptly brought to the notice of the sovereigns, and that inferences were unscrupulously asserted as facts. At this critical juncture Carranza delivered himself into the hands of his enemies. In England and Flanders he had employed the intervals of persecution in composing a work which should set forth the irrefragable truths of the Catholic faith, and guard the people from the insidious poison of heretical doctrine. This was a task for which, at such a time, he was peculiarly unfitted. He was not only a loose thinker, but a looser writer, diffuse, rambling, and discursive, setting down whatever idea chanced to occur to him, and wandering off to whatever subjects the idea might suggest. Moreover, he was earnest as a reformer within the Church, realizing abuses and exposing them fearlessly. In fact, he declared in the prologue that his object was to restore the purity and soundness of the primitive Church, which was precisely what the heretics professed as their aim, and precisely what the ruling hierarchy most dreaded. Worst of all, he did this in the vulgar tongue. unmindful of the extreme reserve which sought to keep from the people all knowledge of the errors and arguments of the heretics, and of the contrast between apostolic simplicity and the splendid sacerdotalism of a wealthy and worldly establishment. This he cast into the form of commentaries on the Catechism, occupying a folio of 900 pages, full of impulsive assertions which, taken by themselves, were of dangerous import, but which were qualified or limited or contradicted in the next sentence or the next page, or perhaps in the following section. No one, I think, can dispassionately examine the commentaries without reaching the conviction that Carranza was a sincere and zealous Catholic, however reckless may seem many of his isolated utterances. Nor was his orthodoxy merely academic. He belonged to the Church militant, and his hatred of heresy and heretics breaks out continually, in season and out of season, whether apposite or not to his immediate subject. Heretic arguments are not worthy of confutation. It is enough to say that a doctrine is condemned by the Church, and therefore it is heretical. The first duty of the king is to preserve his dominions in the true faith, and to chastise those who sin against it. Even if heretics should perform miracles, their disorderly lives and corrupted morals would be sufficient to guard the people from listening to them or believing them. If they do not admit their errors, they are to be condemned to death. This is the best theology that a Christian can learn, and it was not more necessary in the time of Moses than it is at present. Even in that age, when theology was so favored a topic, few could be expected to wade through so enormous a mass of confused thinking and disjointed writing, and it was easy for Carranza's enemies to garble isolated sentences by which he could be represented to the sovereigns as being at least suspect in the faith, and suspicion of heresy was quite sufficient to require prosecution. Carranza himself, after his book was printed, seems to have felt apprehension, and to have proceeded cautiously in giving it to the public. A set of the sheets was sent to the Marchioness of Alcañiz, and a dozen or more copies were allowed to reach Spain, where they were received in March 1558. Pedro Castro, Bishop of Cuenca, obtained one, and speedily wrote to Valdez, denouncing the writer as guilty of heretical opinions. Valdez grasped the opportunity and ordered Melchor Cano to examine the work. Cano took as a colleague Fray Domingo de Cuevas, and had no difficulty in discovering 101 passages of heretical import. The preliminaries to a formal trial were now fairly under way, the result of which could scarce be doubtful under inquisitorial methods, if the royal and papal assent could be obtained, necessary even to the Inquisition before it could openly attack the primate of the Spanish Church. Despite the profound secrecy enveloping the operations of the Inquisition, it was impossible that, in an affair of such moment, there should not be indiscretions, and Carranza in Flanders was advised of what was on foot. His friends urged him not to return to Spain, but to take refuge in Rome under papal protection, but he knew this would irrevocably cost him the favor of Philip, for exaggerated jealousy of papal interference with the Inquisition was traditional since the time of Ferdinand and Isabella, and he virtually surrendered his case at once by instructing his printer, Martinuccio, not to sell copies of the commentaries without his express orders, thus withdrawing it from circulation. But little adverse impression seems as yet to have been made on Philip. When Carranza was about to leave Flanders, the king gave him detailed instructions which manifest unbounded confidence. He was to go directly to Valladolid, and represent the extreme need of money. Then he was to see Queen Mary of Hungary, Charles's sister, and persuade her to come to Flanders. Then he was to hasten to Yusta, where Philip, through him, unbosomed himself to his father, revealing all his necessities and desires in family as well as in state affairs. In short, Carranza was still one whom he could safely entrust with his most secret thoughts. Carranza, with his customary lack of worldly wisdom, threw away all the advantages of his position. Landing at Laredo on August 1st, he passed through Burgos, where he was involved in an unseemly squabble with the archbishop over his assumed right to carry his archiepiscopal cross in public. He did not reach Valladolid until the 13th, and there he tarried, busy ostensibly with a suit between his see and the Marquis of Camarasa over the valuable adelantamiento of Cazorla, but doubtless occupied also with efforts to counteract the intrigues of Valdez. Then he performed his mission to Mary of Hungary, and it was not until the middle of September that he set out on a leisurely journey to Yusta. Valdez had taken care to forestall his visit. An autograph letter of the Princess Juana to Charles, August 8th, says that Valdez has asked her to warn him to be cautious in dealing with Carranza, for he had been implicated by the Lutheran prisoners and would already have been arrested had he been anyone else. Charles was naturally impatient to see him, not only to obtain explanations as to this, but also to receive the messages expected from Philip, for which he had been waiting before riding to Flanders. Carranza's delay, in spite of repeated urgency from Yusta, could not but create a sinister impression, and all chance of justification was lost, for Charles was prostrated by his fatal illness before Carranza left Valladolid, and the end was near when he reached Yusta about noon on September 20th. Charles expired the next morning at 2:30, Carranza administering to him the last consolations, his method in which formed one of the charges against him on his trial. He had thrown away his last chance, and the unexpected death of Charles deprived him of one who might possibly have stood between him and his fate. The plans of Valdez were now sufficiently advanced for him to seek the papal authorization which alone was lacking, and his method to obtain this was characteristically insidious. The Suprema addressed, September 9th, to Paul IV a relation of its labors in discovering and prosecuting the Lutheran heretics. There was skilful exaggeration of the danger impending from a movement, the extent of which could not be known, and it was pointed out that sympathy with the sectaries might be entertained by officials of the Inquisition itself, by the ordinaries and the consultors, so that extraordinary powers were asked to arrest and judge and relax those suspected or guilty, even though they were persons holding a secular or pontifical and ecclesiastical dignity or belonging to any religious or other order. As the Inquisition already had jurisdiction over all but bishops, it had not hesitated to arrest and try the Dominican Fray Domingo de Roja. The self-evident object of this was to obtain surreptitiously, under cover of the word pontifical, some general expression that might be used to deprive Carranza of his right to trial by the Pope. The Dean of Oviedo, a nephew of Valdez, was sent to Rome as a special agent to procure the desired brief. Whether royal sanction for this application was obtained does not appear, but it probably was not, at least at this stage. Carranza meanwhile had been vainly endeavoring to get copies of the censures on his book in order to answer them. He appealed earnestly to his friends in Philip's court and in Rome, but without awaiting their replies, he pursued his policy of submission, and, on September 21st, the day of Charles's death, he wrote to Sancho Lopez de Odalora, a member of the Suprema, that he consented to the prohibition of his work, provided this was confined to Spain, and that his name was not mentioned. In this and what followed he has been accused of weakness, but it is difficult to see what other course lay open to him. He doubtless still considered his episcopal consecration a guarantee for his personal safety, while his reputation for orthodoxy could be best conserved by not entering into a fruitless contest with a power irresistible in its chosen field of action, a contest, moreover, which would have cost him the royal favour that was his main reliance. In pursuance of this policy, he descended to attempting to propitiate Melchor Cano by offering to do whatever he would recommend. Cano subsequently asserted, with customary mendacity, that Carranza would have averted his fate had he adopted any of the means which he devised and advised to save him, but it is difficult to imagine what more he could have done. Towards the close of November he wrote to Valdez in the Suprema and to other influential persons, professing his submission. He explained the reasons which had led him to write his book in the vernacular after commencing it in Latin. It could be readily suppressed, for, on reaching Valladolid, he had withdrawn the edition from the printer. There were no copies in the bookshops, and what he had brought with him he would surrender, while the dozen or so that had been sent to Spain could easily be called in, as the recipients were all known. Then, on December 9th, he proposed to the Suprema that the book should be prohibited in Spanish and be returned to him for correction and translation into Latin. Had the real object of Valdez been the ostensible one of preserving the faith, this would have amply sufficed. The book would have been suppressed, and the public humiliation of the Archbishop of Toledo, so distinguished for his services to religion, would have been an amply deterrent warning to all indiscreet theologians. It was a not unnatural burst of indignation when, in a letter to Domingo de Soto, November 14th, he bitterly pointed out how the heretics would rejoice to know that Fray Bartolome de Miranda was treated in Spain as he had treated them in England and Flanders, and that, after he had burnt them to enforce the doctrines of his book, it was pronounced in Spain unfit to be read. Carranza's submission brought no results save to encourage his enemies, who put him off with vague replies while awaiting the success of their application to the Pope. Meanwhile he had reached Toledo, October 13th, and had applied himself actively to his duties. He was rigid in the performance of divine service. He visited prisons, hospitals, and convents. He put an end to the sale of offices and charging fees for licenses. He revised the fee bill of his court. He enforced the residence of parish priests, and was especially careful in the distribution of preferment. In short, he was a practical as well as a theoretical reformer. His charity was also boundless, for he used to say that all he needed was a Dominican habit, and that whatever God gave him was for the poor. Thus, during his 10 months of incumbency, he distributed more than 80,000 ducats in marrying orphans, redeeming captives, supporting widows, sending students to universities, and in gifts to hospitals. He was a model bishop, and the resolute fidelity with which the chapter of Toledo supported his cause to the end shows the impression made on a body which, in Spanish churches, was usually at odds with its prelate. He had likewise not been idle in obtaining favorable opinions of his books from theologians of distinction. In view of the rumors of inquisitorial action, there was risk in praising it, yet nearly all those prominent in Spanish theology bore testimony in its favor. The general view accorded virtually with that of Pedro Guerrero, Archbishop of Granada, than whom no one in the Spanish hierarchy stood higher for learning and piety. The book, he said, was without error, and, being in Castilian, was especially useful for parish priests unfamiliar with Latin, wherefore it should be extensively circulated. It was true that there were occasional expressions which, taken by themselves, might on their face seem to be erroneous, but elsewhere it was seen that they must be construed in a Catholic sense. To this effect recorded themselves Domingo and Pedro de Soto, men of the highest reputations, Garionero, Bishop of Almeria, Blanco of Orense, Cuesta of Leon, Delgado of Lugo, and numerous others. If some of these men belied themselves subsequently and aided in giving the finishing blow to their persecuted brother, we can estimate the pressure brought to bear on them. Valdez speedily utilized the power of the Inquisition to check these appreciations of the commentaries. When, at the University of Alcala, the rector, the chancellor, and 22 doctors united in declaring the work to be without error or suspicion of error, save that some incautious expressions, disconnected from the context, might be mistaken by hasty readers, Valdez muzzled it and all other learned bodies and individuals by a letter saying that it had come to his notice that learned men of the university had been examining books and giving their opinions. As this produced confusion and contradiction respecting the index which the Inquisition was preparing, all persons, colleges, and universities were forbidden to censure or give an opinion concerning any book without first submitting it to the Suprema, and this under pain of excommunication and a fine of 200 ducats on each and every one concerned. It was impossible to contend with an adversary armed with such weapons. Not content with this, the rector of the university, Diego Sobanos, was prosecuted by the tribunal of Valladolid for the part he had taken in the matter. He was reprimanded, fined, and absolved ad cautelam. Similar action was taken against the more prominent of those who had expressed themselves favorably and who, for the most part, were forced to retract. The Inquisition played with loaded dice. Dean Valdez of Oviedo, meanwhile, had succeeded in his mission to Rome, aided, as Ronaldus assures us, by the express request of Philip, though this is more than doubtful. The brief was dated January 7, 1559. It was addressed to Valdez, and recited that, as there were in Spain some prelates suspected of Lutheranism, he was empowered for 2 years from the receipt of the brief, with the advice of the Suprema, to make investigation, and, if sufficient proof were found against anyone and there was good reason to apprehend his flight, to arrest and keep him in safe custody, but as soon as possible the Pope was to be informed of it, and the prisoner was to be sent to him with all the evidence and papers in the case. With the exception of the provision against expected flight, this was merely in accordance with the received practice in the case of bishops. But it was the entering wedge, and we shall see how its limitations were disregarded. The brief was received April 8th. In place of complying with it and sending Carranza to Rome with the evidence that had been collected for nearly a year, a formal trial was secretly commenced. The fiscal presented a clamosa, or indictment, on May 6th, asking for Carranza's arrest and the sequestration of his property, for having preached, written, and dogmatized many errors of Luther. The evidence was duly laid before calificadores, or censors, who reported accordingly, and on the 13th there was drawn up a summons to appear and answer to the demand of the fiscal. Before proceeding further in an affair of such magnitude, it was felt that the assent was required of Philip, who was still in Flanders. As recently as April 4th he had replied encouragingly to an appeal from the persecuted prelate. "I have not wanted to go forward in the matter of your book, about which you wrote to me, until the person whom you were sending should arrive. He has spoken with me today. I had already done something of what is proper in this business. Not to detain the courier who goes with the good news of the conclusion of peace, I do not wish to enlarge in replying to you, but I shall do so shortly, and meanwhile I earnestly ask that you make no change in what you have done hitherto, and to have recourse to no one but me, for it would be in the highest degree disadvantageous." Philip evidently thought that only Carranza's book and not his person was concerned, that the affair was of no great importance, and his solicitude was chiefly to prevent any appeal to Rome, a matter in which he fully shared the intense feeling of his predecessors. When Carranza ordered his envoy to Flanders, Fray Hernando de San Ambrosio, to proceed to Rome and secure an approbation of the commentaries, he replied, April 19th, that all his friends at the court earnestly counselled against. It had been necessary to assure Philip of the falsity of the reports that he had done so, whereupon the king had expressed his satisfaction, and had said that any other course would have displeased him. Advantage, for which Carranza foolishly offered the opportunity, was taken of this extreme jealousy to win him over. When the Dominican chapter met, in April 1559, there was open strife between him and Cano, over a report that Cano had styled him a greater heretic than Luther, and that he favored Cazalla and the other prisoners. Carranza demanded his punishment for the slander and sought to defeat his candidacy for the provincialate. In this he failed. Cano's assertion that he had been misunderstood was accepted. He was again elected provincial, and Carranza unwisely carried his complaint to Rome. There it became mixed up with the question of Cano's confirmation, for Paul IV naturally resented the repeated presentation of that son of iniquity. Philip, on the other hand, could not abandon the protection of one whose fault, in papal eyes, was his vindication of the royal prerogative, and he interested himself actively in pressing the confirmation. Paul equivocated and lied and sought some subterfuge, in which was found in Cano's consecration, in 1552, as Bishop of Canaries, a post which he had resigned in 1553, which was to render him ineligible for any position in his order, and a general decree to that effect was issued in July. All this was skilfully used to prejudice Philip against Carranza. In letters of May 16th to him and of May 22nd and 25th to his confessor Bernardo de Fresneda, Cano, with great adroitness and small respect for veracity, represented himself as subjected to severe persecution. He had always been Carranza's friend. He had withheld for 7 months his censure of the commentaries, and had yielded only to a threat of excommunication. And now Carranza was repaying him by intriguing against the Confirmation in Rome, the truth being that it was not until the end of June that Carranza's agent reached there. It was a terrible thing, Cano added, if the Archbishop, through his Italian general, could thus wrong him, and he could not defend himself. He was resolved to suffer in silence, but the persecution was so bitter that if the king did not speedily come to Spain he would have to seek refuge in Flanders. What, in reality, were his sufferings, and what the friendly work on which he was engaged, are indicated by a commission issued to him, May 29th, granting him the extraordinary powers of a substitute inquisitor general and sending him forth on a roving expedition to gather evidence, compelling everyone whom he might summon to answer whatever questions he might ask. The Suprema and Valdez, moreover, in letters of May 13th and 16th to Philip, adopted the same tone. Cano's labors throughout the affair had been great, and it was hoped that the king would not permit his persecution for the services rendered to God and his Majesty. There need be no fear of injustice to Carranza, for the investigation was impartial and dispassionate. Philip had already been informed by Cardinal Pacheco, February 24th, and again May 13th, that Carranza had sent to the Pope copies of the favorable opinions of his book, asking that it be judged in Rome and that his episcopal privilege of papal jurisdiction be preserved. Whatever intentions he had of befriending Carranza were not proof against the assertions that to his intrigues was attributable the papal interference with Cano's election. On June 26th he wrote to Cano, expressing his satisfaction and assuring him of his support in Rome, and, on the same day, to the Suprema, approving its actions as to the commentaries, and expressing his confidence that it would do what was right. In thus authorizing the prosecution, he ordered the Archbishop's dignity to be respected, and he wrote to the Princess Juana that, to avoid scandal, she should invite him to Valladolid to consult on important matters, so that the trial could proceed without attracting attention. Philip's letters were received July 10th, but there was still hesitation, and it was not until August 3rd that the princess wrote, summoning Carranza in haste to Valladolid, where she would have lodgings prepared for him. This she sent, with secret instructions, by the hands of Rodrigo de Castro, a member of the Suprema. Carranza was at Alcalá de Henares, whither Diego Ramirez, Inquisitor of Toledo, was also dispatched, under pretext of publishing the Edict of Faith. Carranza, who suspected a snare, was desirous of postponing his arrival at Valladolid until Philip, on whose protection he still relied, should reach Spain. Accordingly, he converted the journey into a visitation, leaving Alcalá on the 16th and passing through Fuente del Saz and Talamanca to Torrelaguna, which he reached on the 20th. On the road he received intimations of what was in store, and at Torrelaguna Fray Pedro de Soto came with the news that emissaries had already started to arrest him, which elicited from him a despairing and beseeching letter to Fresneda, the royal confessor. De Soto's report was true. Valdez dreaded as much as Carranza desired Philip's arrival. The delay on the road risked this if the device of the invitation to Valladolid was to be carried out. For his plans it was essential that an irrevocable step should be taken in the king's absence, a step which should compromise Carranza and commit the Inquisition so fully that Philip could not revoke it without damaging the Holy Office in a way that to him was impossible. To allow Carranza to be at liberty while investigating the suspicion of his heresy, as Philip had ordered, would leave the door open to royal or papal intervention. To seize and imprison him would leave Philip no alternative but to urge forward his destruction, while his dilatory progress could be assumed to cover preparations for a flight. Accordingly, on August 17th, the Suprema issued a commission, under the papal brief of January 7th, to Rodrigo de Castro to act with other inquisitors in the case, while, as justice required Carranza's arrest, Valdez commissioned de Castro, Diego Ramirez, and Diego Gonzalez, inquisitor of Valladolid, to seize the person of the archbishop and convey him to such prison as should be designated, at the same time sequestrating all his property, real and personal, and all his papers and writings. Simultaneously, Jean Cibrian, alguazil mayor of the Suprema, was ordered to cooperate with the inquisitors in the arrest and sequestration. Cibrian started the same day for Torrelaguna, where he kept his bed through the day and worked at night. The inquisitors came together. A force of familiars and others was secretly collected, and, by daybreak on the 22nd, the governor, the alcalde, and the alguaziles of Torrelaguna were seized and held under guard. The house where Carranza lodged was surrounded. De Castro, Ramirez, Cibrian, and a dozen men ascended the stairs and knocked at the door of the antechamber. Fray Antonio de Utrilla asked who was there, and the dread response came, "Open to the Holy Office." It was the same at the door of Carranza's chamber. De Castro knelt at the bedside where Carranza had drawn the curtain and raised himself on his elbow. He begged Carranza's pardon with tears in his eyes, and said his face would show his reluctance in performing his duty. Cibrian was called in and read the order of arrest. Carranza replied, "These señores do not know that they are not my judges, as I am subject directly to the Pope." Then de Castro produced the papal brief from the bosom of his gown and read it out. Some say that Carranza fell back on his pillow, others that he remained imperturbable. He ordered out all the rest and remained for a considerable time alone with de Castro and Ramirez. End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, August 2010. Section 6, Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 3 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 3, Bishops. Philip leisurely postponed for a year the nomination of new judges. It may seem harsh to attribute this to the repulsive motive of prolonging the trial in order to enjoy the benefit of the sequestrated revenues of Toledo, but his financial needs were extreme and the temptation was great. In violation of the rule of the Inquisition that sequestrations were held for the benefit of the owner, to be accounted for unless confiscation was imposed, Philip had appointed Talleyrand, administrator of the archbishopric, had procured his confirmation from Pius IV, in spite of the earnest remonstrances of the chapter, and was quietly absorbing the revenues, except such portion as the Suprema claimed for the expenses of Carranza and of the trial. We happen to have evidence of this in the promise of a pension of 12,000 cruzados on the See of Toledo, by which he won over Cardinal Carafa to the Spanish interest, during the long conclave which resulted in the election of Pius IV, and the acquiescence of that pope in his enjoyment of the revenues was probably purchased by the promise of a similar pension of 12,000 crowns to his favorite nephew, St. Charles Borromeo, a promise which he neglected to fulfill, although, in 1564, it was reckoned that he had already received from the See some 800,000 crowns. When he quarrelled with Pius for deciding the question of precedence in favor of France, the Pope threatened to make him disgorge, but without success. It is therefore easy to understand why the case promised to be interminable. The 2 years of the original brief expired in April 1561. Pius extended it for 2 years more, then, by a brief of April 4, 1563, he renewed it for another year, at the same time prescribing that Carranza should be more mercifully treated. Then, August 12, 1564, it was extended until January 1, 1565, and for another year still before the matter passed into the sterner hands of St. Pius V. These delays it was the fashion to impute to Carranza. Bishop Simancas, who hated him for the proverbial reason odes quem laercis, asserts that he was constantly employing devices to prevent progress, but this is absurd. It was Carranza's interest to be released from his dreary incarceration and to be sent to Rome, where he felt confident of favor. The cumbrous estilo of the Inquisition enabled it to retard action at will, while the accused could do little either to hasten or to impede. When Philip at last acted on the power to name Carranza's judges, he appointed, March 13, 1561, Gaspar Zuniga, Archbishop of Santiago, who, on May 2nd, subdelegated the work to Bishops Valtodano and Simancas, both members of the Suprema and hostile to the prisoner. Carranza, as the result of his recusation, thus found himself practically remanded to Valdez, who was moreover shielded from direct responsibility. Carranza naturally recused his new judges on the ground that they voted for his arrest, but Philip airily dismissed the recusation, saying that if this were just cause no judge could try a culprit whose apprehension he had ordered. In the following June, Carranza was allowed to select counsel, a special favor, for, as a rule, the accused was restricted to one or two lawyers who had held appointments under the tribunal. He chose Martin de Azpilcueta and Alonso Delgado, and also Dr. Santander and Morales, though of these latter we hear nothing subsequently. Azpilcueta, known also as Dr. Navarro, was one of the leading canonists of the time and a man of the highest reputation. He served faithfully to the end, and probably thereby ruined his career in Spain, for he remained in Rome as a papal penitentiary. After nearly 2 years of imprisonment, the formal trial began July 30th, and proceeded in most leisurely fashion. The rules of the Inquisition required 3 monitions to be given within 10 days after arrest, but Valtodano and Simancas administered the first monition to discharge his conscience by confession on July 30th, the second on August 25th, and the third on August 29th. He replied that for 2 years he had been desirous of learning the cause of his arrest and begging to be informed, which showed how ignorant he was of inquisitorial practice, for this was sedulously concealed from the accused, who was sternly ordered to search his conscience and earn mercy by confession. Then, on September 1st, the fiscal presented the accusation, in 31 articles, to each of which the accused was required to make answer on the spot. After this, a copy was given to him on which to frame a more formal defense, and for this he asked to have access to his papers. A fruitless request, for it was not the style of the Inquisition to allow the accused to have means of justifying himself. The articles of accusation were drawn not only from the commentaries, but from the confessions of the Lutheran heretics, the gossip and hearsay evidence industriously collected, and from the mass of papers seized when he was arrested. Many of these were not his own, but essays of others. There were extracts from heretic books, which he had made at Trent for the purpose of refuting them. There were essays written when as a youth he had entered the Dominican order, 40 years before. There were notes of sermons taken down for practice when he was a student, and sermons preached in the refectory as required by the rule of his order, scattered thoughts jotted down for consideration and development, memoranda made when examining heretic Bibles, and their comments for the Inquisition. In short, all the vast accumulation of a man who for 40 years had been busily studying and teaching and preaching and writing and wrangling on theology. All the intellectual sins of youth and manhood had been scrutinized by malevolent eyes, and he was called upon to answer for them without being allowed to know from what sources the charges were brought. There was in this no special injustice inflicted on him. It was merely the regular inquisitorial routine. Thus a year passed away, and on June 5, 1562, the fiscal presented a second accusation, for there was no limit to these successive charges, each of which could be made to consume time. These new articles were mostly based on rumors and vague expressions of opinion, for all who were inimical, secure in the suppression of their names, were free to depose as to what they thought or imagined, and it was all received as evidence. These he answered as best he could, and he succeeded in identifying the names of some of the adverse witnesses. Then he presented a defense, doubtless drawn up as customary by his counsel, for it was clear and cogent, bearing little trace of his discursive and inconclusive style. In support of this he handed in a long list of witnesses to be examined, including Philip II and the Princess Juana, but the fiscal, passing over the royalties, objected to the rest on the ground that they were friends of Carranza. Hostile testimony was admitted from any source, but that which was suspected of favorable partiality was rejected. As a principle this was recognized in inquisitorial practice, but it was not habitually applied with so much rigor. On August 31, 1562, Carranza addressed an earnest appeal to Philip, reminding him of his command, in April 1559, to trust in him alone. 3 years had passed in prison, his case had scarce more than begun, and promised to be interminable. His judge, the Archbishop of Santiago, had not delegated full powers to Valtodano and Simancas. Questions arose which they could not or would not decide, and when those were submitted to the Archbishop, months elapsed before an answer was received. On January 19th, his council had issued a requisition on the Archbishop to come and hear the case personally, or to grant full powers to his delegates, but up to the present time no reply had come. Never in the world, he said, was justice administered in this fashion, and he despairingly entreated Philip to expedite the case or permit him to appeal to the Pope. Whether or not this cry from the depths reached Philip, it produced no effect. By this time the affair had become a European scandal. The bishops assembled at the third convocation of the Council of Trent felt it acutely, both as an opprobrium to the Church and an attack on the immunities of their order. Philip was aware of this, and, in letters of October 30th and December 15th, 1562, to his representative at Trent, the Count of Luna, and to Vargas, his ambassador at Rome, he gave instructions to prevent its discussion, and to ask the Pope to order his legates to see that the Council kept its hands off from the Spanish Inquisition. It was with difficulty that the Council could be restrained. In the early months of 1563, the legates repeatedly reported that it ardently desired him to evoke the case and order the papers sent to Rome. In reply, Pius earnestly disclaimed indifference. He had urged the matter until Philip's temper showed that further pressure would disrupt the concord so necessary to the universal good. This did not satisfy the bishops, who persisted till Pius assured them that he had seen the earlier papers in the case and could affirm that Carranza's imprisonment was not unjust. He promised that he would not permit delay beyond April 1564, and that he would render a just judgment. If the bishops could not help their captive brother, they could at least provide for their own safety, and this they did by a decree which greatly strengthened a declaration adopted in 1551 concerning the exclusive papal jurisdiction over bishops. There was another way in which the council sought to aid Carranza. It had a standing congregation employed in compiling an index of prohibited books. The commentaries came legitimately before it, and, after examination, it was pronounced June 2, 1563, to be good and Catholic and most worthy to be read by all pious men. The secretary of the congregation, Fra Francesco Ferrerio, issued a certificate of this, conferring license to print it, and Pius followed, June 23, with a papal license to the same effect. The Count of Luna was greatly exercised at this, and was aided by the celebrated scholar Antonio Augustin, then Bishop of Lereda. Matters went so far that the legate Morosini dreaded the disruption of the council, and peace was only restored by withdrawing the certificate of approbation. A copy had been given to Carranza's friends, which they were forced to surrender. Philip's indignation at this, as expressed in a letter to Luna of August 2nd, was too late to be of service, and is important only from its statement that he considered the affair of Carranza to be the most momentous that he had in connection with the council. Meanwhile the case was dragging on, one series of charges being presented after another, until the aggregate was over 400, each of which furnished opportunity for discussion and procrastination. Besides the financial motive for this delay, Philip was now engaged in a struggle with Rome to protect the Inquisition from the consequences of its own evil work. There was nothing in his eyes more important than to preserve and augment its privileges, and his jealousy of any attempted interference by the Holy See was an overmastering passion. His secret object was to arrogate to it complete jurisdiction over bishops and prevent the final submission of the case to papal decision. Pius IV, to do him justice, felt keenly the humiliating position in which he was placed by the overbearing determination of Philip, but each attempt at self-assertion only rendered more evident the contempt in which he was held. More than once he wrote to the Archbishop of Santiago rebuking him for the long delay which kept Carranza in prison while the case made no advance. He named January 1st, 1564, as the limit of the Archbishop's commission, after which the process, whether completed or not, was to be forwarded to Rome. The limit passed without obedience to his commands, and he wrote again, expressing high displeasure at the contumacy which doomed such a man to grow old in the squalor of a prison without law or justice. Again he ordered the case, whether completed or not, to be sent to Rome. If there were delay, all concerned were ipso facto anathematized, deprived of all dignities and functions, and rendered infamous and incapable of restoration. All letters granting jurisdiction were revoked, and the case was evoked to Rome for decision. Carranza himself was to be delivered forthwith to the nuncio, who was empowered either to keep him in honorable custody or to liberate him on bail. These were brave words, but there was no heart to back them up with action, and, when they were disregarded, he extended, on August 12th, the Archbishop's commission until January 1565, after which, as previously ordered, the case was to be transmitted to Rome, and there was significant absence of the minatory tone so prominent in the previous briefs. Encouraged by this evidence of weakness, on November 24, 1564, Philip sent Rodrigo de Castro to Rome on a mission to have Carranza abandoned to the Inquisition, significantly instructing him not to disdain whatever means he might find necessary to win over everybody of influence. Even the unlimited bribery thus planned failed of success, although the secondary object of procrastination was effected. Castro commenced by demanding, in a private audience, that the case be abandoned to the Inquisition, but refused to put the demand in writing. Then he lowered his tone, and the Pope agreed to send a special legate to Spain to review the case and pronounce sentence. But Castro insisted that the Suprema and such prelates as the king might select should be adjoined to the legate. This the Pope refused, but there was some misunderstanding about it, and when Castro saw the commission drafted for the legate he was furious. He sought an audience and accused the Pope of breaking his word. Pius lost his temper and said that in this whole business he had been treated like an ass. The affair was his, and he would do as he pleased. Thus rebuffed, Castro poured forth his griefs to Cardinal Borromeo, and declared that, if the legate went to Spain with such a commission, he would not get a real. This assertion may seem enigmatical to modern ears, but it is explained by the remark of the shrewd French ambassador, when reporting to Charles IX the arrival of the legate, that the case of Carranza and the use of his legantine faculties would bring him much money. The Holy See has rarely sent abroad a body so distinguished as this legation, predestined to failure. The special legate à la terre was Cardinal Buoncompagni, afterwards Gregory XIII, accompanied by Archbishop Rosano, subsequently Urban VII, Fra Felice Peretti, afterwards Sixtus V, and Giovanni Alcobrandini, subsequently Cardinal and brother of Clement VIII. The legate had been given discretional power as to admitting Spanish associates, but he found on arrival at Madrid, in November 1565, that the demand made on him was the impossible one which Pius had refused to Castro, the whole Suprema and prelates, amounting in all to 15 Spaniards. He offered to admit 2 as against 2 of his associates, but he would do no more. As he wrote to Pius, the terror inspired by the Inquisition was beyond belief. To admit a majority of Spaniards would be to invite injustice, for the acquittal of Carranza would be the conviction of the Inquisition, and anyone who had the courage to bring this about would be exposed to lifelong persecution. Of course Philip was firm, as his object was to baffle the legate, but discussion was cut short when the news came of the death of Pius IV, December 9th. Buoncompagni departed in haste to participate in the conclave. He was met at Avignon with the intelligence of the election of Pius V, January 7, 1566, in spite of which he continued his journey to Rome. Pius IV had carried to an extreme his subservience to Philip. Pedro de Avila, one of Philip's agents, wrote, August 23, 1565, that Cardinal Borromeo assured him that the Pope had done and was doing more than he had power to do in order to gratify the king. He had gone against the canons, the councils, and the cardinals, and when recently he thought himself to be dying, nothing weighed on his conscience more heavily than this. His successor was a man of a different stamp. To few popes does Catholicism owe more than to St. Pius V, for, while pitiless in his persecution of heresy, his recognition of the need of reform, and his unbending resolution to effect it, regained for the Church much of the respect which it had forfeited. The Spanish agent speedily found that in the matter of Carranza he was incorruptible and intractable. As the ambassador Zuniga plaintively reported to Philip, February 23, 1566, he is certainly well intentioned, but, having no experience in affairs of state and no private interests, which are the two things that ordinarily make popes yielding, he fixes his eyes on what he deems just and is immovable. As Cardinal Inquisitor and Dominican, he had been favorably inclined to Carranza, whose friends received with hope the news of his accession. They conveyed this by means of an arrow aimed at one of his window shutters, and he responded by casting out a paper, picked up by a person stationed for the purpose, in which he addressed the new pope in the words of Peter, "Lord, if it be thou, bid me come unto thee on the water." Matthew chapter 14, verse 28. Pius did not need urging. One of his first acts was to dispatch a messenger to Buoncompagni, ordering him to remain and bring the affair to a conclusion. But the legate's Spanish experience did not incline him to return from Avignon. Doubtless his report brought conviction that justice was not to be expected in Spain, for Pius speedily made a demand for the person of Carranza and the papers so that he might decide the case. Accustomed to browbeat popes, Philip replied that the demand was offensive and contrary to the royal prerogative, as an attempt to change a matter unalterably fixed by the Holy See, and that it would not be entertained. The Pope could commit the case to such persons as he pleased, provided they were Spaniards. Otherwise, if Carranza should linger in prison until he died, the responsibility would not be with those who had offered every possible alternative. This audacious answer only strengthened the determination of Pius, who summoned Zuniga and told him to tell his master that he exposed himself to all the indignation of the Holy See, for the Pope was resolved to carry the matter to a conclusion. Zuniga was silenced and could only report to Philip the terrible earnestness of Pius, from which there was no hope of diverting him. That he was in deadly earnest is apparent in his brief of July 30th, which he caused to be privately printed and sent copies to Nuncio Rosano, with an autographed letter of August 3rd, commanding its rigid execution. After dwelling on the injustice and scandal of the treatment of Carranza, he deprived Valdez, the Suprema, and all concerned of jurisdiction in the case. Under pain of excommunication and suspension of functions, Carranza was to be set at liberty, and, after appointing a vicar for his see of Toledo, was at once to present himself to the Pope for judgment. Under pain of the indignation of God, and of the apostles Peter and Paul, and of excommunication, all the papers in the case were to be delivered in Rome within 3 months, and any one impeding the execution of these commands incurred excommunication and suspension from office. By this time Pius was known as a man who was not to be trifled with, but Valdez and the Suprema were ready to risk a rupture with the vice-regent of Christ rather than to remit their victim to his judgment. When Philip consulted them, they urged him not to permit even a copy of the process to be sent to Rome, much less Carranza's person, lest he should impair his prerogatives. They asserted that the papal brief had given ample power both to prosecute and to sentence, and that, having been granted, it could not be withdrawn; that under the papal concessions to Ferdinand and Isabella the Spanish Inquisition was wholly independent of Rome, that if the episcopal character were successfully urged in this case, some other excuse would be found in other cases. Valdez might be willing to risk a schism, but Philip drew back. It was not to be thought of that the Catholic king should incur excommunication, and he recognized what strength the heretic cause throughout Europe would derive from such a quarrel and such a cause. Still he dallied, until Pius forced Valdez to resign and threatened to lay all Spain under interdict. He had encountered a will stronger than his own, and Antonio Tiepolo, the Venetian envoy, is doubtless correct in saying that no other pope but Pius could have carried his point. The pressure became irresistible, and he yielded. Carranza, under charge of the hated inquisitor Diego Gonzalez, and guarded by a body of troops, left Valladolid December 5th, reaching Cartagena on the 31st, where he was confined in the castle until April 27, 1567, awaiting the arrival of the voluminous papers of the case, when he was placed on the admiral's ship, which was conveying the Duke of Alva on his fateful way to Flanders. Civita Vecchia was reached May 25th, and Rome May 28th, where he was confined in the castle of San Angelo, a second imprisonment that was to last 9 years. It was much less harsh than the previous one. Besides his 2 faithful attendants, he was allowed 2 others. He was assigned apartments in the quarters reserved for archbishops. He was sometimes permitted to leave his room under guard and enjoy the landscape, and at the first Jubilee he was admitted to confession, though communion was still denied. The case promised to be as interminable in Rome as it had been in Spain. The anxiety of Pius for a thorough investigation caused endless delays, which were skilfully improved by the agents of the Inquisition. The enormous mass of papers reached Rome in the utmost confusion, and some portions were lacking which had to be sent for. Then they had to be translated, as well as the voluminous commentaries, which consumed a year. Philip was frequently sending new opinions and statements, and Pius ordered all of Carranza's writings, and even notes of his lectures taken by students, to be searched for and brought to Rome. He formed a special congregation of 17 consultors, including 4 of the Spaniards who had been concerned in the case, with Ramirez as the fiscal. When all was ready and the congregation met weekly under the presidency of the Pope, the Spaniards insisted on his presence, and, as his other duties frequently prevented this, the affair dragged on from year to year. Philip followed it with intense anxiety, as is shown in his correspondence with Zuniga. Thus, a long letter of instructions, June 6, 1570, tells the ambassador to assure the Pope that everything had been done in Spain with the most minute deliberation. There is almost a childish insistence on the opinions of some obscure theologians as to Carranza's guilt, and it is pointed out that, if he is acquitted, he will teach and preach with greater authority than before, and the whole prosecution will have been a blunder. All this, he says, should have weight with the Pope, who is moreover to be threatened with what the king may find it necessary to do if the sentence is warped by personal considerations. Foolish communications of this kind were reiterated until August 12, 1571. Pius, in an autograph letter, alluded to the repetition of these insinuations, which he declared to be groundless, and in dignified terms warned Philip not to let his pious zeal get the better of his discretion. End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 3. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, August 2010. Section 7, Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 4 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 3, Bishops. The Spanish tactics of delay were successful. Pius V died May 1, 1572, without having published a sentence. Whether one was framed or not is a disputed question. Salazar tells us that it was drawn up, but that Pius, before publication, desired to submit it to Philip, and sent it by his chief chamberlain, Alessandro Casal, who was detained by bad weather and other accidents until after the death of the Pope. Llorente gives the details of the sentence as absolving Carranza of the charges, but maintaining the prohibition of the commentaries in the vernacular, with permission to translate it into Latin after removing the doubtful expressions. Simancas, who was one of the inquisitors employed on the case in Rome, says positively that Pius died without framing a sentence, that when Carranza's friends claimed that he had done so, and urged his successor, Gregory XIII, to publish it, the latter offered 20,000 crowns to anyone who would produce it and thus save him the task of reviewing the case. However this may be, Pius was convinced of Carranza's innocence. He allowed the commentaries to be publicly sold in Rome. When the fiscal Salgado petitioned for its suppression, he made no answer, and when Salgado insisted upon it in the congregation, he replied angrily that he did not consider it subject to suppression, and that they had better not by persistence force him formally to approve it by a motu proprio. Gregory XIII was not liable to the reproach bestowed by Zuniga on Pius V of indifference to personal and worldly considerations. He was quite accessible to them, and realized fully the importance to the Holy See of keeping on good terms with the Spanish master of Italy. His experience as the legate Buoncompagni had sufficiently acquainted him with Philip's temper, and, when Carranza's friends naturally expected him to take the matter up where the death of Pius had left it, he insisted on going over it personally from the beginning. As he could give but fragmentary attention to it, he was thus able to postpone committing himself for some years. This gave Philip opportunity to gather fresh testimony. By means not the most gentle, the survivors of Carranza's friends, who had approved of the commentaries, were induced to retract. The three bishops, Guerrero, Blanco, and Delgado, condemned propositions by the hundred, drawn from works submitted to them as Carranza's, and they exculpated themselves from their approval of the commentaries by saying they had not seen his MS writings, and, in view of his reputation, they had sought to give a Catholic sense wherever possible. Other opinions were industriously collected. Gregory made a decent show of resistance to admitting fresh testimony at this late date, but yielded to Philip's threats of what he might find necessary to do in case his desires were thwarted, and thus excuses, if not reasons, were afforded for reaching a different conclusion from that of Pius V. As the time approached at which it was understood that the long protracted case would be terminated, Philip's anxiety increased. An autograph letter of February 16, 1575, to Pope Gregory strongly urged Carranza's speedy condemnation, in view of the dangers which he had represented to Pius, and asked the fulfillment of a promise to communicate him the sentence before publication. Whether such promise was made or not, Gregory refused to submit it to him, but intimation of what it was to be reached him, and on April 20th he wrote vigorously to Zuniga, expressing surprise that the Pope did not keep his word. As for Carranza, he was so thoroughly convicted of heresy that, according to inquisitorial routine, he ought to be burnt, or at least reconciled after abjuring all kinds of heresy. To allow him to abjure for vehement suspicion of heresy, with temporary suspension from his see, assumes that in time he will return to occupy the primatial church of Toledo, which would cause disturbance and scandal impossible to contemplate. The Pope can well conceive the dangers which may follow, in Spain and elsewhere, by the mere example of such a criminal in such a position. Even if the suspension were perpetual, yet, if God should remove his holiness, a successor might lift the suspension unless Carranza is wholly deprived. This was passion and eloquence wasted, for the sentence had been pronounced 6 days before, on April 14, 1576. Whatever promise Gregory had made was kept to the letter, but not to the spirit by announcing it to him on April 11th. Its provisions were shrewdly framed to turn the whole affair to the advantage of the Holy See. By keeping Carranza as a potential sword of Damocles hanging over Philip's head, and meanwhile absorbing the revenues of the See of Toledo. The tenor of the articles was as communicated to Philip: "The Archbishop of Toledo will be declared vehemently suspect of sundry errors, and as such will be required to abjure them. He will be suspended and removed from the administration of his church for 5 years, and subsequently at the pleasure of the Pope and the Holy See. During this time he will be recluded to a monastery in Orvieto, and not allowed to depart without special license of the Pope and the Holy See. The Pope will appoint an administrator of the Church of Toledo, with disposition of all the fruits since the date of sequestration and during the suspension, which he will convert to the benefit of the Church and other pious uses, after deducting pensions, expenses, and debts. For the support of the Archbishop there shall be assigned a monthly allowance of 1,000 gold crowns. Some salutary penances will be imposed on him. His catechism will be prohibited to be possessed, read, or printed. The errors of which he was declared vehemently suspect amounted to 16, professedly drawn from his writings. As they were merely the peg on which to hang the sentence, they need not be recapitulated here, and it suffices to say that on April 12th they were taken, with the abjuration, by Giantonio Fascinetti, afterwards Innocent XI, to the castle of San Angelo, where Carranza obediently signed the abjuration. The publication of the sentence was made with a solemnity befitting the conclusion of a case which, for 17 years, had occupied the attention of Christendom. On April 14th Carranza was brought from his prison to the Hall of Constantine, where Gregory occupied the papal throne under a canopy. The cardinals sat on benches, and about 100 other spectators stood around. After the opening formalities, Gregory handed a roll containing the sentence to Alonso Castellon, the secretary in the case, who read it aloud. It was very long, reciting the vicissitudes of the affair from the beginning, and concluded with the articles as stated above. Then Carranza read his abjuration, as Simancas tells us, with impassive indifference, as though it related to another, after which he was led to the feet of the Pope, who expatiated on the mercy shown to him, and told him he might expect more if he lived as he ought. He was then handed to the captain of the guard to be conveyed to the Dominican convent of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, and, as he was led out, in passing Cardinal Gambara, he quietly asked him to have his effects transferred to the convent. Evidently there was no sense of guilt or humiliation. It was a fitting end to Gregory's disgraceful part in the tragedy that when, on April 20th, he formally notified Philip and the chapter of Toledo of the result, he mournfully expressed his regret that he had been compelled to condemn in place of acquitting, as he had hoped. As a penance, the Pope ordered Carranza visit the 7 churches on Saturday of Easter week, April 28th, and offered him his own litter and horses for his servants, which he declined. It was noised abroad, and the whole population was stirred to accompany him, for the compassion felt for him was universal. To avoid such a demonstration, Gregory changed the day to Monday the 23rd, but notwithstanding this the throng of coaches and crowds of people changed the penance into a triumph. In the churches he was received with all honor, and at the Lateran he celebrated Mass. But, towards the end of the day, a strangury commenced, and on his return to the convent he took to his bed, never to leave it. The disease made rapid progress, during which the Pope repeatedly sent consolatory messages, and on April 30th his apostolic benediction, with an indulgent e poena et e culpa. The same day Carranza made a solemn declaration before his secretaries, affirming his unbroken adhesion to the faith. He received with fervor the last consolations of religion, and passed away at 3 a.m. on May 2nd. He had entered his prison a vigorous man of 56, and had left it to die, a broken old man of 73. That an autopsy should have been ordered indicates that immediately doubts had arisen whether the death had been natural. The physicians reported some slight ulcers in one kidney and 3 stones in the gallbladder, but in a position to do no harm, and they attributed the retention to some carnosities. If suspicion existed of poison, they found no public utterance that has reached us. Yet, in an age when the removal of an impediment was a recognized resource of state policy, the opportune and sudden death of Carranza is at least suggestive. We have seen how energetically Philip remonstrated against his being left in a position in which his return to Toledo was possible. His resumption of his see would have inflicted an incurable wound on the authority and influence of the Inquisition, and have covered the monarch with mortification. It would have led to complications which, in the temper of the age, would have been insoluble. The injustice meted out to Carranza had rendered his death a necessity, if he was not branded as a heretic or disqualified as a bishop. Philip and he could not exist together in Spain. Besides, so long as Carranza lived, he was a dangerous weapon in the hands of the papacy to thwart Spanish policy by threats of removing the suspension, or to extort concessions as the price of maintaining it. To attribute his sudden death to the zeal of Spanish agents in Rome, or to secret orders sent in advance, would do no injustice to a prince who did not shrink from the executions of Montigny and Lanuza, or the assassinations of Escobedo and of William the Silent. It suited him, however, to accept it piously as a special dispensation of Providence. June 11th he replied to Gregory's letters of April 11th and 16, conveying copies of the sentence and abjuration. To persons, he said, of great learning and experience in Spain, the sentence was too lenient, but he recognized the Pope's holy zeal, and that God's hand had applied the proper remedy to avert greater evils. Yet subsequently Morales, writing by Philip's order, concludes his account, "They say that he apparently died as a saint, which I believe, and that it was really so. The Lord reserved for him the other life, a signal mercy which he grants to those whom it pleases him." In one respect the Inquisition was triumphant. The commentaries, which had been approved by the Council of Trent and by Pius IV and Pius V, was condemned and prohibited with callous disregard of consistency. The work remained in the successive issues of the Spanish Index until 1747, but was dropped in the latest one of 1790. Rome was even more persistent and retained it until 1899, though it disappeared, with much other antiquated lumber, in the recension of 1900. Yet Carranza's reputation as an orthodox champion of the Church seems to have suffered little from his prosecution and condemnation. Cardinal Quiroga, the Inquisitor General, who in 1577 succeeded him in the see of Toledo, caused his portrait to be placed with those of his predecessors, erected a tomb to his memory, and in June 1578 performed solemn obsequies for him which lasted for a fortnight. Odoricus Reinaldus, the official annalist of the Holy See, and Cardinal Pallavicini, the official historian of the Council of Trent, unite in saying that nothing serious was found against him, only vehement suspicion, and that on his deathbed he gave evidence not only of uncorrupted faith, but of singular piety. Nicholas Antonio tells us that for some mere presumptions, in the absence of legitimate proof of admitted impiety, he was ordered by abjuration to purge all suspicion of guilt. Balmes, the champion of Catholicism, while admitting that, on the delicate subject of justification, his expressions lacked clearness, asserts that, beyond doubt, in his own conscience before God, he was wholly innocent. The dispassionate judgment of posterity has condemned the Inquisition in acquitting its victim. If Philip failed to blast the memory of Carranza, he at least succeeded in one of his objects. For 17 years he had wrongfully enjoyed Carranza's sequestrated revenues, which, allowing for all deductions, must have yielded him 2 or 3 millions of ducats. Much must have been spent in the endeavor to convict the rightful possessor, but, when the case was concluded, outstanding engagements were repudiated. During the trial in Rome, Don Lope de Avellaneda had borrowed 26,000 ducats to pay the salaries of the parties employed in the notoriously expensive litigation of the Curia, but the bills of exchange drawn to satisfy the indebtedness were returned dishonored. The Roman bankers were too important an adjunct of the Curia not to be efficiently protected. On April 10, 1577, Gregory wrote to the inquisitors, probably of Toledo, to collect the amount, with interest up to the date of payment, from the revenue of the archiepiscopal table of Toledo, enforcing the demand if necessary by excommunication, interdict, and the invocation of the secular arm. Philip evidently maintained his hold on the revenues until the consecration of Archbishop Quiroga in December 1577, and his administrator would allow no diversion of the funds. Gregory, in the sentence, had endeavored to provide for an accounting to him of the accumulations, but the effort was a failure. Like Philippe le Bel, in the analogous case of the Templars, Philip had a grip on the spoils which nothing could loosen. When, in 1581, Gregory sought to stimulate him to undertake an expedition against Queen Elizabeth, and promised him financial assistance towards so pious an enterprise, it turned out that this aid was merely the mesna profits of the See of Toledo, which he had collected and had long since consumed. The affair of Carranza seems to have been regarded as weakening the position of bishops, and, with the customary audacity of the inquisitors in extending their jurisdiction, the tribunal of Cuenca boasted or threatened that it would arrest the bishop. The services of the incumbent, Pedro de Castro, in furnishing evidence against Carranza had been too recent to permit him to be hoisted by his own petard, and Valdez, in a letter of June 17, 1560, rebuked the tribunal for its superserviceable zeal. We have seen how the bishops, at the Council of Trent, endeavored to protect themselves by reserving to the Pope exclusive right to pronounce sentence, but this was of small avail when he assumed the right to delegate his power as he pleased. When Sixtus V, January 25, 1586, issued a commission to the Cardinal Archduke Albert of Austria as Inquisitor General of Portugal, it specifically subjected archbishops, bishops, and patriarchs to his jurisdiction and that of his subdelegates. As Portugal was under the Spanish crown, this served as a precedent when, in December 1629, the Inquisition desired to prosecute Gavino Milani, Archbishop of Oristano in Sardinia, against whom it had gathered evidence that, since his consecration in 1627, he had never been to confession or had celebrated Mass, that he was a blasphemer, that he had a familiar demon confined in a ring, etc. The Suprema submitted to Philip IV the Portuguese commission and asked him to instruct his ambassador to procure a similar one for Spain, or, failing this, to obtain a special brief for the case of Milani. Philip ordered the necessary letter to be drafted for his signature, but the effort failed. Milani was probably sent to Rome with the evidence, for he was deposed, being succeeded in 1635 by Pedro Vico, while he did not die until 1641. In spite of this recognition of lack of jurisdiction over bishops, we have seen that in the quarrel with Manjare de Heredia, Bishop of Majorca, in 1668, Inquisitor General Nithard claimed that the Inquisition could prosecute him criminally. He had the effrontery to assert, in a consulta of February 5, 1668, that its possession of this power was so notorious and so completely established in practice as to require neither argument nor demonstration, and the infatuated Queen Regent sustained him in summoning the bishop to appear for trial. The Inquisition continued the prosecution even after the expulsion of Nithard, and proceedings ceased only with the death of the bishop. The next case in which the Inquisition had to deal with a bishop was one which attracted much attention at the time, that of José Fernando de Toro, Bishop of Oviedo. We shall have to consider it hereafter in its relation with Illuminism and Molinism, and need only say here that he was an adept in the dangerous mysticism which mistook the promptings of the senses for divine impulses, and taught that union with God conferred impeccability. There was no doubt of his guilt, for he confessed freely when arraigned, and the Inquisition raised no question as to the exclusive papal jurisdiction. After elaborate investigation, Inquisitor General Ibanez de la Riva Herrera put the mass of testimony into shape and sent it to Clement XI, November 27, 1709. On June 7, 1710, Clement authorized the imprisonment of Toro and the prosecution of the case, the results to be sent to him. After the death of Ibanez, a fresh commission was sent to his successor, Guidice. In 1714, Clement granted permission to Toro to come to Rome, but this was not carried out until 1716, when he was confined in the castle of San Angelo and his trial dragged on until 1719. Sentence was pronounced July 27th with the same ceremonies as that of Carranza, the records of which were examined for the purpose. While the Inquisition thus freely admitted its incompetence to sit in judgment on bishops, yet, in the next case that occurred, it asserted complete jurisdiction. Manuel Abad Quiepo was bishop-elect of Mexican, Valladolid, in Mexico, where, although not consecrated, he was accepted by the chapter and governed the diocese as bishop, fulminating, in 1810, excommunication against Hidalgo and his followers, which was confirmed by the Archbishop, Legama y Beaumont. He was thus fully recognized as bishop, and it was probably the disturbed state of the land, during the rebellion of Hidalgo and Morelos, that prevented the assembling of bishops for his consecration. In the turbulence of the period he made enemies, and an anonymous denunciation was lodged against him with the Mexican tribunal. It collected evidence and forwarded it, August 31, 1814, to the Suprema, which referred it to the Madrid tribunal for investigation and report. The question as to the liability of bishops elect is rather intricate, dependent on whether there has been presentation by the king or election by the chapter and confirmation by the Pope, but it would seem that Quiepo was not subject to the Inquisition, nor were the charges matters of heresy. The Madrid tribunal recognized this in its report, October 27, 1814, saying that he should be cited to answer, provided his office did not stand in the way, at the same time admitting that the charges were the work of enmity and that at most he had been careless in conduct and ministration. Quiepo returned to Spain, and on February 12, 1816, the Suprema ordered the tribunal to proceed. He refused to acknowledge the jurisdiction. The tribunal, May 16th, pronounced his reasons invalid, and the Suprema, September 2nd, took the high ground that no one could question its acts. When it has once declared itself a competent judge, no private person could dispute it or impede the execution of its decrees. This could only be done by an authority feeling its jurisdiction invaded, and, as there was none such in the kingdom, he was only prejudicing his case, which otherwise he could expedite and preserve the right of maintaining his claims by a protest which would be admitted. Quiepo offered to answer the charges extrajudicially, but this was refused, and he was told that if he did not present himself to answer them fully within 3 days, he would be prosecuted in contumacy. He yielded under protest, and was spared the humiliation of appearing in the Inquisition, for Inquisitor Zorrilla was ordered to conduct the audiences in the convent where he was residing, but during them he was ordered not to leave it, and when they were over he was set at liberty, under command to present himself at the house of the fiscal whenever summoned. Thus, at the end of its career, the Inquisition successfully asserted its jurisdiction over a bishop, but he had his revenge. It was evidently no accident that, in the revolution of 1820, Quiepo was made a member of the Provisional Junta of March 9th, which, on the same day, caused Fernando VII to decree the extinction of the Holy Office. End of Book 3, Chapter 3, Part 4. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, August 2010.
Book 3, Chapter 4 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 4, The Edict of Faith. Occasional allusions have been made above to the Edicts of Faith, whereby the tribunals obtained knowledge of offenses coming within their jurisdiction. This was one of the most efficient methods by which that jurisdiction was exercised and was brought home to the consciences of the people as an ever-present power. It rendered every individual an agent of that inquisition, bound under fearful penalties, spiritual and temporal, to aid it in maintaining the purity of the faith, and, at the same time, it made every man conscious that his lightest word or act might subject him to prosecution by that terrible court whose very name inspired dread. No more ingenious device has been invented to subjugate a whole population, to paralyze its intellect, and to reduce it to blind obedience. It elevated delation to the rank of high religious duty. It filled the land with spies, and it rendered every man an object of suspicion, not only to his neighbor, but to the members of his own family, and to the stranger whom he might chance to meet. Continued through generations, this could not fail to leave its impress on the national character. Even Mariana, in enumerating the results of the Inquisition, ventures to allude to the cautious reserve which it rendered habitual among Spaniards. A somewhat crude prototype of the Edict of Faith is found in the Old Inquisition, when inquisitors visited their districts and, at each town, summoned an assembly of the people, preached to them, and caused to be read an edict calling upon all the inhabitants to come forward within a specified time and reveal anything that might tend to suspicion that anyone was a heretic, under pain of ipso facto excommunication, removable only by them or by the Pope. While this was nominally preserved in the Aragonese Inquisition, that institution had become so inert that we may assume that the inquisitors no longer visited their districts or had occasion to issue edicts. In Castile, when the Inquisition was founded, this practice was evidently unknown, for the instructions of 1484 merely order that when the inquisitors open their tribunal in any town, after the sermon, they shall publish a monition with censures against all who resist or contradict them. By 1500, however, the efficacy of what became known as the Edict of Faith had been discovered, and Inquisitor General Deza, in ordering yearly visitations of the districts, specifies that, on arriving at every town or village, a general edict shall be issued, summoning those who know anything of heresy to come forward and reveal it. The form of this was probably the same as that which, in the same year, 1500, the inquisitors of Sicily, Dr. Scalambro and Montoro, Bishop of Salafu, issued, requiring all cognizant of heresy to denounce it within 15 days, promising secrecy to the informer and threatening with prosecution as fautors of heresy those who failed to do so. In Catalonia, the Concordia of 1512, in alluding to the edict requiring the denunciation of all offences against the faith, shows that it was already an established custom, while, in 1514, the instructions of Inquisitor General Mercader prove that the various offences included in the expanding jurisdiction of the Inquisition were specifically enumerated, for the general term of heresy no longer sufficed. The effect on the people of these proclamations, with their threats and anathema, is vividly expressed in the description of terror excited by the publication of the edict, when the tribunal of Rennes made a raid on Arjona. As in the course of time, new fields of activity were opened to the Inquisition, the enumeration of offences requiring denunciation grew to be a long and detailed catalogue, in which all the acts by which they could be recognized were specified so that there could be no excuse for omission. The simplest and oldest formula which I have met is that published in Mexico at the installation of the Inquisition in 1571. And in view of its comparative brevity, it is given in the appendix. Subsequently, the edict grew to portentous dimensions, the purport of which can be gathered from an abstract of that of 1696. It begins by reciting that the fiscal has represented that for some time there has been no visitation or interest made in many places of the province, whereby numerous crimes against the faith remain unpunished. Seeing this complaint to be justified, the edict is addressed to everyone individually, so that if he has known or heard say that anyone, living or dead, present or absent, has done or uttered or believed any act, word, or opinion heretical, suspect, erroneous, rash, ill-sounding, scandalous, or heretically blasphemous, it must be revealed to the tribunal within 6 days. Then follows an enumeration of all Jewish rites and customs. Then similar lists concerning Mohammedanism, Protestantism, and Illuminism. Then, under the heading of diversas heresias, follow blasphemy with the specimens of heretical oaths, keeping or invoking familiar demons, witchcrafts, pacts tacit or expressed with the devil, mixing for this purpose sacred and profane objects, and attributing to the creature that which belongs to the Creator, marrying in orders, solicitation of women in confession, bigamy, saying that there is no sin in simple fornication, or usury, or perjury, or that concubinage is better than marriage, insulting or maltreating crucifixes or images of saints, disbelieving or doubting any article of faith, remaining a year under excommunication, or despising the censures of the Church, having recourse to astrology, which is described at length and pronounced fictitious, being guilty of sorcery or divination, the practices of which are described with instructive profusion, possessing books condemned in the Index, including Lutheran and Mohammedan works and Bibles in the vernacular, neglecting to perform the duty of denouncing what has been seen or heard, or persuading others to omit it, giving false witness in the Inquisition, concealing or befriending heretics, impeding the Inquisition, removing sanbenitos placed by the Inquisition, throwing off sanbenitos, or non-performance of penance by reconciled penitents, or their saying that they confessed in the Inquisition through fear, saying that those relaxed by the Inquisition were innocent martyrs, non-observance of disabilities by reconciled penitents, their children or grandchildren, possession by scriveners or notaries of papers concerning the above enumerated crimes. Confessors, moreover, were ordered under the same penalties to withhold absolution from penitents who had not denounced all offences coming to their knowledge. This was a tolerably searching grand inquest, in which the whole population was summoned to assist, and the ceremonies of its publication were designed to render it as impressive as possible. On the Saturday previous, a proclamation was made by the inquisitors requiring all persons over the age of 12, or of 14 in some texts, to assemble to hear the edict, and on the following Sundays to hear the anathema, under pain of excommunication and of 50 ducats. In the smaller towns, this proclamation was made by the town crier, or if there were none, by house-to-house notification. The next day, at the offertory in the Mass, the edict was to be read, slowly, distinctly, and in a loud voice, after which the priest was to explain the obligation to denounce whatever was known of the living and the dead, of themselves or of others, and the peril of omitting it. It was not to be talked about, but was to be done directly, even if it was known that others had done so. Otherwise the penalty was incurred. In larger cities, especially the seats of tribunals, the ceremonies were more imposing. In Seville, for instance, on the afternoon of Saturday before the second Sunday of Lent, the familiars assembled on horseback at the castle of Triana, where they formed a procession with drummers and trumpeters and the town crier to escort the alguazil mayor and one of the secretaries of the Inquisition. This wound through the city, stopping at 8 principal places to publish the proclamation and to order that there should be no sermons in other churches on the days of the publication and anathemas. Then, on those Sundays, other processions were timed to meet the inquisitors at the doors of the cathedral and San Salvador, the churches designated for the ceremonies. Inside, the secretary, at the proper time, mounted the pulpit and read the edict, the sermon followed, and then the Mass was resumed. When the 6 days allowed for denunciation or confession had elapsed, a second proclamation was made, reciting the former one, and adding that the fiscal complained that many had not complied with it, and he demanded the fulmination of the censures in the most aggravated form. An edict was therefore addressed to all priests, requiring them at high mass, when the people were assembled, to denounce as publicly excommunicated and anathematized all who had not obeyed the first edict, sprinkling holy water to drive away the demons who kept them in their toils, and praying Christ to bring them back to the bosom of the Church. If they persisted in contumacy, all faithful Christians were ordered within 3 days to withdraw from all intercourse with them, under pain of similar excommunication. Both those who should have confessed and those who should have denounced, but who continued contumacious, were involved in the anathema pronounced on the third Sunday. This was an awe-inspiring solemnity. The clergy marched in procession, the cross was covered with black, and 2 flaming torches were on the altar, where the priest stood in profound silence during the reading of the curse. We excommunicate and anathematize in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, in form of law, all apostate heretics from our holy Catholic faith, their fauteurs and concealers who do not reveal them, and we curse them that they may be accursed as members of the devil and separated from the bosom and unity of the Holy Mother Church. And we order all the faithful to hold them as such and to curse them, so that they may fall into the wrath and indignation of Almighty God. May all the curses and plagues of Egypt which befell King Pharaoh come upon them, because they disobey the commandments of God. May they be accursed wherever they be, in the city or in the country, in eating and in drinking, in waking and in sleeping, in living and in dying. May the fruits of their lands be accursed, and the cattle thereof. May God send them hunger and pestilence to consume them. May they be a scorn to their enemies and be abhorred by all men. May the devil be at their right hand. When they come to judgment, may they be condemned. May they be driven away from their homes. May their enemies take their possessions and prevail against them. May their wives and children rise against them and be orphans and beggars with none to assist them in their need. May their wickedness be ever remembered in the presence of God. May they be accursed with all the curses of the Old Covenant and of the New. May the curse of Sodom and Gomorrah overtake them, and its fire burn them. May the earth swallow them alive, like Dathan and Abiram, for the sin of disobedience. May they be accursed as Lucifer with all the devils of hell, where may they remain with Judas and be damned forever. If they do not acknowledge their sin, beg mercy, and amend their lives. Then the people responded, Amen, while the clergy again marched in procession, chanting the psalms Deus laudum meam and Miserere to the chapel or altar. The great bells tolled as for a death, and the bearers of the torches extinguished them in the font of holy water, saying, As these torches die in the water, so will their souls in hell. And the procession was resumed to the sacristy. After this, the edict continues. Anyone knowing these things and not revealing them, and remaining contumaciously and persistently thus for a year, is held suspect in the faith and shall be prosecuted with all the rigor of the law. Thus all the resources of religious terrorism were exhausted to impress upon the popular conscience the supreme duty of denouncing kindred and friends for the slightest act or word which might be held to infer suspicion of heresy, or of the varied classes of offenses over which the Inquisition had succeeded in extending its jurisdiction. It is true that the constant abuse of anathemas in the pettiest quarrels with officials, lay and clerical, must have somewhat blunted their effect. It is also true that casuistry, early in the 17th century, had no difficulty in proving that, when the obligation to denounce involved danger to life or reputation, the natural law of self-protection overrode the positive law of denunciation, with its threat of excommunication. Still, to those not trained in such subtleties, and who piously believed in the power of the keys, it was impossible that this terrible cumulation of curses, temporal and spiritual, should not overcome natural affection and human kindliness. It was not the fault of the Inquisition if Spain was not converted into a nation of spies and informers, in which no man could trust those nearest and dearest to him. The Edict of Faith was published annually on a Sunday in Lent in cities which were the seat of the tribunal, and, during the earlier times, elsewhere when the inquisitors went on their visitations. Indeed, we are told in 1560 that it was of little service unless the inquisitors visited their districts, for people would not incur the labor and expense of coming from a distance, and the publication was regarded as the chief object of the visiting inquisitor, who was directed to see that it was made in the monasteries as well as in the churches. Visiting their districts, as we shall see, was the duty most disliked by the inquisitors, which they shirked whenever possible, and with the development of postal communication, it was easier and more speedy to send the printed edicts to commissioners for distribution. What was the total number thus annually showered upon the land we have no means of knowing, but it must have been large. In 1595, the Inquisitor Arevalo de Zuazo, reporting his visitation of the mountainous dioceses of Urgel, Vich, and Solsona, states that he distributed 600 copies among the parish churches, besides personally publishing it in all the towns. From a printer's bill of June 7, 1759, when the custom was declining, it appears that in Valencia the edition printed was 400, and a list of churches in the city in which it was posted amounted to 63. This device was not confined to Spain, though Rome was somewhat tardy in adopting it. The Congregation of the Inquisition issued, January 3, 1623, a brief edict commanding the denunciation within 12 days of all heretics under pain of excommunication, removable only by it or by the Pope. This was followed January 10, 1666, by one more in detail, specifying the offenses to be denounced. It was universal in its character and therefore applied to Spain, but as usual the Spanish Inquisition maintained its independence and continued to employ its own more elaborate formulas. Although the annual publication remained the rule, there were occasional intermissions. In 1638, for instance, it was suspended without a reason being assigned, and again in 1689 on account of the death of Maria Luisa, wife of Carlos II. Local causes also sometimes interfered with it, especially when questions of etiquette arose, as that which we have seen in Valladolid in 1635 over the point whether, at its reading, a bow should be made to the sacrament or to the inquisitors. 16 years later, we are told that since then there had been no reading of the edict at Valladolid, and that in consequence, during the visitations of the inquisitors, other places refused to have it read, on the ground that this was not done in the city, where there was a full tribunal. A similar trouble arose at Quito, because the Audiencia refused to allow the commissioner of the Inquisition a seat with a cushion during its reading. For this, in 1699, and again in 1700, he appealed to the viceroy, stating that in consequence of this, it had been many years since the edict had been published there. With the decline in the activity of the Inquisition towards the close of the 18th century, there grew to be negligence in the annual publication. In 1775, the Suprema ordered that there be no change with regard to it. A document of 1777 indicates that it was still customary, but on inquiry in 1784 by the Suprema of its tribunals, whether or not it had been suspended, shows that it was falling into desuetude, and another of 1806, asked how long it had been since the publication ceased, indicates that it had become obsolete. The efficacy of the Edict of Faith is incontestable, although in 1578 the Inquisitor Francisco de Ribera, in reporting his visitation of the dioceses of Girona and Elna, and his publication of it in places which had never before been visited, complains that it did not render the people disposed to make denunciations, which he attributes to their limited intelligence. In more enlightened centers, its effectiveness is seen in the frequency with which accusers preface their charges with the statement that their attention has been called to the duty by the publication of the edict. It naturally set men to searching their memories for what they had seen or heard respecting the various offenses so elaborately enumerated and described. For instance, the edict was published in Madrid on September 4th, 1569, and the next day Hans de Avelo appeared before the Inquisitor to denounce Hans Brunsvi and Costanancio, two members of the Royal Guarda Tudesca, for things which he had heard and known of them, but of which he had thought nothing until he heard the edict read. It was the same in stimulating self-denunciation, whether through pricks of conscience or fear of accusation by others. Thus, in 1581, we have two cases following each other, in which Juan Gonzalez and Bartolome Benito accused themselves of having, in conversation with their wives, asserted that fornication is no sin, for which they both were duly penanced and fined. The wives were sent for and confirmed the confessions, which we may safely attribute to the fear that the spouses might be led to denounce them. The habit of delation in which the Spaniard was thus trained continued after the Edict of Faith ceased to be published, and was stimulated by the assurance of immunity through the profound secrecy which denied to the accused all knowledge of his accuser. The records of the tribunals show that these were welcomed, no matter how flimsy was the evidence, nor through how many months it had passed. Thus, January 5th, 1816, the Dominican Fray Vicente Menendo writes to the Tribunal of Barcelona that he had heard Joseph Castellar of Manlleu say that on Easter Day, 1815, he had been discussing some pending suits with the advocate Balderich when the time came for hearing the Mass, and he said, "Let us go to Mass," to which Balderich replied by a contemptuous expression. Instructions were therefore forthwith sent to the commissioner at Panelada to put the denunciation into formal legal shape for prosecuting Balderich. Informers thus were not put to the trouble of coming forward personally, and facilities for delation were brought to every man's door. Thus, on June 28, 1807, Dr. Pedro Reguar of Suria writes to the Tribunal, Barcelona, that he has a denunciation to make, and asks that a commission be sent to someone in Suria to receive it. Full instructions were accordingly sent to the parish priest at Suria, when the deposition was made to the effect that 18 months before, at the clinic in Barcelona, Reguar had seen in the possession of a student named Pedro Sitzas a book entitled Eusebio, which he understood to be prohibited, and a year ago he had also seen a copy in the hands of another student named Jaime Coll. In this case, the tribunal, with rare moderation, only ordered its apparator to seize the books in the hands of the students. So carefully were the accusers protected against recognition that when, in 1818, Don Francisco de Mora, a retired lieutenant of artillery, accused Don Tomas Sanz of the same corps to the Tribunal of Valencia because, in a loose conversation between them, he had asserted that there was no sin in fornication. And when Mora found himself obliged to testify against another officer, Manuel Moreno was present. The tribunal dropped the case at his request because Moreno would have identified the source of the accusation. The very triviality of these cases is the measure of their importance. It was not merely the Judaizing converso or the secret Protestant, but the whole body of the Catholic nation that was exposed to prosecution and infamy for a thoughtless word, the denunciation of which was commanded by the Edict of Faith and invited by the impenetrable secrecy of the tribunal. The shadow of the Holy Office lay over the land, and no one could feel sure that a trusted comrade might not at any moment become a spy and an informer, or might not repeat an incautious word until it reached someone who recognized the inexorable duty imposed upon all, a duty more deeply felt by the conscientious than by those of easy morals. There was, moreover, the fatal facility afforded for the safe gratification of malice, as in the case of John Joseph de Campillo, whose merits raised him from obscurity to the position of finance minister under Philip V in 1740. In 1726, when holding a responsible office in the administration of the navy, he had a quarrel with a Hieronymite fraile over the occupancy of a house. The fraile forthwith collected gossip about him, especially from a dissolute chaplain whom he had dismissed from the service, and all this was welcomed by the Tribunal of Logroño, which commenced to gather testimony against him with a view to prosecution. It came to his ears through the boasts of the frailes as to what they had done, and the profound horror which seized him at the prospect of being dishonored for life by the mere suspicion that he was liable to prosecution shows how terrible a weapon the system placed at the service of malignity. In the life of a nation, outward calamities can be survived, and recovery from their effects is but a work of time. Far more lasting and benumbing are the results of the perpetual and unrelaxing vigilance which seeks to penetrate into the secret heart of every man, to control his thoughts, to stifle their expression, to repress every effort to move out of a beaten and prescribed track, to destroy mutual confidence, and to lead each individual to regard his fellows as the possible destroyers of his reputation and career. Such was the system imposed on Spain by the Inquisition, and its appropriate expression is found in the Edict of Faith. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 1 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 5, Part 1, Appeals to Rome. So long as the acts of the Spanish Inquisition were not final, but were subject to revision by the Roman Curia, its jurisdiction was incomplete. To emancipate itself from this, it struggled for more than 2 centuries, aided unreservedly by all the power of the Spanish crown. This long protracted and intricate contest is full of interest and merits a somewhat detailed investigation. Soon after the Inquisition commenced its work, complaints of its remorseless cruelty poured in upon the sovereigns. They sent around, as we are told, certain conscientious prelates to investigate and report, who informed them that 4,000 houses had been abandoned in Andalusia. But this seems only to have inflamed Isabella's ardor, and the business of vindicating the faith was prosecuted with undiminished energy. The only refuge of the victims was the Holy See, which had always been open to appeals from the sentences of the Inquisition. Papal predominance had its foundation in the universal supreme jurisdiction, original and appellate, of Rome in all matters of faith and the unlimited area of affairs contingent on faith. This had been gradually acquired during the Dark Ages and was strenuously upheld, as it was the source of wealth as well as of power, and without it the Bishop of Rome would speedily shrink to his original primacy of honor. That he should divest himself of it was not to be expected, especially for the benefit of inquisitors, whose jurisdiction was a delegation from him, and whose claim to superiority over bishops was based on the functions of the latter being merely ordinary, while theirs were apostolic. It is true that Nicholas V, in his projected Castilian Inquisition of 1451, had granted jurisdiction without appeal, but this could have been withdrawn at any time, and the whole attempt had been soon forgotten, that no allusion was ever made to it in the subsequent controversy. In the Old Inquisition, appeals to the Pope were recognized, but it was an intricate and costly process, only possible to those familiar with canon law, and, as the victims then were mostly peasants or ascetic missionaries, it was rarely employed and still more rarely successful. Now, however, the situation was wholly different. The class assailed consisted largely of men of wealth or learning, merchants, bankers, lawyers, high officials, theologians, and prelates, able to command the services of skillful canonists and ready to sacrifice a portion of their fortunes to save their persons from the stake and their estates from confiscation. The Curia of the period, moreover, was notorious for shameless venality, a place where everything was for sale, from cardinalets to pardons, and where the supreme jurisdiction of the papacy was exploited to the utmost. It did not take long for the keen-witted conversos to recognize that the mercy denied them in Spain could be bought in the open market of Rome in the Curia, which had mourned the lost opportunity of sharing in the confiscations, welcomed the prospect of selling exemptions from confiscation. Everything therefore pointed to an exercise of the supreme appellate jurisdiction of the Holy See, which would seriously limit the activity of the Spanish Inquisition, or at least would confine it to those whose property rendered them unprofitable subjects of persecution. Ferdinand soon became alive to the situation, and manifested little reverence for the papacy in his resolute resistance to the protection which it sold to all applicants. The earliest recourse was naturally to the papal penitentiary. It had long been in the habit of selling confessional letters, empowering any confessor whom the purchaser might select to absolve him from all sins, including those reserved to the Holy See. Originally, these were understood to be good only in the form of conscience, but the further step was easily taken of making them effective also in the judicial forum, thus anticipating or annulling the action of the courts and selling immunity for crime as well as pardon for sin. There was no difficulty in obtaining such letters for anyone, and they were sought by the conversos as a means of protection in advance, and of setting aside sentences after conviction. In the appendix will be found a specimen, issued December 4th, 1481, by the Major Penitentiary to Francisco Fernandez of Seville, and his wife and mother. It purports to be granted by the direct command of the Pope, and authorizes the recipient to select any confessor who, after secret abjuration, can absolve him for all acts of heresy, apostasy, relapse, and dogmatism, and annul all sentences by whomsoever pronounced after trial and conviction, reintegrating him into the Church, removing all stain of heresy, restoring him to all his rights, and releasing him from all punishment, only imposing on him salutary penance, which at that period was understood to be a money payment for the benefit of the poor, i.e., the Church or its members. A final clause grants the further faculty of overcoming all opposition by the use of censures under papal authority. It was impossible for Ferdinand and Torquemada to allow the Inquisition to be reduced to impotence by the speculative activity of the Curia in selling such exemptions, which were not only good for the future, but had a retroactive effect in annulling its acts. No reverence for the Holy See could restrain them from visiting their wrath on all who were concerned in rendering effective this purchasable clemency. We have a glimpse at the methods adopted by both sides in a notarial act, evidently part of a process to set aside a papal letter of a somewhat different kind, and to punish those engaged in its use, the narrative showing that all concerned felt that they were incurring serious perils. The notary, Anton Pelaez, deposes that in Ceres de la Frontera he received from the Duke of Medina Sidonia a letter of April 16, 1482, calling him to Sanlúcar de Barrameda to draw certain business papers. He went, and while engaged on them in the house of Juan Mateos on April 20th at 2 p.m., a messenger summoned him to the Duke, whom he found in the company with the Duchess, the Teniente de Bora, Fray Tomas, prior of the Order of Santa Maria de Barrameda, and others. Then entered Juan Ferrandez of Seville, the Duke's contador, or auditor, carrying a bull with a lead seal, said to be from the Pope, Sixtus IV, and ordered Pelaez to read it to the prior. He was alarmed and refused, but finally yielded to the entreaties of the Duke and Duchess. Then Fray Tomas refused to accept it, as he had been inhibited verbally by the inquisitors, and promised to produce the inhibition in writing within 8 days. The Duchess left the room in anger, but in a quarter of an hour Ferrandez brought Fernando de Truxillo, prior to the Universidad of Ceres, and not of the Church of San Salvador, as described in the bull. The Duke told him that this made no difference, and urged him to accept it, throwing his arms around him and promising that he would expose his whole rank and dignity to make good whatever he might suffer in person and property. Truxillo accepted the bull with the greatest reverence and kissed it. Then, as apostolic judge under it, he ordered Juan Mateos, cura and vicar of Sanlúcar, to absolve Ferrandez and his wife of any sentence of excommunication, interdict, suspension, etc., placed on him by the inquisitors, on his giving security, which was promptly furnished by Gonzalo Peraez, Ru Peraez, and Ferran Riquel, swearing that Ferrandez would stand to the mandates of the Church as required in the bull. Thereupon Truxillo, as apostolic judge, ordered Juan Mateos to absolve Ferrandez and his wife, which was duly performed. The Duke's lawyers drew up an inhibition to the inquisitors, which the deponent engrossed. The Duke wanted Truxillo to sign it, but the deponent privately advised him not to do so until he should consult his council at Ceres, and whether he did so or not, the deponent could not say. This gives us an inside view of the struggle to escape the Inquisition, which was going on in every corner of the land. It was useless, for these papal letters were disregarded, and the purchasers could look for no redress from the Curia, for Pope Sixtus had no scruple in abandoning his customers. It was a lucrative business, this disposing of exemptions and then allowing them to be annulled for consideration. Both sides thus contributed to the papal treasury, and as it all came from the conversos in the end, the Curia indirectly got its share of the confiscations, and the Inquisition was but nominally restricted. One device for accomplishing this is revealed in a Crusada indulgence granted March 8, 1483, ostensibly in aid of the war with Granada. But, as Sixtus bargained for 1/3 of the proceeds, his share was a sufficient inducement for sacrificing the purchasers of his confessional letters. A special clause of the indulgence empowered any confessor to absolve the possessor of it, the price being 6 reales, for killing or despoiling those seeking the Roman court, or for preventing the execution of papal letters, or for forbidding notaries to draw up acts concerning such letters, or for detaining them from those to whom they belonged, all of which was evidently framed to allow the sovereigns to annul the papal briefs in any way they deemed best. Yet, while Sixtus thus was content, for a moderate compensation, to permit those who were seeking his court to be detained or slain, and to have his letters contemptuously annulled. Yet when their market was threatened by the assertion that the penitentiary was only a court of conscience, and its absolutions were good only in the interior forum, his indignation burst forth in a bull of May 9, 1484, stigmatizing all such opinions as contumacious and sacrilegious. The penitentiary, he declared, could grant absolutions good in either forum, and those for the judicial forum were good in both spiritual and secular courts. This monstrous assumption, which claimed for the penitentiary the power to anticipate or set aside the judgment of every criminal court in Europe, for the benefit of culprits who could pay the moderate fee demanded for its letters, was not merely a temporary policy adopted by Sixtus for the occasion. Having once been asserted, it was persisted in. Paul III, July 5, 1549, confirmed the bull of 1484, and subjected to the anathema of the bull in Cani Domini all who called in question the validity of such letters. When confined to the forum of conscience, they were sealed and addressed to the confessor. When intended for the judicial forum, they were patent. As Paul died November 10, 1549, before the publication of this brief, it was confirmed and issued February 22, 1550, by Julius III. It was the settled purpose of the Holy See of the period to continue this profitable business of selling pardons so long as purchasers could be found for them. They continued to plague the Inquisition, and we shall see what stern measures Ferdinand found necessary for their suppression. Yet Ferdinand was justified and the curious self-condemned, for when the Roman Inquisition was reorganized and found its operations similarly impeded by the letters of the penitentiary, it ordered, September 26, 1550, its subordinates to pay no attention to them. Meanwhile, the struggle continued in Spain. Isabella applied in 1482 to Sixtus to give her inquisitors power to pronounce final judgments that should not be subject to revision or appeal. He replied February 23, 1483, that he would take counsel with the Sacred College, the result of which was a bull of May 25th, in which he conferred on Íñigo Manrique, Archbishop of Seville, appellate jurisdiction from the inquisitors, deputizing him in place of the Pope for the Spanish dominions. This expedient brought no relief to the conversos. The inquisitors paid no respect to it, and would-be appellants found that it was not safe to go to Seville for revision of their cases by the archbishop. It was the same with the letters of absolution that continued to be issued. They were disregarded, and many fugitives who had procured them found on their return that they had been burnt in effigy during their absence, and that the document on which they relied was of no avail. They needed something more, and Sixtus was nothing loath to grant it. As early as August 2nd, he followed the bull of May 25th with another, for which we may safely assume that the conversos paid roundly, for in it he evoked to Rome all pending cases of appeal. He ordered the Spanish bishops to protect at all hazards the bearers of papal letters of absolution, even to the invocation of the secular arm, and he entreated Ferdinand and Isabella to show mercy to their subjects as they hoped for mercy from God. Whatever was paid for this was money vainly thrown into the bottomless sea of the Curia. 11 days later, with shameless effrontery, Sixtus wrote to the sovereigns that it had been issued without proper deliberation, and that he suspended it. This reinstated Manrique as appellate judge, and Juan of Seville, who had carried the previous brief to the Bishop of Évora for multiplying, was brought with his companions before the archbishop, who condemned them. The gold of the victims was vainly pitted against the unalterable will of the sovereigns, for the Holy See had no scruple in selling exemptions and abandoning the purchasers. The delegation to the Archbishop Manrique by no means inferred that Sixtus relinquished his own profitable appellate jurisdiction, and, to encourage appeals, it was necessary to manifest indignation when the inquisitors rated the papal action at its true value. How little they respected it is manifested in a brief of July 4, 1484, addressed to the inquisitors Miguel de Murillo and Juan de San Martin, reciting that the Dean of Mondoñedo, 2 canons of Seville, and several others whom they were prosecuting and whose property they had sequestered, had appealed from them, that Sixtus had referred the cases to the Bishop of Terracina and some of the auditors of the Sacred Palace, at whose instance the inquisitors had been ordered to cease the proceedings, to grant absolution ad cautelam, and to lift the sequestration which deprived the parties of the means to carry on the appeal. That the inquisitors had not only flatly refused obedience and had kept possession of the property, but had constrained the appellants under oath and threat of censures not to prosecute or appeal or even write to Rome, on the ground that they had the jurisdiction and would render judgment. Wherefore Sixtus now pronounces null and void all proceedings since the issue of the inhibitory order, and prohibits further action under threat of excommunication. The sequestration is to be lifted, and all the papers are to be sent to Rome. There was no reason why this should command obedience more than the previous order, and we may feel sure that the appellants fared no better in consequence. The case has interest only as a specimen of innumerable others, which were bringing an abundant harvest to the officials of the Curia without affording relief to the victims, who were like a shuttlecock between 2 battledores, yielding sport to the players as they were driven from one to the other. Archbishop Manrique's position as appellate judge must also have been lucrative, for on his death in 1485, the succession was eagerly sought for and was obtained by the papal vice-chancellor Rodrigo Borgia. But Ferdinand had had experience of him in Valencia, and the sovereigns remonstrated so effectually that he was obliged to withdraw in favor of their nominee, Cardinal Hurtado de Mendoza, Bishop of Palencia. Sixtus IV had died August 12, 1484, to be succeeded by Innocent VIII. The Inquisition might hope for an improvement, but was resolved to resist with greater energy than before if the new pope should imitate his predecessor. In a series of instructions issued December 6, 1484, Torquemada provided for a resident agent in Rome whose expenses were to be defrayed from the confiscations. He complained of the extraordinary and illegal letters so profusely granted by Sixtus, and announced that the sovereigns would suspend the operation of such letters, but that action would be withheld until it should be seen whether Innocent continued a practice so prejudicial. Innocent must already have given evidence that his methods were the same as those of Sixtus, for in less than 10 days Ferdinand issued, December 15th, a savage pragmatica, far more decisive than Torquemada had forecast, for it decreed death and confiscation for all who should use such letters, whether emanating from the Pope or his subordinates, unless they should have received the royal exequatur, and all notaries and scriveners who should act under them or take transcripts of them were deprived of their offices. As a matter of course, the change of pontiffs worked no change in the lucrative business, except that perhaps under Innocent the practice of taking money and betraying those who paid it became more unblushing than before, and promises to both sides were made and broken with still greater facility. To this end, care was taken to maintain the papal jurisdiction, for when the new pope was asked to confirm or renew Torquemada's commission, and power was asked for him to disregard the exemptions issued in blank for names to be filled in, and absolutions granted on false confessions, and other abuses impeding in every way the Inquisition, Innocent turned a deaf ear, and the commission was only renewed, not enlarged. Then the sovereigns assumed the power denied to Torquemada and issued circular letters, July 29, 1485, addressed to all the ecclesiastical authorities, reciting how, to the scandal of religion, disregard of the royal preeminence, and damage to the rise, certain parties obtained bulls, rescripts, provisions, and confessional letters from Sixtus IV and Innocent VIII to protect themselves in their crime. As it is not to be supposed that the popes would do this knowingly, all such letters are suspended until the papal intention, after due information, can be ascertained and obeyed. Meanwhile, no such briefs are to be enforced until after the submission to the sovereigns for their approval. It is not easy to follow the rapid tergiversations of the Pope, for the pledges given to either side were impartially violated almost as soon as given, the only explanation being that both sides could get what briefs they desired provided they were willing to pay what was demanded. For a while the influence of Ferdinand and Isabella prevailed, and in a solemn repetition of Torquemada's commission, April 24, 1486, Innocent directed that all appeals should be made to him and not to the Holy See. Still more emphatic was a disgraceful brief of November 10, 1487, by which he declared inoperative all the letters issued by the penitentiary, whose purchasers he thus surrendered to the inquisitors, whom he authorized to proceed in spite of the inhibitions contained in them. Possibly he may have recognized that this breach of faith was likely to damage the market by destroying confidence, for the ink was scarce dry in this brief when he issued another, November 27th, ordering that, when such letters were produced, they, or authentic copies of them, should be sent with details of the case, and that, until his decision was announced, proceedings should be suspended. Ferdinand thereupon forbade the inquisitors to accept such letters, notwithstanding which their issue continued without remission, for on May 17, 1488, Innocent declares that they should be invalid unless presented within a month of that date. Simultaneous with this was an elaborate bull of the same date, doubtless procured by the Conversos of Aragon, addressed to the Bishop of Majorca, reciting the daily appeals from the Kingdom of Aragon, which were committed to judges in the Curia, who issued inhibitions to the inquisitors. As this impeded the Inquisition, the Pope evoked to himself all pending cases and committed them to the bishop to be decided without appeal, his commission continuing during the papal pleasure. We may reasonably doubt whether Ferdinand permitted the bishop to exercise these functions. Even if he did so, the Conversos profited little, for the good bishop died in about 6 months, and there is no trace of the appointment of a successor. Yet when Ferdinand wanted to save those whom he favored from the Inquisition, he sometimes had recourse to procuring for them papal letters to which he granted his exequatur. He did this for his treasurer, Gabriel Sanchez, and for the vice-chancellor of Aragon, Alonso de la Caballeria. Gabriel Sanchez also obtained letters for his brothers, Alonso and Guillen, which Ferdinand approved and had some difficulty in 1498 in preventing the tribunal of Saragossa from seizing and suppressing them. There was even more significant recognition of the appellate power of the Holy See in the case of Gonzalo Alfonsi, defunct in 1493. The Consulta de Fe was unable to reach unanimity, and in place of referring it to the Suprema, the consultors referred it to Alexander VI, who, by brief of August 13th, appointed the Bishop of Cordova and the Benedictine Prior of Valladolid to decide the case, at the same time inhibiting the inquisitors from further cognizance. The year 1492 saw the conquest of Granada achieved and the death of Innocent VIII. The one event greatly increased the reputation and influence of Ferdinand, and the other placed in the papal chair Rodrigo Borgia, better known as Alexander VI. Both men were unscrupulous, but the political situation brought them into close relations, and the services rendered by the king to the Pope, or still more perhaps, the disservice which he could render, made the latter eager to gratify him. In 1494 he confirmed and enlarged the letters of Innocent VIII, prescribing that appeals should be made to the Inquisitor General and not to the Holy See. To render this effective, he commissioned, as we have seen, one of the Inquisitors General, Francisco de la Fuente, as appellate judge to hear all cases. The brief of appointment, November 4, 1494, shows in what a tangled condition these matters have been brought by the shifting and shiftless papal policy, governed alone by the expectation of profit. It recites that Innocent VIII, at the instance of Spanish suspects of heresy, had committed their cases, both original and appellate, to various auditors of the Sacred Palace, where they remained pending for lack of evidence not obtainable in Rome. Wherefore Innocent had evoked them all to himself, but had appointed no judge to hear them, and no further progress was made. Besides, under their commissions, the said auditors had issued letters compulsory, inhibitory, and citatory on inquisitors and other officials, in consequence of which they were under excommunication, and against this they appealed. To put an end to these dangers and scandals, Alexander therefore evoked anew all these cases to himself, and committed them to La Fuente, together with all arising in the future, granting him full power for their final determination. End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 1. Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 2 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA, Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 5, Part 2, Appeals to Rome. Still, the lucrative business of issuing letters of absolution and reintegration went on unchecked, until pressure from Spain, which was insufficient to restrain their manufacture and sale, at least induced Alexander to betray those who had bought them. On August 29, 1497, he issued a bull reciting how heretics, who had been burnt in effigy, had obtained from him absolution, rehabilitation, and exemption from the inquisitorial jurisdiction, to the scandal of the faithful. Wherefore, at the request of Ferdinand and Isabella, he now withdraws and annuls all these letters, except in the form of conscience. Even this did not satisfy Ferdinand, who, under the pretext that a papal secretary named Bartolomeo Florido had issued false ones, ordered the inquisitors to seize them when presented and to send them to him in order that he might communicate with the Pope about them. This was followed by decrees of the Suprema, January 8th and February 12th, 1498, commanding all who had obtained absolutions and dispensations from Rome to deliver them within a given time to the inquisitors, who would forward them to the Inquisitor General for verification of their genuineness, thus obtaining possession of all letters, to the general terror of the owners. Ferdinand, as we have seen, was obliged to write to Saragossa to protect Alonso de la Caballeria and the brother Sanchez, while Isabella interceded, June 26th, for a servant of hers who had procured such a letter and could not produce it. Then Alexander was called upon for a more absolute surrender of those who had dealt with him, and on September 17th he addressed a brief to the Spanish Inquisitors, empowering them to proceed against all heretics, notwithstanding all letters of absolution and reintegration, heretofore or hereafter issued, for all such letters were to be held as having been granted inadvertently. What with Spanish fanaticism and papal faithlessness, the Conversos were between the hammer and the anvil. Their only recourse was exile. Many abandoned Spain, and a portion of these found in Rome a refuge, for Alexander welcomed them in view of the heavy imposts which they had paid for safety and toleration. They also furnished him with material for a speculative outburst of persecution when, in 1498, he was in need of funds to furnish forth the magnificent embassy of his son Caesar, sent to bear to Louis XIII the bull of divorce from Queen Jeanne. He appointed as inquisitors Cardinal Pietro Isuale and the Master of the Sacred Palace, Fra Paolo de Monlia, who proclaimed a term of grace during which the Spaniards suspect of heresy could come forward. 230 presented themselves. The form of receiving and examining their confession was gone through with. They were admitted to mercy, and a salutary penance was imposed in lieu of penalties that might have been inflicted in Spain. What was the amount of this cannot be known, but it must have been considerable, for the inquisitors could ransom them at discretion. A solemn auto de fe was celebrated in St. Peter's, July 29th, in the presence of Alexander and his cardinals. The penitents were marched thither in pairs, were reconciled to the Church, abjured their heresies, and were sentenced to wear the San Benito and to undergo penance, after which they were taken in procession to Santa Maria sopra Minerva, where they were relieved of the San Benitos and discharged. The performance evidently was expected not to be pleasing to the Spanish sovereigns, for part of the penance assigned was to furnish a notarial attestation that they would not return to Spain without license from the Catholic kings, under pain of relaxation as relapsed. There were doubtless intimations of Ferdinand's displeasure, which drew from these impromptu inquisitors a letter of September 10th to their Spanish brethren, and one of October 5th from Alexander to the sovereigns, in which the provision respecting return to Spain was emphasized. Ferdinand, however, was not to be thus placated. Indeed, he had already, on August 2nd, issued an edict designed to frustrate further attempts by the papacy to share in the profits of persecution. In this he ordered the execution without trial of all who had fled from condemnation by the Inquisition, and who should venture to return no matter what exemptions, reconciliations, safe conducts, or privileges they might allege. Any property they might possess was apportioned in thirds to the informer, the official, and the fiscal, and any one harboring them, and any official neglecting to execute the edict, was threatened with confiscation. The prevention of further speculative performances of this kind was doubtless the motive for the stringent regulations, which we have seen above, in 1499 and 1500, to prevent the escape of the conversos. Ferdinand sometimes recognized the papal letters, as in the case of some parties named Beltram in 1499, which he permitted to be heard by the commissioners appointed by the Pope. But there was too much at stake for him to abandon the struggle, and the papacy followed its practices of sacrificing those who sought its protection, while never failing to promise it. Early in 1502, the sovereigns remonstrated forcibly as to the great damage to the faith resulting from these letters, transferring cases to special commissioners, and Alexander promptly responded by a bull evoking to himself all such cases, and committing them to the Inquisitor General Deza, to be decided by him personally, or with assessors whom he might call in. To this Ferdinand objected, under the pretext of the hardship which it would inflict on the appellants, as Deza had to follow the migratory court, and Alexander, with his usual pliancy, empowered Deza, August 31st, to appoint deputies to decide cases. Deza availed himself of this to restore the cases to the tribunals, instructing them to proceed to final judgment without regard to any papal letters that might be presented, and thus again the unlucky appellants were delivered back to their persecutors without recourse. Julius II was elected November 1st, 1503, and the next day, even before his coronation, he issued a motu proprio to Ferdinand and Isabella, confirming all graces and privileges granted by his predecessors, and especially those to the Inquisition. Still, appeals to the Holy See continued to pour in, and to be welcomed, and, in 1505, Ferdinand remonstrated energetically, asking a recall of all commissions, and drawing a doleful picture of the religious condition of Spain, which was saved only by the Inquisition from a schism worse than that of Arius. Philip of Austria, however, in his eagerness to win papal support, abandoned the claims of the Inquisition, and admitted to the Holy See that it could not refuse to entertain the appeals of those who sought its protection. Julius had no intention of divesting himself of the supreme jurisdiction, which was so profitable, and he took care to assert it in the commissions issued in 1507 to Ximenes and Bishop Enguera, as inquisitors general respectively of Castile and Aragon, by evoking to himself all cases pending in the tribunals and committing them to the new incumbents and those whom they might deputize. Like his predecessor, Julius with one hand sold letters of absolution and inhibition, while with the other he declared them invalid. A brief of November 9, 1507, recites that some persons, pretending to be aggrieved, have appealed to the Holy See, whereby the Inquisition is impeded. Therefore he decrees that all appeals must be to the Inquisitor General, while those to Rome are to be regarded as null. The inquisitors are to disregard them and not to delay on account of them. Still, the output of these letters was unchecked, and for a while Ferdinand fluctuated in his policy with regard to them. Sometimes, as in a Sardinia case in 1508, he ordered the inquisitor to arrest and punish severely those concerned in procuring them, assuring him of the royal protection against the indignation of Rome. Sometimes, as in the Valladolid case in 1509, he assumes the current convenient fiction that the letters are issued surreptitiously, that the Pope, on better information, will withdraw them, and meanwhile they are held suspended. The trial is to go on, and the sequestrations are not to be lifted. Finally, in a pragmatica of August 31st, 1509, a definite policy was adopted, combining both methods, and based on the principle that if the letters were surreptitious, those who obtained them deserved condign punishment. This required all such briefs to be submitted to the Suprema for examination and reference back to Rome. If found to be rightly issued, exequatur would be granted. But without this, anyone presenting such letters to inquisitors incurred, as in the Pragmatica of December 15, 1484, irremissible death and confiscation. Notaries acting under them were deprived of office, while secular officials were commanded to execute the edict under pain of 5,000 florins, and ecclesiastics under seizure of temporalities and perpetual exile. The ferocity of this, after a constant struggle with the Curia for 25 years, shows the importance attached by Ferdinand to the autonomy of the Inquisition and his determination to suppress all papal interference. Still, that interference continued, and Ferdinand could not but recognize that it was legal. In a case occurring in 1510, when a certain Augustinian Fray Dionisio, on trial before the Tribunal of Seville, obtained letters committing the case to a judge who inhibited the tribunal, Ferdinand requested the Pope to evoke the case and commit it to Cardinal Ximenes, and further that all future cases of the kind should be similarly treated. In all this long wrangle, the diplomatic reserve is observable, which assumed that the Holy See was actuated by motives that, if mistaken, were at least disinterested. The financial element underlying its action was fully recognized, however, and when the Spanish delegates were sent to the Lateran Council in 1512, among the instructions which they bore was one which said that Rome must not in future defend, as it had been defending, the apostates of Jewish race who were burnt in effigy at home, while they purchased for money dispensations in the Curia. In fact, Charles V, in a letter of April 30th, 1519, to his ambassador Louis Carroz, openly asserted that the briefs issued in the time of Ferdinand had been obtained by the conversos through the payment of heavy sums. The delegates to the Lateran Council, of course, effected nothing, and Leo X, while his penitentiaries and auditors were as busy as ever, was even more regardless than his predecessors of the papal dignity, in annulling their acts after the fees had been paid. In a motu proprio of May 31, 1513, he alludes to the letters negligently granted by Julius II and himself, through which the business of the Inquisition was impeded, Wherefore he empowers Ximenes to inhibit, under excommunication and other penalties, all persons, even of episcopal rank, from using such letters of commission to entertain appeals. In the kingdoms of Aragon, the Cortes of Monzon in 1510 agreed that no one should appeal from the tribunals to the Pope, but only to the Inquisitor General. Possibly this may have led to the invention of a method of reprisals which was infinitely annoying and difficult to meet. A certain Baldere Metele procured from Rome a citation to appear addressed to Monsen Coda, the judge of confiscations in Barcelona, and some other officials. This completely nonplussed the tribunal, and Ferdinand was driven to instructing, November 2, 1510, his lieutenant general of Catalonia to consult with the Inquisitor General Enguera as to the best mode of inducing Metele to withdraw the citation. He was obstinate, especially as he had meanwhile procured citations on other officials, and Ferdinand could find no other remedy than notifying the Diputados that the agreement of Monzon was a totality, and that if the clause respecting appeals was violated, Enguera would disregard the rest. What was the result, the documents fail to inform us, but an even more troublesome case occurred in Saragossa, when Sanchez de Romeral, on being prosecuted, fled to Rome. March 11, 1511, Ferdinand wrote to his ambassador to request the Pope send him back to the Inquisitor General, but the Pope declined, and Ferdinand was moved to lively wrath. In 1513, on learning that Romeral, who had meanwhile been burnt in effigy, had procured citations on all the officials, from the inquisitors down, including even the consultors who had acted in the Consulta de Fe, and that he had managed to get the citations published in Tudela and Cascante. Ferdinand wrote to Rome in terms of vigorous indignation, and ordered the Archbishop of Saragossa, the Captain General of Navarre, and the inquisitors to consult with lawyers as to the best means of punishing this audacious attack on the Inquisition. Apparently there was no means of parrying such an attack save coming to terms with the other side, so long as the Curia was willing to lend itself to this guerrilla warfare. This was seen in a somewhat similar case in Sicily in 1511, when a certain Cola de Aiello, condemned to perpetual imprisonment by the Inquisitor Belorado, managed to escape. He took himself to Rome as a penitent, and there commenced suit against Belorado and his colleague, the Bishop of Cefalti. The bishop was obliged to obey a summons to Rome. The affair was protracted and gave so much trouble that when Aiello wanted to return to Sicily and offered to withdraw the suit, Ferdinand agreed to let him come back, pardoned his offenses, including jail-breaking, and gave him safe conduct against further prosecution. This method of fighting the Inquisition would probably have been more frequently adopted, but for the risk to which were exposed the notaries and scriveners, whose ministrations were essential. In the present case, the one who sent the citation to the bishop was seized by the viceroy, tortured, and probably punished severely. One or two cases will illustrate the chaotic condition produced by these contending elements, especially after the death of Ferdinand, January 23, 1516, had removed from the scene of action his resolute will and ceaseless activity. Miguel Verdreña, suspected of complicity in the murder of Bernardo Castelli, assessor of the tribunal of Balaguer, appealed to the Pope from the prison of the tribunal of Barcelona. The Suprema of Aragon vainly instructed its Roman agent to make every effort to defeat the appeal. Leo X committed the case to the Bishop of Ascoli, who ordered the tribunal to release Verdreña on his giving security to constitute himself a prisoner in Rome. The inquisitors had lost all respect for papal letters, and refused obedience, whereupon the bishop appointed certain local prelates as commissioners to prosecute them and inflict censures. The Suprema inhibited these commissioners from acting, but not before they had excommunicated the inquisitors, who applied to Leo for relief. Leo had already, at least in appearance, abandoned Verdreña in a brief of May 5, 1517, addressed to Cardinal Adrian, then Inquisitor General of Aragon, styling Verdrena that son of iniquity, evoking the case to himself, and committing it to Adrian. But accompanying this brief, and one of the same date, was another of private instructions, in which Verdrena was alluded to as his dearest son, and Adrian was told that the case was committed to him in order that his dexterity might compound it. The evidence was doubtful, and Verdrena had purged it sufficiently. It would seem that he should rather be acquitted than condemned. But if Adrian thought otherwise, he was to send a statement, when Leo would give final orders. Some 3 months later there was another brief to Adrian about the excommunicated inquisitors. If the censures were subsequent to the withdrawal of the case from the Bishop of Ascoli, they were invalid, but the whole matter was left to Adrian. We have no means of knowing what was the final outcome of the case, but it sufficiently indicates the entanglements caused by the conflicting jurisdictions and the contradictory actions of the popes, as his officials were bought by one side or the other. Another aspect of these affairs is exhibited in the case of the heirs of Juan Enrique de Medina, whose bones were condemned by the tribunal of Cuenca to be exhumed and burnt. The heirs appealed to Ximenes, who commissioned judges to revise the sentence, but these refused to the heirs a copy of the proceedings, by which alone they could rebut the evidence. Then they appealed to Pope Leo, who appointed 3 commissioners to hear the case and communicate the proceedings to the heirs, on their giving security not to harm the witnesses. The parties appointed, doubtless fearing to incur the enmity of the Inquisition, declined to serve, and the last we hear of the case is a brief of May 19, 1517, threatening them with excommunication for persistence. With the appointment of Cardinal Adrian as Inquisitor General of Castile as well as of Aragon, Leo in 1518 confirmed the decrees of Innocent VIII and Alexander VI, granting him exclusive appellate jurisdiction, and Adrian, when Pope, repeated this in 1523 in favor of Manrique. Yet this in no way interfered with the reception in Rome of the multitudinous applications, both appellate and in first instance, which Charles V, in a letter of October 29, 1518, to Cardinal Santiquato, broadly hinted was accomplished by the free use of money. How recklessly indeed the papal jurisdiction was prostituted at the service of the first comer is evidenced in the case of a mill in Paterna purchased by Juan Claver from the confiscated estate of Eufre Rinses. The Infante Enrique laid claim to it. The Tribunal of Valencia decided in favor of Claver and imposed perpetual silence on Enrique. On the death of Claver, Enrique brought suit against his heir before a judge of his own selection, whom the tribunal promptly inhibited. Enrique then procured a papal brief inhibiting the tribunal and committing the case to this judge. Then Charles V intervened, October 29, 1518, ordering Enrique to bring his suit before the tribunal. Papal letters issued after such fashion had no moral weight and were lightly disregarded. The contempt felt for them was increased by Leo's perpetual vacillations. A brief of September 9, 1518, to Adrian states that in view of the iniquity and injustice of the tribunal of Palermo and some others, he had placed all such matters in the hands of his vicar, the Cardinal of San Bartolomeo in Insula, with faculties to decide them and coerce the inquisitors with censures and fines. But now he thinks it better that these affairs shall be confided to Adrian, to whom he commits them with full powers. A contemporary case which attracted much attention at the time shows Leo in a more favorable light. Blanquina Diaz was an octogenarian widow of Valencia, whose orthodoxy had never been suspected, but in 1517 she was denounced for Judaism and thrown into the secret prison. An appeal to the Pope brought orders that she be released on good security, be allowed defense, and the case be speedily tried. This brief never reached the tribunal, being apparently suppressed by the Suprema, whereupon Leo issued a second one, March 4, 1518, evoking the case to himself and committing it to 2 ecclesiastics of Valencia, Blanquina being meanwhile placed in a convent, and Cardinal Adrian being especially prohibited from intervening, anything that he might do being declared invalid. It was probably before this was received that the tribunal submitted the case to Adrian, who assembled a consulta de fe and condemned Blanquina to perpetual imprisonment and confiscation. The papal intervention seems to have aroused much feeling. Charles was ready to sign anything drawn up for him by Adrian, and in 2 letters of May 18th and June 18th to his Roman agent Luis Carroz, he ordered the latter to disregard all other business in the effort to procure the withdrawal of the 2 briefs. If the safety of all his dominions had been at stake, he could not have been more emphatic. Such interference with the Inquisition was unexampled. Unless the Pope would revoke the briefs and promise never to issue similar ones, the Holy Office would be totally destroyed, and heresy would flourish unpunished, for everyone would seek relief at the Curia, and the service of God would become impossible. He also wrote to the Pope and the cardinals, while Adrian and the Suprema sent pressing letters. Leo, however, was firm in substance, though he yielded in form. In briefs of July 5th and 7th to Adrian, he ordered that everything done since his letters of March 4th should be annulled, Blanquina being restored to her good fame, her son Benito being removed, and she being placed under bail in a convent or in the house of a kinsman. As the evidence against her consisted of trifles committed in childhood, he again evoked the case to himself and committed it to Adrian. There had been active work on both sides in Rome, for the brief of July 5th gave Adrian full power to decide the case, while that of the 7th limited him to sending the results to Leo and awaiting instructions as to the sentence. Leo thus kept Blanquina's fate in his hands. Adrian was only his mouthpiece, and the sentence pronounced her to be lightly suspect of heresy and discharged her without imprisonment or confiscation. A further instance of Leo's vacillation is the coincidence that the brief of March 4th in Blanquina's favor was dated the same day as Adrian's commission as Inquisitor General of Castile, in which Leo evoked to himself all pending cases, whether in the tribunals or the Curia, and committed them to Adrian with full power to inhibit all persons from assuming cognizance of them. With this before him, it is scarce a subject of surprise that Charles V, on April 30th, instructed his ambassador to tell the Pope that no letters prejudicial to the Inquisition would be admitted. This threat he carried out in a contemporaneous case which for some years embroiled the Inquisition with the Curia. Bernardino Diaz had been tried and discharged by the Tribunal of Toledo, after which he had a quarrel with Bartolome Martinez, whom he accused of perjury in his case, and killed him. Diaz fled to Rome, while the tribunal not only burnt him in effigy, but seized his wife and mother and some of his friends as accomplices in his escape. In Rome he secured pardon in both the interior and exterior form, on condition of satisfying the kindred of Martinez, to the great indignation of Charles, who complained, not without reason, of this invasion of jurisdiction. Diaz also procured a brief ordering the liberation of the prisoners and the release of their property, but when the executors named in it endeavored to enforce it, the Toledo tribunal seized their procurator and compelled its surrender. This realization of Charles' threat exasperated the Curia, and the Auditor General of the Camera summoned the inquisitors to obey the brief or answer personally in Rome for their contumacy. They did neither, and were duly excommunicated. Charles wrote repeatedly and bitterly about this unexampled persecution of those who had merely administered justice. The case dragged on for some 3 years, and its ultimate outcome does not appear, but the family of Diaz were probably released, for in 1520 we hear of the removal of the excommunication in connection with the revocation by the inquisitors of their proceedings against Juan de Salazar, a canon of Toledo, residing in Rome in the papal service, whom they had deprived of citizenship and temporalities for some action of his in prejudice of the Inquisition. Another person who, about this time, gave infinite vexation to Charles and Adrian was Diego de las Casas of Seville, the agent who bore to Rome the contested proceedings of the Cortes of Aragon and labored for their confirmation. He was well supplied with funds, and naturally was a persona grata to the Curia. The Inquisition speedily attacked him, in its customary unscrupulous manner, by not only prosecuting him in absentia, but by seizing his brothers Francisco and Juan and their wives. To meet this, he procured a brief committing the cases to Adrian and to Ferdinand de Arce, Bishop of Canaries, with a provision that the parties should present themselves to Adrian and Arce, and keep such prison as might be designated for them, and further permitting them to select advocates for their defense. Equitable as were these provisions, the brief excited hot indignation. When laid before the royal council, it was pronounced scandalous and of evil example, and its execution was refused. Charles wrote in haste to Leo, April 30, 1519, that it was scandalous and would destroy the Inquisition. He instructed his agents to procure its revocation to be forwarded by the next courier, and he invoked by letters the cardinals and the Spanish interest to bring what pressure they could upon the Pope. His urgency was fruitless, and when, in September, he sent Lope Hurtado de Mendoza to Rome, as special ambassador in the quarrel with Aragon, his instructions were to represent to the Pope the impropriety of harboring in Rome fugitives from the Inquisition, especially Diego de las Casas and his colleague Juan Gutierrez, whose parents and grandparents and kindred had been reconciled or burnt. They should be expelled, and Mendoza was to labor for the revocation of their briefs and all other exemptions and commissions in favor of conversos. Mendoza exerted all his diplomatic ability, but although Leo admitted, in a brief of July 13, 1520, to Adrian, that for the evocation of cases to Rome, both on appeal and in first instance, led to delays, impunity for offenders, and encouragement of offenses, still he would not abandon Diego de las Casas. The grant by Sixtus IV of appellate jurisdiction to the Inquisitor General, he admitted, had been beneficial, and, in hopes that Adrian would use it with integrity and justice, he evoked to himself all cases pending in the Roman courts, and committed them to Adrian with full powers. But he made no promises as to the future, and he especially accepted his physician, Ferdinand de Aragon, and his wife, Diego de las Casas, Juan Gutierrez, and the deceased Juan de Covarrubias, whose case had long been in dispute. To all these, and to their kindred, and to the third degree, and their property, Leo granted letters exempting them from the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and committing them to the Archbishop of Saragossa and certain other ecclesiastical dignitaries. Complaints soon arose as to the manner in which these commissioners exercised their powers, to the dishonor of the Inquisition. Leo yielded by a brief of January 8, 1521, in which he substituted Adrian and the Nuncio Vianesio de Albergati with full power to inhibit their predecessors. Then, in a more formal brief of January 20th, he deprecated the evil caused by the cases which were daily brought to Rome, and committed them all to Adrian, saving those of the 5 exempts, in which the nuncio was to be conjoined with him, and at the same time he revoked the letters exempting them and their kindred, and empowering them to select judges for themselves. It was a practical surrender, although Leo distinguished Las Casas and Gutierrez by styling them his beloved children. These cases will suffice to show how the traditional policy of the Curia continued, of taking the money of the refugees and appellants for protecting briefs, and then abandoning them by revocations issued, without even a sense of shame when their funds were exhausted in the protracted struggle. Yet, undeterred by this, there was a constant succession of new applicants who had no other refuge on earth, and the valueless briefs were granted with unfailing readiness. It was a source of perpetual irritation, and Charles was untiring in his efforts to counteract it, not always observing due courtesy, as when, March 25th, 1525, he wrote to Clement VII in violent language to revoke and erase from the registers a brief granted to Louis Coulon, and to order his officials not to issue such letters, as they were scandalous. He no longer had the excuse of his youthful tutelage under Adrian, and yet his subserviency to the Inquisition was complete. This was manifested in the case of Bernardo de Orda, a servant of Cardinal Colonna, who had a suit against Dr. Saldana about the treasurership of the Church of Leon. Saldana was a member of the Suprema, and when Orda came to Spain, it was not difficult to have him charged with heresy and arrested by the tribunal of Valladolid. He escaped to Rome, and the prosecution was continued against him in absentia, whereupon Charles demeaned himself by writing to Colonna July 30th, 1528, asking him to prevent Orda from obtaining a brief of exemption, as it would be an injury to the faith, and also not to favor him in his suit with Saldana. Meanwhile, the popes continued to propitiate Charles' growing power by granting, with as much facility as ever, what was nominally exclusive appellate jurisdiction to the Inquisitor General. In 1523, Adrian VI, as we have seen, confirmed in favor of Manrique the bulls of Sixtus IV and Alexander VI. Clement VII went even farther, for in a bull of January 6, 1524, he not only evoked all pending cases and committed them to Manrique, but decreed that any commissions which he might thereafter issue should be invalid without the express assent of Charles, while all appeals were to be made to the Inquisitor General and not to the Holy See. And this he repeated June 16, 1525. Still, appeals continued to be made to Rome, and briefs to be granted requiring repeated confirmations of the bulls of 1524 and 1525, with inclusion of the letters obtained in the interval, of which we have examples in 1532 and 1534. Charles was thus justified in enforcing Ferdinand's Pragmatica of 1509, as when, in 1537, he ordered the Corregidor of Murcia to prevent the publication of certain letters understood to have been procured from the Pope against the Inquisition. If presented, they were to be sent to the Council of Castile for its action, and parties endeavoring to use them were to be arrested and dealt with as might be deemed most advantageous to the Holy Office. The position of Charles, as the master of Italy and the protagonist of the Church in its struggle with Lutheranism, had thus enabled him to obtain for the Inquisition virtual, though not acknowledged, independence of Rome. There is a very striking illustration of this in 1531, when Clement VII intervened in favor of Fray Francisco Ortiz, a celebrated Observantine preacher, prosecuted for audaciously criticizing the Inquisition from the pulpit. He had lain in prison for more than 2 years, obstinately refusing to retract when the interposition of Clement was sought. He did not evoke the case, but, in terms of remarkable deference, July 1, 1531, he suggested to Manrique that, if nothing else was alleged against Ortiz, he might be held as sufficiently punished by his long imprisonment, and might be restored to liberty, in view of his blameless life, and the profit to souls to be expected from his preaching. This Clement asked as a favor, moved only by Christian charity and zeal for the salvation of souls. To this carefully guarded request, the Inquisition turned a deaf ear. If the trial of Ortiz came to an end in February 1532, it was because he voluntarily submitted himself completely, and his sentence was by no means light, including public penance, which was rarely inflicted on an ecclesiastic. Paul III was more decided when his intervention was asked by Charles V, who, in spite of his bitter protests against papal interference, found himself obliged to appeal in behalf of his favorite preacher, Fray Alonso Virues. The Seville tribunal had prosecuted the latter on a charge of Lutheranism, had kept him imprisoned for 4 years, and had sentenced him to reclusion in a convent for 2 years, and suspension from preaching for 2 more. Charles, who had vainly sought to protect him during his trial, supported an appeal to the Pope and obtained a brief of May 29, 1538, which not only annulled the sentence, but forbade his future molestation. When, in 1542, Paul III reorganized the moribund papal inquisition by forming a congregation of cardinals as inquisitors general for all Christendom, there was a not unnatural apprehension that this, even if not so intended, might interfere with the independence of the Spanish Holy Office. To representations of this, he responded by a brief of April 1, 1548, in which he characterized such fears as baseless. He declared that it was not designed to interfere with the authority of the inquisitors in Spain, and he formally revoked anything to their prejudice that might be found in the decree establishing the congregation. This brief remained to the end the charter to which the Spanish Inquisition appealed in its frequent collisions with the Roman congregation, and but for such a declaration it would probably have been subordinated. This in no way affected the continual applications to Rome for relief, nor the effort of the Inquisition to suppress them. It was a singular departure from the settled policy of the government in this matter which led the Suprema in 1548 to utter a bitter complaint to Charles V, setting forth the facility with which citations and inhibitions and commissions were granted in Rome, and the daily royal cedulas dispatched to prevent them. And yet, when recently a converso presented to the royal council a petition stating that he did not dare to notify the Inquisitor General of letters concerning a case which had been decided, the council issued an order permitting any notary to serve the papers and testify to the service, with penalties for impeding it. The popes were more consistent in their inconsistency. We have seen how Paul III in 1549 and Julius III in 1551 confirmed the 1484 bull of Sixtus IV, insisting on the validity of paper letters in both the interior and judicial forum, and threatening the curses of the bull in Cene Domini on all who should impede them. Yet in 1550, a case in which papal letters were obtained led to vigorous remonstrance, and Julius, by a brief of December 15, 1551, confirmed those of Clement VII and Paul III, besides evoking all pending cases and committing them to Inquisitor General Valdez. Yet the very fact of doing this inferred the papal possession of supreme jurisdiction, which it merely delegated, a point of which the Holy See never lost sight. The commissions to the successive Inquisitors General during the century contains a clause by which all unfinished business was evoked and committed to the appointee. It is true that there was also a provision that no appeals from the tribunals should lie except to the Inquisitor General, all other appeals, even to the Holy See, being invalid and referred back to him, who was empowered to use censures to prevent interference even by cardinals. The popes could afford to be thus liberal in their grants, for their irresponsible power enabled them to disregard or to modify these delegated faculties at discretion, and these provisions never prevented them from entertaining appeals. End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 2.
Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 3 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction, Chapter 5, Part 3, Appeals to Rome. This was shown in the friction which continued throughout the long reign of Philip II, who was no less earnest than his father in maintaining the independence of the Inquisition, although his attitude was more deferential. In 1568 we find him complaining to his ambassador, Juan de Zúñiga, that appeals were made from Sardinia to Rome, not only in cases of faith but in matters of confiscation, and in civil cases concerning familiars and officials, all of which was damaging to the Inquisition and in derogation of the royal jurisdiction. Zúñiga was therefore ordered to supplicate the pope to refuse admission to all such appeals, while the viceroy of Sardinia was instructed to prevent testimony from being taken in such cases. This effort was fruitless, as likewise was that of Abbot Briceño, sent in 1580 as special commissioner on the subject to Gregory XIII to remonstrate with the utmost earnestness against the reception accorded in Rome to fugitives from the Inquisition. Soon after this a case occurred which strained the relations between the courts. Jean de Berry, a Frenchman on trial by the Tribunal of Saragossa, managed to escape to Rome, whereupon he was condemned in contumacy and burnt in effigy. He presented himself to the congregation of the Inquisition, which admitted him to bail, and he went to reside in Orbiteo. The case must have been the subject of active recrimination, for Juan de Zúñiga, at that time Viceroy of Naples, with superabundant zeal kidnapped him and despatched him to Spain. Instantly the papal court was aflame. Zúñiga was promptly excommunicated, but the censure was suspended for 4 months to allow him to return the fugitive. A rupture seemed imminent, and Zúñiga, conscious of his mistake, on learning that the galleasses had been driven back to Palermo, sent thither in hot haste. But his messenger was too late and Jean de Berry was carried to Spain. Papal dispatches couched in vigorous languages were forthwith sent to the nuncio, to Philip, to Inquisitor General Quiroga, and to the Saragossa tribunal, the nuncio being ordered to prosecute Quiroga if the prisoner was not remanded. Philip had no alternative. Quiroga, in a letter of September 12, 1582, to Gregory, announced Bern's departure, at the same time remonstrating against the asylum to fugitives offered by Rome. Berry was duly delivered to the Roman Inquisition, but there was probably a secret understanding, for at a meeting of the Congregation, June 13, 1583, presided over by Gregory, it was decreed that he should be placed in the hands of Quiroga, who should judge his case. Quiroga did nothing of the kind. He was sent to Saragossa, and the last we hear of him is a letter of the Suprema, August 3rd, to that tribunal ordering it to do justice, the customary formula for confirming a sentence. As usual, the Curia abandoned those whom it had undertaken to protect. From 1582 to 1586, the nuncio, the Berna Bishop of Lodi, was largely occupied with the question of these appeals. It formed one of several grievances arising from the exercise of papal jurisdiction in Spain, a jurisdiction which was becoming an anachronism in the development of absolute monarchy, but, as the faculties of the Inquisition were solely a delegation from the Holy See, papal control of its operations was unassailable and had to be endured. Philip gained nothing by instructing his ambassador Olivares, November 10, 1583, that it was highly important to represent to the pope that appeals should not be entertained but should be remitted back to the Inquisitor General. We have seen how little ceremony was used by Sixtus V in 1585, when he evoked the case of the Jesuit Provincial Marin and his colleagues, and how the Suprema was forced to submit. While Philip thus was unable to dispute the papal right of intervention, he had as little scruple as his predecessor in disregarding papal letters. In 1571 he ordered the surrender of all briefs evoking cases to the Holy See. Some years later the Suprema instructed the Tribunal of Lima that, if apostolic letters were presented, it was to supplicate against them, that is, to suspend and disregard them, and this was doubtless a circular sent to all tribunals. They were practically treated as a nullity, and it is a singular fact that, after so long an experience, the curious still found purchasers credulous enough to seek protection in them. In a Toledo auto de fe of 1591 there appeared 24 Judaizers of Alcazar, detected by Inquisitor Alava during a visitation. Among them was Francisco de Vega, a scrivener who, on hearing that the inquisitor was coming, had sent to Rome and procured absolutions for himself, his mother and his sister, thinking to find safety in them, but they were treated with contempt and all three culprits were reconciled with the same penalties as their companions. While thus the supreme jurisdiction of the Holy See was admitted and evaded, the Inquisition sought to create the belief that it had been abandoned. Zurita, who, as secretary of the Suprema, unquestionably knew better, makes such an assertion, and Paramo, whose experience as inquisitor in Sicily had taught him the truth, does not hesitate, in 1598, to say that, since Innocent VIII decreed that appeals should be heard by the Inquisitor General, no pope had permitted cases to be carried to the Apostolic See. It is a fair example of the incurable habit of the Inquisition to assert its possession of whatever it desired to obtain. Under Philip III, the papal supremacy continued to be exercised and was submitted to as reluctantly as ever. In 1602, a Dr. Gozas, under prosecution by the Tribunal of Murcia, managed to escape to Rome and to have his case tried there. Philip labored strenuously and persistently to have him remanded, first through his ambassador the Duke of Sessa and then through the succeeding envoy, the Duke Vescalona, to whom, in April 1, 1604, he sent a special courier urging him to renew his efforts, for every day the Roman Inquisition was intervening in what the popes had granted exclusively to the Inquisitor General, thus threatening the total destruction of the Spanish Inquisition. In 1603, a Portuguese appealed to the Roman Inquisition, alleging that his wife was unjustly held in prison. He obtained an order on the Inquisitor General to transmit the papers and meanwhile to suspend the case. Acevedo demurred, eliciting from Clement VIII a still more peremptory command, whereupon the documents were sent and, while the case was under consideration in Rome, the woman was discharged. It was preferable to let an assumed culprit go free than to allow the Roman Holy Office to exercise jurisdiction. The subserviency of Philip IV to his inquisitors general was even more marked, and we have seen how vigorously he supported the Inquisition in its extension of its jurisdiction over matters foreign to the faith, leading the clergy of Majorca to procure papal briefs exempting them from it in such cases. The chapter of Valencia was less fortunate and was exposed to the full force of the royal indignation in 1637. Inquisitor General Sotomayor had obtained a pension of 900 ducats on the Archdeaconry of Jativa and one of 340 ducats on a prebend vacated by the death of the Canon Villarasa. The chapter refused payment. Sotomayor sued them in the tribunal and of course obtained a decision in his favor. The aggrieved chapter revenged itself by seizing the customary courtesy of sending 2 canons to receive the inquisitors at the door of the cathedral on the occasion of publishing the edict. This continued for 2 years and, on the second, the door of the great chapel was locked and the inquisitors had to await its opening. For this disrespect they prosecuted the chapter, which then appealed to Rome on both suits, and obtained briefs committing the cases to a special commission of the Roman Inquisition, granting a faculty to relieve them from any excommunication and citing Sotomayor to appear in Rome. The case was assuming a serious aspect and the Suprema, November 30, 1637, presented to Philip a consulta with letters for his signature, addressed to his ambassador, to the Pope, to the Viceroy, the Archbishop, and the chapter. Philip was in the full ardor of a contest with the Pope over the jurisdiction of the nuncio and the Roman condemnation of books supporting the royal prerogative. He was not content with the measures proposed and returned the consulta with the comment that much more vigorous methods were required. nor did it comport with the royal dignity to ask for what he could legally enforce. He had therefore ordered the Council of Aragon to write to the chapter, through the viceroy, expressing his displeasure and his determination to resort to the most extreme steps. Letters were also to be written to the viceroy and the archbishop, commanding the prosecution of the chapter in the Banco Real unless the briefs were forthwith surrendered. The Inquisition was not to appear in the matter, but only the archbishop, and a minister of justice was to be at hand when the demand was made, so as to seize the briefs as soon as they were produced. This violent program was duly carried out. Canon Oñate, the custodian of the briefs, was forced to surrender them. Through the hands of the Council of Aragon, they were passed to Sotomayor and were carefully preserved as trophies in the archives of the Suprema. If this inspired in ecclesiastics the terror desired, it did not influence defendants under trial, who continued to appeal to Rome, for a Carta Acordada of August 3, 1538, orders the tribunals when such cases occur to send reports not only to it, but direct to the Roman agent of the Inquisition, in order that no time should be lost by him in working for their withdrawal. A few years later there followed the most bitter and stubborn conflict that had yet occurred between Madrid and Rome on the subject of appeals, the case of Jerónimo de Villanueva, which is so illustrative in various ways that it merits a somewhat detailed examination. Jerónimo de Villanueva, Marquis of Villalba, belonged to an ancient family of Aragon, of which kingdom he was prothonotary, or secretary of state, while his brother Agustin was Justicia. He won the favor of Olivares as well as of Philip, and accumulated a plurality of offices, rendering him at last one of the most important personages of the state, for he became a member of the Councils of Aragon, War, Cruzada and Indies, of the Camara of the Council of Indies, Secretary of State, and of the Despacho Universal de la Monarquía. In 1623 there was founded in Madrid, with the object of restoring the relaxed Benedictine discipline, a convent under the name of La Encarnación Bendita de San Plácido, with funds furnished by Villanueva and by the family of Doña Teresa de Silva, also called Valle de la Cerda, who was elected abbess. She had for some years been under the direction of Fray Francisco Garcia Calderón, a Benedictine of high reputation, who was inclined to mysticism. Villanueva had an agreement with the superiors of the order giving him the appointment of spiritual directors, and he naturally placed Calderón in charge. Before the year was out, one of the nuns became demoniacally possessed. The contagiousness of the disorder is well known, and soon 22 out of the 30 were similarly affected, including Teresa herself. Calderón was reckoned a skilful exorcist, but he was baffled, as was likewise the abbot of Ripel, who was called in. At the suggestion of the latter, the wild utterances of the demoniacs were written down, and a mass accumulated of some 600 pages, for it was a current belief that demons were often compelled by God to utter truths concealed from man. This largely took the shape of announcing that the convent would be the source of a reformation, not only of the order but of the whole Church. 11 of the nuns were to be the apostles of a new dispensation, one having the spirit of St. Peter, another that of St. Paul, and so forth, while Calderón represented Christ. They would go forth to redeem the world. When Urban VIII should die, he would be succeeded by Cardinal Borgia, who would bestow the cardinalate on Calderón. Then Calderón would be pope for 33 years, and Villanueva, who would be made a cardinal, would have a share in the great work. For 3 years this went on, to the despair of the exorcists. People began to suspect some underlying evil, and Fray Alonso de Leon, who had been associated with Calderón in the direction and had quarreled with him, denounced the affair to the Inquisition in 1628. Calderón's prosecution was ordered. He endeavored to escape to France, but was caught at Gerona and brought back to Toledo for trial. The nuns were all cast into the secret prison, where it was not difficult to extort from their fear such evidence as was wanted. Calderón endured without confession 3 rigorous tortures, but nevertheless he was condemned as an alumbrado. guilty of teaching impeccability and the other heresies ascribed to Illuminism. April 27, 1630, he was sentenced to a living death in a cell of the convent designated to receive him. Doña Teresa was relegated to a convent for 4 years, and the nuns were scattered in different houses. Apart from Illuminism, there were the consultation of demons and the prophecies of a renovation of the Church through a new apostolate. The latter was qualified as a heresy, the former was a debatable point. The 6 censors appointed by the Suprema held that belief in prophecies made by demons was superstitious divination, aggravated by the character of the prophecies and the practice of writing them out. It was no excuse to say that the demon acted as the minister of God, for this could be made to justify all heresies, and even to believe the demon to be the minister of God was superstitious divination. In all this Villanueva was compromised. His house adjoined the convent and he was much there, especially at night after his official duties were over. The conventual discipline became inevitably relaxed and, in the subsequent proceedings, it was in evidence that he had been seen sitting in Teresa's lap while she cleaned his hair of insects. He took much interest in the demonic prophecies, especially those which foretold his importance in the Church, and he treasured a picture which was drawn of his guardian angel, in which he was represented as a pillar sustaining the Church. He took part in interrogating the demons and writing what they said, and he kept these writings in his house. This appeared in the evidence taken in the trial of Teresa and the nuns, and, according to inquisitorial practice, the portions relating to him were extracted and submitted to censors who reported, March 12, 1630, unfavorably, he was an accomplice, or if not, he was at least a fautor of the heresies. Then other censors were called in and a junta was held, March 20th, which reduced the finding to his being moderately suspect of having incurred the above censure. There was evidently no desire to attack so influential a personage who was supported by the favor of Olivares, and the Inquisition carried the matter no further, but doubtless Villanueva felt the danger of his position and possibly hints may have reached him of the evidence collected which might at any time be used for the furtherance of some court intrigue. He seems to have hesitated long, but finally, on January 7, 1632, he presented a self-denunciation to Fray Antonio de Sotomayor, confessor of the king, not as yet Inquisitor General but a member of the Suprema. In this he naturally extenuated matters. He alleged his misplaced confidence in Calderon and Alonso de Leon and professed that, being unable to judge the import of it all, he made the statement in order that the proper remedy might be applied. 6 months elapsed without action, but in July 5 different groups of censors were consulted, whose opinions varied from holding him as an accomplice to declaring him guilty of no mortal sin. July 30th, the Suprema considered the case and decided that there was no ground for prosecution, one member, however, dissenting and voting for further consultation with competent theologians. The majority opinion governed and, on November 22nd, a certificate was duly given to Villanueva. He might well congratulate himself on his escape and turn his attention to rehabilitating the unfortunate nuns of San Placido. It was well nigh an example that the Inquisition should confess fallibility by revoking a judgment, and to accomplish it demanded time and perseverance. When all was ready, on February 5, 1638, Fray Gabriel de Bustamante, in the name of the Benedictine order, petitioned the Suprema to revise the case and that the nuns be set free and restored to their honor. This was referred to 9 censors, who reported, April 14th, that the nuns were innocent of anything rendering them amenable to the Inquisition. They had merely obeyed their spiritual director, and what was guilty in him was innocent in them. To save appearances, however, they added that, if they had acted on the evidence laid before their predecessors, their conclusions would have been identical. The Suprema delayed action until October 2nd, when it decided that the imprisonment of the nuns and their sentences should not affect their good name and repute, or that of their kindred, monastery, or order. They were thus rehabilitated, the convent was reorganized, and, to erase from human memory all that had occurred, in November an edict was published requiring, under severe penalties, the surrender of all relations and copies of the former sentence, many of which were fabulous. As though to secure the future of San Placido, a new building was commenced for it by Villanueva in 1641, the cornerstone of which was laid with much ceremony. It was never safe to reckon upon the Inquisition. If it could reverse a condemnation, it could reverse an acquittal, especially as St. Pius V had decreed that no acquittal for heresy should be held to be res judicata and permanent, whether pronounced by inquisitors, bishops, popes, or even the Council of Trent. For a while matters were quiescent. Villanueva was receiving fresh proofs of the royal favor. October 27, 1639, Philip gave him a seat in the Council of War and, on January 16, 1640, granted him additional graces in reward of services performed in Aragon. Even the fall of his protector Olivares, in February 1643, did not affect his position, for his membership in the Council of Indies was bestowed in April 23 of that year. Yet the disgrace of the chief favorite opened the way to many intrigues, and especially to those directed against his return to power, of which, at one time, there seemed much probability. It would be impossible now to assert with absolute certainty what was the direct object sought for in Villanueva's ruin, but we may feel confident that, in addition to the desire to divide his spoils, a powerful motive was the wish to get possession of his papers, in the hope of finding in them compromising material for use against Olivares. The first attack was skilfully directed against San Placido and not against Villanueva. Sotomayor, the aged inquisitor general, was forced, as we have seen, to resign on June 20, 1643, although he continued nominally in office until his successor, Arce y Reynoso, took possession, November 14th. Arce had already been designated for the post and, on July 13th, a royal letter informed him that Sotomayor had promised to subdelegate to him any cases that the king desired. Philip went on to say that the affair of San Placido had never ceased to give him concern. The truth had never been ascertained and, as it concerned so greatly the Catholic religion, it required a searching and impartial investigation, such as it would receive at Arce's hands, wherefore, as soon as he received power from Sotomayor, he must undertake it in such wise as would give public satisfaction. The commission from Sotomayor followed the same day and comprehended not only the nuns but all persons concerned, whether lay or clerical. The letter was evidently drawn up by Arce for the signature of Philip, who was but a tool in the hands of the intriguers. With the existence of the monarchy imperiled by 3 wars at once, and the affairs of state disorganized by the sudden removal of the minister who had managed them for 20 years, it is absurd to suppose that he could spontaneously have given a thought to the concern of the little nunnery, the settlement of which had been acquiesced in for 5 years, or that he had the slightest inkling of what was to follow. That this action was but a pretext is shown by the fact that, although there were some proceedings taken against the nuns, which for several years gave them anxiety, they were allowed without protest to appeal to the pope who, in 1648, committed the case to the Bishop of Avila, after which it seems to have been dropped, for in 1651 we find them in full enjoyment of their honor. Arce had evidently been preparing in advance for the attack on Villanueva. On July 15, 1643, he acknowledged the royal commands, which he was ready to obey. On July 24th, the king sent him an order for all the papers in the case, expressing confidence that he would act as expected from his zeal, rectitude and prudence, and only 2 days later, July 26th, he wrote to the king that the case of one of the accomplices was ready for definite sentence, but, as it involved confirming or setting aside a judgment of the Suprema, he hesitated to take the responsibility. He suggested various methods and invoked the angel of the kingdom to bring light from God to aid the king in solving so difficult a problem. To this, Philip, in total ignorance of what was on foot, replied that he had placed the matter absolutely in Arce's hands, who then concluded to let it take the form of an ordinary trial. Matters were already so far advanced that although the papers amounted to the enormous bulk of 7,500 folios, by August 27th the fiscal already had his clamosa or indictment prepared and presented. This displays the animus of the matter in being directed, not against the nuns, but exclusively against Villanueva and the proceedings of 1632 which had acquitted him. Then, on September 18th, the fiscal asked for the examination of new witnesses and on January 13, 1644, he demanded that the affair should be submitted to new censors. He recapitulated the charges which we have seen, that Villanueva wrote down the utterances of the demons and kept them in his own house, his inquiring into future events dependent upon human free will, his belief in the demons after experiencing their mendacity, his treasuring the picture of the angel, etc. There was nothing new in all this, but at a time when the Inquisition was daily trying and penancing old women for fortune-telling and divination and superstitious practices, which were held to imply what was called a pact with the demon, there was technical ground for Villanueva's prosecution, although not for the manner in which it was carried on. The new censors were selected, learned men, we are told, and eminent theologians, many of them professors in Toledo and Alcalá de Henares. A formidable array of 21 articles was submitted to them, including not only Villanueva's dealings with the demons of San Placido, but his subsequent dabbling in astrology, through which he used to predict the result of campaigns. The censors could not well hesitate in pronouncing him vehemently suspect in faith, and some even held that those who had signed the exculpation of 1632 should be prosecuted. All this was conducted with the inviolable secrecy of the Inquisition, both the king and the intended victim being kept in profound ignorance of what was on foot. The opinions of the censors were furnished at various times up to May 15, 1644. Then the Suprema took 3½ months to consider them, until Philip was conveniently absent, conducting the campaign in Catalonia. After much prayerful thought, we are told, and supplication to God, a sentence of arrest was adopted, August 31st, and executed the same day. Two inquisitors, Juan Ortiz and Calaya, went to Villanueva's house about 2 p.m., woke him from his siesta, placed him in a coach and hurried him off to Toledo, where he was thrust into a narrow cell with a little cot and kept as usual, strictly incommunicado. 6 keys were found on him, which he said covered papers belonging to the king. He declined to give orders as to his own papers, and we are informed that large quantities were found concerning San Placido, but there is discreet silence about other matters. That same day and the next, there came for him important dispatches from the king, which had to be opened by his principal secretary. Arce at once wrote to Philip announcing the arrest and assuring him that the case would be prosecuted with the utmost desire for the greater service of God. Philip's reply is the most abject expression of weakness. The mere assumption that the faith is concerned seems to paralyze his intellect and deprive him of all power of self-assertion. He was completely taken by surprise, and expressed his astonishment at such action without consulting him or the queen. Villanueva was a minister in 2 tribunals, and also Secretary of State, having in his hands papers of the utmost consequence to the kingdom. There was no risk of his flight, nor would Philip have interfered had it been his own son, wherefore it was a matter for prior consultation. As it is done, however, he can only order the Suprema to act with the sole object of the service of God and exaltation of the Holy Catholic faith, which are his chief desire and the only purpose of its existence. Arce answered this, September 21st, in a tone almost contemptuous. The inviolable secrecy of the Inquisition required that no one but the king should be informed of the commencement of the trial of one of the accomplices in the case of the nuns of San Placido, which was revived by his command. As to the queen, the arrest was made between 1 and 2 o'clock, which was an hour inconvenient for intrusion on her. This would appear sufficient as to giving notice to the king and queen, besides the disadvantage of delay and the risks of correspondence. Promptitude was essential, and the king's holy zeal always desires that there should be no delay in the affairs of God and the Holy Faith. When the king returns he can give orders about the papers, which are under lock and key. These were all the reasons that Arce deigned to give his sovereign for increasing the confusion of that terrible time by suddenly imprisoning a principal minister of state for the furtherance of a court intrigue. The arrest, of course, created much excitement. The Council of State promptly presented a consulta, which Arce, in his letter to the king, characterized as very remarkable, and it was followed by similar appeals from the other councils of which Villanueva was a member: War, Indies, Aragon, and Cruzada. The kingdom of Aragon remonstrated with the king in a memorial setting forth the long and faithful services of Villanueva, his sudden imprisonment without allowing time to settle official and personal affairs, and the infamy cast upon all his kindred. In view of the nature of the charges and his character, it would have sufficed to assign as a prison his house or a convent, as was frequently done with those of much lower rank. The kingdom begged, for the sake of a family which had so long served it, that while his case was pending he might be restored to his home under sufficient guard, and that he might have the benefit of the royal clemency and justice. Temperate as was this appeal, it aroused Arce's wrath, and he expressed to Philip a doubt whether it could be genuine, it being so extraordinary and amounting to fautorship, for which the parties should be prosecuted, although the Inquisition had not yet done so. Appeals to Philip's humanity were in vain. Although he was speedily recalled to Madrid by the illness of the queen, who died October 9th, he made no remonstrance against the unnecessary cruelty shown to Villanueva, who was left in his cell, cut off from the world. In September he fell seriously ill and was allowed to have a servant, a youth of his chamber much attached to him, who was not allowed to leave the cell until the trial was concluded. The case followed the ordinary routine, the only new matter introduced being a little book found in his desk, setting forth fortunate and unfortunate days for him as deduced from the letters of his name. Over this the censors differed, 2 of them pronouncing it innocent, while 5 held it to be included in the prohibitions of the Ars Notoria as a tacit pact with the demon. Villanueva in his defence pleaded his former acquittal, and there was a learned discussion between his advocate and the fiscal as to the applicability to the case of the bull Inter Multiplices, which defined that in heresy there could never be a final decision in favor of the accused. Philip urged dispatch on the tribunal, but it proceeded with the customary exasperating deliberation. After 18 months had passed, when Philip was holding the Cortes of Saragossa, the deputies presented, in January 1646, an appeal in the name of the kingdom, expressing entire confidence in Villanueva's innocence and urging that a period be put to the cruel suspense by the early conclusion of the trial. This was as fruitless as all previous efforts had been. It was not until he had passed 2 dreary years in his cell that a vote was taken in the case, August 3, 1646. There was general agreement that his sentence, with full details of his offences, should be read in the audience chamber and not in a public auto de fe, that he should be severely reprimanded and be forbidden to occupy the house which he had built alongside of the convent. But there was discordia as to the number of persons to be present, as to whether or not he should be required to abjure de levi for light suspicion of heresy, and as to banishing him, and there were some who voted for fining and suspending him from office for 2 years. Evidently, at the worst, there was no serious culpability proven, and there were probably few courtiers of Philip IV against whom superstitions as grave could not have been alleged. In the estilo of the Inquisition, when there was discordia in the consulta de fe, the case was referred to the Suprema, which thus became the judge. September 1st, Villanueva recused one of the members, Antonio de Aragon, and the recusation was admitted after a hearing. Finally, on February 7, 1647, the Suprema pronounced sentence. There were to be present in the audience chamber 4 ecclesiastics, 4 frailes, and 4 laymen. Villanueva was to be severely reprimanded and warned. He was to abjure de levi, be prohibited from communicating with the nuns or living in the adjoining house, and be banished for 3 years from Toledo and Madrid and from 20 leagues around them. This sentence may not appear severe, but to understand the rest of the story it must be borne in mind that to be penanced by the Inquisition and be required to abjure for even light suspicion of heresy inflicted an ineffaceable stigma, not only on the culprit but on his kindred and posterity. The whole race was involved in infamy, and no temporal punishment, however severe, could be so disastrous in its effect upon the honor of a noble family as the blot on its limpieza or purity of blood resulting from such a sentence. The extreme length to which this was carried will be considered hereafter. At present it suffices to point out that, while Villanueva's worldly career was ruined already, and his wanton incarceration in the secret prisons had been a severe infliction on him and his kindred, there had still been hope that this might yet be at least partially effaced by an acquittal. Penance and abjuration destroyed this hope, and, to the Spanish noble, no effort was too great to avert so crushing a misfortune. The nature of the sentence must have leaked out, for before its publication by the Tribunal of Toledo, to which it was sent, the brother and sister of Villanueva, Agustin da Justicia and Ana, now abbess of San Placido, with Luis de Torres as proctor of Jeronimo, presented an appeal from it to the pope and a recusation of Arce y Reynoso and of others of the judges. The appeal was not admitted, and they were told that the Inquisition did not listen to kindred in matters of faith. Then, on March 18th, Torres, in the name of Jeronimo, presented to the Tribunal of Toledo a recusation of all the inquisitors and fiscals of Spain as being dependents of the Inquisitor General. It was all in vain. On March 23d, Villanueva was brought into the audience chamber to hear the sentence, but he acted in a manner so disorderly and made such outcries that the publication was suspended, a thing, we are told, unexampled in the history of the Inquisition, and the presiding inquisitor ordered the alcaide to take that man back to his cell. He recused everyone who had acted as judge and appealed to the pope, to the king, and to any other competent judge. End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 3. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California.
Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 4 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 3, Jurisdiction. Chapter 5, Part 4, Appeals to Rome. The tribunal consulted the Suprema and was ordered to execute the sentence. Another attempt was made on March 29th, but Villanueva refused to abjure, and this was repeated on several subsequent occasions in spite of warnings of the excommunication that would follow persistent obstinacy. At length, on June 7th, he offered to abjure under a protest which he presented in writing, to the effect that he did so through fear of the censures and without prejudice to his appeal or other recourse that he might take, and, on this protest being publicly read, he made the abjuration. He was not set at liberty, but was transferred from the secret prison to the Franciscan convent, the tribunal giving as a reason his outcries and the disturbance that he made. This leniency the Suprema disapproved, and in a few days he was remanded to the secret prison, where he was treated with much rigor. On June 18th he was notified that the fiscal accused him of contumacy for not complying simply with his sentence, and, on July 18th, he made the abjuration and was released. There is an intimation that he withdrew the recusation and appeal, but the statement is not clear, though it is quite possible that means were found to effect it. John Hus was burned for refusing to abjure. A bull of Martin V, quoted by the Inquisition, authorized the prosecution and relaxation of suspects who refused to abjure, and there is probably truth in a contemporary statement that the fiscal of the Suprema went to Toledo and threatened Villanueva that he would be publicly stripped of his habit as a knight of Calatrava and be relaxed to a secular arm for burning. He was helpless in the hands of those who would shrink from nothing to accomplish their ends. They had gone too far to hesitate now, and his power of endurance was exhausted. Meanwhile his brother Agustin had not been idle. In several interviews with the king he had presented memorials, which Philip forwarded to Arce, March 27, exhorting him to observe justice, but to take care that the severity and authority of the Inquisition do not suffer. He added that the memorials showed that the secrecy of the Inquisition had been violated. This must be investigated and exemplary punishment be administered. There was no hope of justice in this quarter, and Agustin turned to Rome as a last resort. Don Josef Navarro, who is spoken of as secretary, a devoted follower of Villanueva, was dispatched thither to procure a brief, and was doubtless well provided with funds. His errand soon was known, and on June 7th Philip wrote to his ambassador, the Count of Oñate, to use every means to prevent the granting of the brief, and, if issued, to procure its revocation. A personal note to the Pope at the same time pointed out the irreparable injury which the admission of the appeal would cause to the Holy Catholic faith and the free exercise of the Inquisition. Communications were slow, for, on July 26th, Oñate reported the arrival of Navarro and asked for instructions. Navarro found little difficulty in obtaining the desired brief in spite of Oñate's efforts. Villanueva seems to have awaited it while recuperating in retirement from his 3 years' incarceration and final struggles. When it arrived he went to Saragossa, which he reached August 31st. His coming aroused many fears, for people thought it might be the prelude to a bloody drama like that of Antonio Perez. On September 2nd he presented himself at the prison of Manifestacion, where bail was entered for him by the sons of his brother Agustin and of the Count of Fuentes, after which he applied for a firma to protect him from molestation during the course of his appeal, which was duly granted. He was given the city, or as some said the kingdom, as a prison, and on September 4th the Bishop of Malaga, who was Captain General, reported to the Count of Haro, Philip's new minister, that the city was quiet and there was nothing to fear. The bishop enclosed a letter of September 1st from Villanueva to the king, announcing that during his imprisonment his representatives, without his knowledge, had appealed to the Pope, who had granted a brief empowering either the Bishop of Cuenca, Segovia, or Calahorra to hear the case in appeal and to render a final decision. While anxious for his means of obtaining justice, he would desist from it if such were the royal pleasure. The brief had not been presented to either of the prelates, nor would it be without the royal license. Arce had already been informed of the brief and had lost no time in taking steps to neutralize it. On September 3rd orders were sent to the Bishop of Calahorra, and doubtless to the others, ordering him not to receive it. He promptly replied that it had not been presented, but that if it should come he would refuse to accept or to execute it, trusting to the royal protection against all penalties that it might contain. He had been connected with the Inquisition and knew its justice with regard to Villanueva, and if these appeals to Rome were allowed, the consequences to the Catholic religion would be lamentable. Apparently the Spanish episcopate had small reverence for the vicegerent of God. The leading statesmen of Spain took a different view. A junta had been assembled to consider the situation, of which 5 members out of 6, including the President of Castile and the Commissioner General of the Cruzada, united in a consulta of September 15th. This set forth that when the Toledo tribunal sentenced Villanueva, he had a right of appeal to the Suprema. He presented reasons for recusing the Inquisitor General and some of the members, and was denied a hearing. He was seized again for the protest and appeal, and held until he accepted the sentence and renounced all defense. He was thus forced to have recourse to the Pope, whose jurisdiction is supreme in matters of faith, and is the source of that of all inquisitors. In ordinary cases 3 decisions in conformity through appeals are required to render a sentence conclusive. while here, in a case involving the honor of a whole family, the single sentence of an inferior tribunal is all that has been allowed. Villanueva did not violate his sentence in going to Saragossa, for it required him not to come within 20 leagues of the court, and he had gone away 50 leagues. He was justified in applying for the firma, for the right of appeal includes the means necessary to enjoy the appeal. The Inquisitor General should be instructed not to order his arrest, for, besides that no man should be deprived of his defense, it might cause some disturbance in Saragossa under pretext of a violation of the fueros, for it is notorious that he was discharged by the Inquisition. There are two courses open, one to solicit the Pope to withdraw the brief, the other that the Fiscal of the Suprema apply for it and then retain it, but these raise the scruple that a man struggling for his honor and that of his family is denied all defense after he has been forced to seek it beyond the kingdom, and moreover in the disturbed condition of Naples, then in revolt under Masaniello. It is well not to offend the Pope, who might cause the loss of the Italian possessions of Spain. The sixth member of the junta, the Licenciado Francisco Antonio de Alarcón, denounced Villanueva as guilty for going to another kingdom, Aragon. He was impeding the Inquisition and inviting the papal interference, which would destroy its usefulness. The fiscal should demand the papal brief and the council should retain it. The opinion of the junta doubtless prevented the rearrest and renewed prosecution of Villanueva, which was evidently contemplated, but otherwise all reasons of justice and reasons of state were wasted on Philip, who was completely under the domination of Arce y Reynoso, and ready to rush blindly into a contest with Rome. Equally fruitless was an appeal made September 23rd by Agustin Villanueva, who furnished a list of cases in which appeals to the Pope had been admitted. A warning came from Oñate, who wrote December 17th and again February 12, 1648, that Navarro was busily utilizing the impediments thrown in the way of the brief to procure another, that the curia attributed all the trouble to Arce, that the delay was producing a bad impression, and that there was serious talk in the congregation of the Inquisition of disciplining him for it. This brought from Philip, March 17th, a rambling and inconsequential letter, scolding Oñate for his lack of success and urging him to fresh efforts. The brief was invalid as being ob repetitious and surreptitious. Navarro was ordered home, and Oñate must see that he left Rome forthwith. Letters moreover to the Pope and the cardinals in the Spanish interest, drawn up by the Suprema and signed by Philip, manifest how every influence that Spain possessed was employed to deprive Villanueva of his last resource. Innocent X, in fact, had grown indignant at the opposition to his brief, and had transmitted through his nuncio another to Arce, forbidding all further resistance under pain of deprivation of the Inquisitor Generalship, suspension of all functions, and interdiction from entering a church, while other officials would be removed from office and excommunicated. To this Arce replied, March 12, assuring the Pope that the case had been suspended awaiting the papal decision, and representing what he knew to be also false, that for 150 years the popes had refused to entertain appeals or had revoked the briefs and remanded the cases to the Inquisitor General. The authority of the Inquisition, he argued, was now more necessary than ever, in consequence of the spread of Judaism and heresy. Villanueva had been treated with extreme kindness and benignity, as would be learned from a person about to be sent to inform the Pope, wherefore he begged that the case be remitted to him and the Suprema. This was a typical specimen of inquisitorial methods of misrepresentation and of evasion, of practical but not open disobedience. Innocent, however, was not to be thus juggled with. He had substituted the Bishop of Sigüenza for him of Cuenca. Then the Bishop of Segovia died, and Calahorra was transferred to Pamplona, whereupon further letters commissioned Sigüenza, Pamplona, and the Bishop-elect of Segovia, but Pamplona died and was replaced by the Bishop of Avila, so finally a brief of April 1648 ordered Avila, Sigüenza, and Segovia to act, on their obedience and under penalty of suspension from all functions and of ingress to their churches. They all refused the dangerous office under various excuses, but the nuncio brought great pressure to bear on Avila, and he finally accepted. It is noteworthy, however, that Villanueva never presented himself before the bishop, either in person or by procurator, to have the case reopened. The matter was evidently growing serious, and juntas were held July 14th and August 27th to consider the situation. As the latter was presided over by Arce, whom Philip had made President of Castile so as to increase his powers of evil, it decided that the king should not submit to the abuses of the curia in a matter in which the Catholic religion was at stake. Philip scarce needed urging, but it was not until November 5th that he took the offensive by sending Don Pedro de Minerve of the royal council to seize the brief, in whomsoever's hand it might be, and any others that Villanueva might have procured, together with all papers relating to it. These were to be considered by a junta to be assembled for the purpose, so that if they did not contravene the privileges of the Inquisition, they might be executed, and if otherwise, that his Holiness should be advised of it, and be supplicated to revoke them. Any notaries who had served the briefs were to be arrested and imprisoned, with a view to their prosecution. Minerve fulfilled his mission, but the time had passed when Ferdinand and Charles V had treated papal letters thus irreverently. Philip IV was a prince of very different caliber, and his tottering monarchy inspired but little respect. Arce felt the danger of his position, for Innocent had threatened him with a deposition if the execution of the brief was impeded, and an explosion of papal wrath was inevitable. He sought shelter in playing a double game, and on January 19th, 1649, he presented to Philip a report as to cases which had been evoked by the Pope. In this, after citing a number, he added that there were many more recent ones in which the cases and papers had been demanded and the demands had been obeyed, notably in 1626 and 1627. These proved the subordination of the Spanish Inquisition to Rome, and even without them the papal supremacy was incontestable. Villanueva's appeal was directly to the Pope, whom all the faithful were bound to obey. Having thus placed himself on the record, doubtless with the royal connivance, he felt free to repeat his assertions that papal interference was unprecedented, and to urge his master to stand fast. The Suprema had sent its fiscal Cabrera to Rome on this business, and his efforts, added to those of Oñate, were inclining Innocent to yield, when the news came of the seizure of the briefs. The papal displeasure was extreme, and there was no hesitation in taking up the gauge of battle. It had become a struggle for independence on the one side and for supremacy on the other, which had to be fought out, for there was no ground for compromise. All the advantage was on the side of the curia in the contest thus rashly provoked. It knew this, and its next move showed that it felt assured of victory. A brief of March 1st recited the preliminaries of the case, and then evoked it from the Inquisition and the bishops to the Apostolic See. Perpetual silence was imposed on the Inquisition, the Inquisitor General, and other officials. Any action by whom would bring upon them, ipso facto and without further sentence, perpetual and irrevocable suspension from divine service, the exercise of pontifical functions, and ingress into churches, together with deprivation of their offices and ecclesiastical revenues. Moreover, within 3 months after notice of this, they were to transmit to Rome all papers and documents, public and private, concerning Villanueva under the same penalties, and finally all bulls from those of Alexander VI onward concerning appeals were derogated. The Suprema might well characterize to Philip this document as containing extraordinary and unusual clauses, and it could only suggest to him the favorite Spanish formula, obedecer y no cumplir, to obey and not to execute. The first thing done was the customary supplication to the Pope to withdraw it, based on the laws of the kingdom and the high deserts of the Holy Office. This was done in such haste that there was no time to make a clean copy, and it was dispatched by a courier April 24th. This gave breathing time, and more was gained by representing that it was impossible to trust the originals of the documents to the risks of transportation, and that the copying of them would consume much more than the 3 months allowed, as the secretaries were busy, and the records so voluminous that they occupied more than 8,000 pages, a gross exaggeration, for when copied they amounted only to 4,600. This served for the present, however, and successive postponements were obtained. The supplication against the brief was of course useless, and the papal anger increased on learning that Villanueva's salaries had all been stopped, a petty persecution most unwise under the circumstances. At this time a curious incident was a memorial from Villanueva, May 23rd, asking that his case be heard by the Council of Castile, although that body could not assume jurisdiction in such a matter. It was probably a despairing effort to find some exit from the complication, for Philip transmitted it to the council, with some subsidiary papers to be considered in the junta which he had ordered, and a consulta to be presented to him. It of course had no result, but it indicates the perplexities with which the situation had become surrounded. These perplexities were increased by a demand from Innocent for satisfaction for the treatment of his brief to the Bishop of Avila. A junta was assembled which could do nothing but refer it to the Suprema, and the latter could only reply with a consulta of July 15th, exculpating itself for paying no regard to Villanueva's appeal. Nor did it succeed much better in a paper, drawn up on July 17th, for the benefit of the Duke del Infantado, the new ambassador to Rome, for it could only recite the old briefs granting exclusive jurisdiction, and endeavor to explain away as exceptional the cases in which the Pope had insisted on his rights. All this, however, was felt to be useless, and there was preparation for war in instructions sent to the seaports to keep close watch on all vessels arriving from Italy, when, if there appeared to be papal agents or notaries among the passengers, their baggage was to be minutely examined, and any papal briefs addressed to bishops or judges were to be sent to the Secretary of State, and the bearers were to be held until further orders. This being done with the utmost secrecy, and as if in the ordinary routine of business. The precaution proved superfluous, but in December the Duke del Infantado reported that his efforts and Cabrera's had been in vain. The Pope insisted that the process should be brought to Rome. On the plea of the time required for copying, successive postponements had been obtained, the latest of which expired in April 1650. The Pope was becoming more and more impatient, especially as no satisfaction had been given for the seizure of the brief to the Bishop of Avila, nor had it been returned as he demanded. February 5th orders were sent to the nuncio that if the papers were not forthcoming in April, the full penalties of the brief of evocation must be inflicted, and due notice of this was given to Arce. These penalties withdrew all functions from the Inquisitor General and Suprema, abrogated their offices in fact, and the friends of Villanueva were busy collecting evidence of their being at work, so as to prove to Innocent the disregard of his withdrawal of faculties. The gravity of the situation is reflected in a consulta presented to Philip at this time, weighing the courses that might be followed, and hinting at a possible schism as the result of the king standing firm in defense of the Inquisition. To avert this, it is hoped that a further delay may be obtained, and the Pope be placated by returning the Avila brief. The plan finally adopted, of offering to send the papers and letting the king detain them, was deprecated, because the Pope would see through it, and the blame of the perilous situation was thrown on the Spanish cardinals, whose indifference was ascribed to their belief that the king favored Villanueva. Arce's court intrigue had brought matters to such a pass that the sundering of Spain from Catholic unity was looming on the horizon. On April 8th, the Archbishop of Tarsus, the papal nuncio, made a formal demand on the king for the papers. The latest term of delay had expired, and the penalties for contumacy would operate of themselves. The policy of delay was still followed, and on May 2nd Arce notified the nuncio that the copying was completed. 2 secretaries and 5 other officials had been working on them for 12 or 14 hours a day, but in view of certain risks it was thought better to wait till the Pope should indicate how they should be sent. The nuncio asked for a formal certificate that the papers were ready, on the strength of which he would ask the Pope for instructions, and thus a month or 2 were gained. This was all mere playing for time. There was no intention of letting the papers go to Rome, for, on April 24th, the king sent secret instructions to Infantado to avert it, but he replied June 27th and again July 26th that Innocent refused all suggestions, and there was little hope of an adjustment. Then another scene of the comedy was acted, September 14th, by issuing a formal order to forward the papers, and on the 16th they were delivered to Damián de Fonolleda, notary of the tribunal of Barcelona, in 5 volumes aggregating 4,600 pages. There was no intention of sending them, however, and Fonolleda was detained in Madrid until November 5th. Meanwhile a junta assembled for the purpose presented a consulta September 24th, setting forth that in no case should the papers be allowed to leave the kingdom, and suggesting as a compromise that the matter be decided by 3 bishops sitting in the Suprema, without Arce and the members. Innocent of course rejected this, and Fonolleda was allowed to depart on November 5th. In due time he reported his arrival at Valencia, and was instructed to take passage by the first vessel and deliver the papers to the Pope, but before he could obey this order it was countermanded and he was told to wait. Meanwhile the Suprema, to keep itself right on the record and avert papal wrath, addressed to Philip on September 16th, October 3rd and 19th, and January 23rd and February 4th, 1651, repeated requests to allow the messenger to sail. End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 4. Recording by Ernst Schnell. Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 5 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Charles LEA. Book 3. Jurisdiction, Chapter 5, Part 5, Appeals to Rome. This transparent byplay did not deceive Innocent. Cabrera had an audience, January 8, 1651, and told him that Fonolleda was only waiting for a vessel, to which the Pope replied that he had been in Spain and knew how things were managed there. There was collusion between the king and the Inquisitor General. He added that he bore ill will to Villanueva, of whom he had had to complain, and would probably punish him more severely than the Inquisition had done, to which Cabrera replied that this was a matter of indifference, for all the Inquisition wanted was to close the door on these appeals. The tension was becoming dangerous, for, on February 18th, the nuncio notified Arce that he and the Suprema had incurred the penalties of the brief of evocation, that they could not be absolved until the papers reached Rome, and that still stronger measures would be adopted. When Arce attempted to explain, the nuncio told him that the Pope would abolish the Inquisition, to which Arce rejoined that God would not permit him to do so. In reporting this to Philip, Arce recapitulated the heavy penalties incurred ipso facto, adding that if the Pope should publish such a sentence, there would be scandal and discredit to the Inquisition, wherefore in the name of the Suprema he begged, as had frequently been asked before, that there should be no further delay in Fonolleda's departure. Of this a certificate was asked for transmission to the Pope, as was likewise a supplication of much urgency from the Suprema on March 1st. This was all purely for papal consumption. Philip himself was beginning to hesitate, and on March 2nd he ordered the Council of State to consider the tenacity with which the Pope was insisting upon his encroachment on the regalias and the privileges of the Inquisition. Arce at once took the alarm, and, in a memorial to the king, he sought earnestly to dissuade him from yielding. He repeated the falsehood that for 150 years there had not been an instance of the Pope disregarding the royal wishes, and reminded him that he had declared that he would rather lose his crown than allow the case to go to Rome. Now he learns that the king, in consultation with the council, has resolved to let the papers go to Infantado, with instructions not to deliver them, or to ask the Pope to return the package without opening it. It is folly to believe that he would do so, and such precedent will be ruin to the Inquisition. In this memorial Arce alludes to a papal command received some time before to retire to his see of Plasencia, from which he had been absent for 8 years. A favorite method, as we have seen, of getting rid of a troublesome Inquisitor General. The command had been disregarded, and now it was emphatically repeated. Philip complained to his ambassador that this was even more offensive than the evocation of Villanueva's case. It would result in irretrievable damage to religion and to the state. He had asked the nuncio to suspend the order, and now he requests the Pope to accept Arce's resignation of his bishopric, and pass of bulls of presentation for his successor. Innocent was too shrewd to forfeit his hold on the antagonist. He played fast and loose with the resignation until he had carried his point, and it was not until December 2nd, 1652, that it was accepted, and Arce's successor, the Bishop of Zamora, was preconized. Arce lost his see, but he gratefully acknowledged that Philip's liberality was such that he could forego the revenues. It must have cost the king dear, for Plasencia was one of the wealthy sees, estimated in 1612 as worth 40,000 ducats a year. In spite of Arce's remonstrance, Philip yielded to the advice of his councillors. In a letter of April 11, 1651, he announced to Infantado that orders have been given to Fonolleda to sail and deliver him the papers. Then, with an earnestness that betrays the cost of the sacrifice, the Duke is told to refresh his memory with all the arguments advanced in previous dispatches, and, when thus fully prepared, he is to seek an audience and express the king's mortification at being forced to submit to an innovation so unexampled and so subversive to the rights of the Inquisition. If this fails to move the Pope, he is to ask that the process be returned unopened, when the Inquisition will revise the case. If this is unsuccessful, he is to request that the case be referred back to the 3 bishops. In the event of the rejection of these proposals, the process is to be laid at the Pope's feet, with an exhortation to consider before opening it the disfavor shown to the royal person and to the kingdom of Spain in the sight of all Christendom. Philip was fairly beaten. If his humiliation was extreme, it was because he had attributed such absurd adventitious importance to the question, and had staked everything on a struggle in which the papacy had unquestionable right on its side. There was nothing left for him but retreat, and, with curious infelicity born of weakness and obstinacy, he contrived to render his defeat as undignified as possible. Permission to sail was issued to Fonolleda April 14th, but it was not until September 17th that Infantado reported that he had delivered the process to the Pope with the hope that it would be speedily returned without being read by the ministers, or at least by more than one. It suited the Spaniards subsequently to assert that the promise had been given that the packet should not be opened, but such a promise would have been grotesque, and this letter shows that at most there was some assurance that a knowledge of the contents would be confined to a few. At the same time, there can be no wonder that the Inquisition felt acutely the disgrace of having such a record exposed to unfriendly eyes, and the effort to get the papers back commenced at once. As early as October 31st, Infantado reports his efforts to accomplish this, but as yet without success. Infantado was replaced by the Count of Oropesa, whose letter of instructions, April 23, 1652, orders him to pay special attention to the matter. Innocent had committed it to Cardinals Lugo and Albizzi, but in June he stated to Cardinal Trivulzio, then representative of Spain, that he had given much labor to it, and had recognized in it contradictions and variations, leading him to the conviction that it was a matter of vindictiveness. He refused to return the papers, but did not care to intervene personally in the case, and thought he might delegate it to some bishops. Now that he had vindicated his jurisdiction, he evidently felt little interest in what he regarded as merely an intrigue. Nothing further was done until October 12th. Innocent addressed 2 briefs, one to the king and the other to Arce. It is evident that the acquittal in 1632 and the condemnation in 1647 had excited no little comment in Rome, for in these briefs great surprise is expressed at the mutability in the opinions of calificadores, consultors and judges, such as might be expected of the populace, but not of learned and thoughtful men. To soften this reproof, some expressions followed highly commending the Inquisition as the ornament and protection of Spain, and, to the king, Innocent added that, owing to the importance and prolixity of the case, he had not been able to reach a conclusion. The nuncio, however, in handing his brief to Arce, told him that the Pope had concluded to place the case at the disposition of the king, and that the papers had been returned to Trivulzio in Rome. Arce was radiant with triumph. Cabrera had reported the same, and petitioned to be allowed to return, and nothing remained but to get the papers back. They did not come, however, nor any brief recommitting the case. Arce grew anxious, and begged the king January 4, 1653, to urge Trivulzio to obtain them. Innocent either was taking malicious pleasure in exciting hopes and then disappointing them, or else he was using the position to obtain diplomatic advantage in the growing tension between the courts over the Barberino marriage of the granddaughter of his brother, a transaction in which he complained that the Spanish ministers had almost threatened him, and that no present had been sent on the occasion. Cabrera's letters of December 1652 and the first half of 1653 report a series of tergiversations and of promises made and broken by Innocent, which show that to him Villanueva was merely a pawn in the game between Rome and Madrid. Villanueva died in Zaragoza, July 21, 1653. In his will, executed the day before, he made ample provision for the salvation of his soul, and San Placido was in his mind to the last, for he appointed as its patron his nephew Jeronimo and his descendants, or in their default his niece Margarita and her descendants, they being the principal heirs of his large estate. The only change which this brought into the affair was that the Inquisition proposed to take advantage of the opportunity to commence a new prosecution against his fame and memory, apparently with the double purpose of vindicating its jurisdiction and, by sequestrating his property, of restraining the family who continued their efforts in Rome for a vindication. Fortunately for them, Alexander VII, who saw in such action an invasion of his jurisdiction, prohibited in 1656 this cowardly profanation of the ashes of the dead, and when with quenchless malignity Arce in 1659 sought to get this prohibition removed, the attempt was unsuccessful. It is scarce worth while to follow in detail the further wary progress of this affair, in which Spanish tenacity was pitted against the wily diplomacy of Rome. Pertinacious efforts continued for years to get the case remitted back, or at least to have the papers returned in order to create the belief that it had been remitted. Stimulated by energetic instructions of August 24, 1658, from Philip, his ambassador, Gaspar de Sobremonte, had a stormy interview with Alexander VII, in which the Pope finally told him that the case had never been considered by the Congregation of the Inquisition, and that the king must content himself with the brief of October 12, 1652. To this Sobremonte retorted that that brief settled nothing, when the Pope said vaguely that he would see whether any satisfaction could be given to the Inquisition. So it continued until Alexander, grown weary of the urgency which promised to be interminable, cut it short March 29, 1660, by a brief to the king, in which he said that the case had been finally concluded by Innocent X, as appeared from his letter to Philip and Arce of March 12, October 12, 1652. There was nothing more to be said about it, as would be fully explained by the Archbishop of Corinth, the nuncio, to whom full credit was to be given. This ended the case, which from its inception in 1628 had lasted for 32 years. Cabrera had spent nearly 12 years in Rome, and had richly earned the bishopric of Salamanca, which rewarded his labors, but his efforts while there had cost the Suprema nearly 100,000 ducats at a time when it was representing itself as wholly impoverished. Arce had succeeded in removing Villanueva from the court and in blackening his memory, but the victory remained with the papacy, which had vindicated its appellate jurisdiction, for, although it never decided the case, it retained possession of it and the papers, which were the symbol of its rights. With its customary unscrupulousness, the Suprema endeavored to evade the precedent, when, in 1668, it was alleged in the quarrel with the Bishop of Majorca. In a consulta of that year, it gives a summary of the case up to the delivery of the papers to the Pope, who then, it proceeds to state, sent a brief full of favors to Arce, approving of Villanueva's sentence and the method of procedure. There was, it is true, an irregularity in allowing the papers to remain in Rome, but the Pope excused himself because the originals were in Spain. The evil example led several powerful men to seek appeals to the Holy See, but the Pope refused to entertain them, recognizing that it was injurious to the faith. When in the same quarrel it boasted of the bulls which it held prohibiting appeals, the Council of Aragon pointed out that the popes always preserved their reserved rights by a clause except in cases in which they should insert in their letters the text of the bulls thus derogated. In the subsequent quarrel with the canons and clergy of Majorca in 1671 (Vol. I, p. 503), the latter appealed to the Holy See under the brief obtained in 1642, and procured letters declaring void the excommunications fulminated by the tribunal, and valid those uttered by the executors of the brief. The nuncio exhibited these letters to the inquisitor general, with a paper arguing that these appeals should be allowed, and asking, in case there was a privilege or regalia to the contrary, that it should be shown to him. This was a test which the Suprema could not meet, and after a long delay it sent, June 11th, 1676, to the king all the documents bearing on the subject, and asking him to assemble a junta to consider them and advise him what to do. It must have been impossible to solve the question favorably, for, in a consulta of July 28th, 1693, on the occasion of a fresh disturbance, it expressed its profound regret that the junta had failed to reach any conclusion. 2 centuries of bickering thus left the Holy See in possession of its imprescriptible jurisdiction, but the Bourbons were less reverential than the Habsburgs. In 1705 the hostility of the papacy led Philip V to forbid the publication of papal briefs without the royal exequatur, and to prohibit all appeals to Rome. He held his ground in spite of the furious manifestos of Monroy, Archbishop of Santiago, proving that obedience was due to the Pope rather than to the king, and the more temperate argumentation of Cardinal Belluga, then Bishop of Cartagena. We hear little after this of appeals of individuals, and, indeed, the experience of Villanueva, while apparently a defeat for the Inquisition, was in reality a victory, for it showed how hopeless was the contest of a prisoner against the whole power of the Inquisition and of the crown. Even when the Holy See had the advantage of being in possession of the person in dispute, it could only fight a drawn battle, as in the case of Manuel Aguirre, who, in 1737, escaped from the prison of the Inquisition, made his way to Rome, and presented his appeal in person. When the curia demanded the papers necessary for his trial, the inquisitor general, Orbe y Larrategui, did not in terms deny the papal rights, but argued that the Inquisition was privileged to conclude a case before forwarding the papers for review, and offered that if the Holy See would return the prisoner, his flight should not be held to aggravate his offense, and in due time all the desired information would be furnished to Rome. The acceptance of such a proposition was impossible, but the papacy was in no position to contest the matter. After the death of Orbe in 1740, the curia took the case up again for discussion, but the only course open seemed to be to instruct the nuncio to persuade the Inquisition to obedience, and we may safely conclude that Aguirre escaped without a trial. The ecclesiastical organizations, as in the Majorca cases, were in better position to engage in such conflicts, but Philip V was as little disposed as his predecessors to permit them. The multitudinous quarrels over suppressed prebends and the benefices held by officials of the Inquisition had always been a fruitful source of such appeals, and the curia was never loath to entertain them. A typical case was that of Francisco Velez Frias, private secretary of Inquisitor General Camargo, who obtained the dignity of precentor in the cathedral of Valladolid, much to the disgust of the chapter. It applied to the Inquisitor General for the papers in the case, alleging that it would reply, but returned them without comment and appealed to Rome, where it obtained a rescript from Benedict XIII, committing the case to an auditor of the Camera, and inhibiting the Inquisitor General from its cognizance. When Philip was informed of this, he intervened in the spirit of Ferdinand. By his order, the Marquis de la Compuesta wrote to the Dean and Chapter, June 19, 1728, expressing in vigorous terms the royal displeasure at an act so offensive to the Inquisitor General, whose jurisdiction in such matters was exclusive, and so contrary to the will of the king and to his regalias. They were ordered, without making a reply, to abandon the appeal and to apply to the Inquisitor General and the Suprema, who would render justice in the case. It is safe to assume that they did not venture to disobey. The papacy of the 18th century was in no position to contest the growing independence of the temporal powers, while the revival of Spain under the Bourbons rendered hopeless any struggle against the resolve of the monarchs to regulate the internal affairs of the kingdom. Yet in this the Holy See was deprived of its inviolable right, for the latest authoritative utterance of the Church in the year 1899 tells us that it is an article of faith that the Roman Pontiff is the supreme judge of the faithful, and that in all ecclesiastical cases recourse may be had to him. It is therefore forbidden, under pain of excommunication, to appeal from him to a future council, or to impede in any way the exercise of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, whether in the internal or external forum. Moreover, it is against right reason to exalt human power over spiritual power, which is supreme over all powers. End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 5. Recording by Ernst Schnell.
Section 14, Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 1 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization. Chapter 1, Part 1. The Inquisitor General and Supreme Council. The superior efficiency of the Spanish Inquisition was largely due to its organization. The scattered subordinate tribunals, which dealt directly with the accused, were not independent, as in the old Papal Inquisition, but were under the control of a central head, consisting of the Inquisitor General and a council which, for the sake of brevity, we have called the Suprema. It has been seen how Ferdinand and Isabella, after a few years' experience, obtained from the Holy See the appointment of Torquemada as Inquisitor-in-Chief, with power of delegating his faculties and of removing his delegates, a power which gave him absolute control. At first, the commission of the Inquisitor General was held to require renewal at the death of the Pope who issued it, although in the Old Inquisition, after considerable discussion, it was decided in 1290 by Nicholas IV in his bull Ne Aliquae that the commissions of inquisitors were permanent. This formality was subsequently abandoned, and, towards the close of the 16th century, the commissions were granted ad beneplacitum, during the good pleasure of the Holy See, and this continued until the end. Similarly, there was a question whether the powers of the inquisitors lapsed on the death of the Inquisitor General. When Mercader of Aragon died in 1516, the Suprema, in conveying the news to the tribunals, instructed them to go on with their work. In some places, the secular authorities assumed that they were no longer in office. A royal letter had to be procured to prevent interference with them, and when Cardinal Adrian was appointed, he confirmed their faculties. It became customary for each new Inquisitor General to renew the commissions on his accession, but as there frequently was a considerable interval, the question arose whether, during that time, all the acts both of the Suprema and the tribunals were not invalid. In 1627 it was concluded that they held delegated powers directly from the Pope and not from the Inquisitor General, so that their faculties were continuous. This was a forced construction, somewhat derogatory to the authority of the Inquisitor General, and was upset in 1639 when the Suprema decided that the Inquisitor General could confer powers only during his own life, and therefore each one on his accession confirmed the appointments of all officials during his pleasure, which continued to be the formula employed. This left open the question of the interregnum, which seems to have been somewhat forcibly settled by necessity, as when Guidice resigned in 1716, and his successor, Joseph de Molines, was serving as auditor of the Rota in Rome. The Suprema, in notifying the tribunals of his appointment, told them that, until his arrival in Madrid, they were to continue their functions. As regards the Suprema, it would appear at first to have been merely a consultative body, I have already alluded to the case in which Torquemada ferociously overruled the acts of the tribunal of Medina del Campo, acting autocratically and without reference to the council, as though it had no executive functions. Neither had it legislative powers. The earlier instructions were issued in the name of the Inquisitor General, and, when he desired consultation and advice in the framing of general regulations, he did not confer with the council, but assembled the inquisitors and assessors of the tribunals, who discussed the questions and formulated the rules of procedure, as in the instructions of Valladolid in 1488. The crown, in fact, was the ultimate arbiter, for, in the supplementary instructions of 1485, inquisitors were directed, when doubtful matters were important, to report to the sovereigns for their orders. It was the Inquisitor General also who held the all-important power of the purse. The instructions of Avila in 1498, still issued in the name of Torquemada, fix the salaries of all the officials of the tribunals and add that, when the inquisitors general see that there is necessity or especial labor, they can make such ayudas de costas, or gratuities, as they deem proper. It was inevitable, however, that the council should acquire power. Torquemada was aging, and, although at this period the tribunals acted independently, convicting culprits and holding autos de fe at their discretion, yet he held appellate jurisdiction, which doubtless brought a larger amount of business than he could attend to individually, in addition to his other functions. Cases also must have been frequent in which the consultas de fe, or juntas of experts called in to assist in pronouncing judgment, were not unanimous, or where there were doubts which the local judges felt incompetent to decide. Thus we are told that, in the gathering of inquisitors at Valladolid in 1488, there was full discussion as to the difficulties arising from the incompetence or insufficient number of the consultors, and it was resolved that when there was doubt, or discordia, the technical name for lack of unanimity, the fiscal of the tribunal should bring the papers to Torquemada, who would refer them to the Suprema or to such of its members as he might designate, thus indicating how completely its powers were derived from him and how subordinate was its position. As Torquemada grew more infirm, even though 4 colleagues were adjoined to him, the importance of the Suprema increased, as is seen in the 1498 instructions of Avila, where this provision wears the altered form that when difficult or doubtful questions arise in the tribunals, the inquisitors are to consult the Suprema and bring or send the papers when so ordered. When Torquemada passed away, in the absence of his vigorous personality, the council rapidly became a determining factor in the organization. In 1499 and in 1503, instructions of a general character, although signed by one Inquisitor General, also bear the signatures of 2 or 3 members of the council, and are countersigned by the secretary por mandado de los señores del Consejo. A decree of November 15, 1504, although signed by Deza alone, bears that it is with the concurrence, opinion, and vote of the council. It was also assuming the appellate jurisdiction, for it announced to inquisitors, January 10, 1499, that, if any parties came before it with appeals, it would hear them and administer what it deemed to be justice. If papal confirmation of this were lacking, it was supplied by Leo X, in his bull of August 1, 1516, in which he conferred on members of the council, in conjunction with the Inquisitor General, power to act in all appeals arising from cases of the faith. The death of Ferdinand, January 23, 1516, the preoccupations of Ximenes, who, till his death, in November 1517, was governor of Spain, and the youth and inexperience of Charles V, gave the Suprema an opportunity of enlarging its functions. We find it regulating details and giving instructions to the tribunals much after the fashion of Ferdinand himself. This was facilitated by the fact that it had a president of its own who, during vacancies, acted as Inquisitor General, a practice apparently commenced in 1509 when Ximenes, on the eve of his departure with his expedition to Oran, was required by Ferdinand to appoint the Archbishop of Granada, Francisco de Roja, president of the council during his absence. The Suprema, with a permanent president of its own, was evidently well fitted to encroach on the functions of the Inquisitor General, and, as policy varied with regard to this presidency, it is perhaps worthwhile to follow such indications as we can find with regard to it. In 1516, Martin Zurbano was president of the Supreme Councils of both Castile and Aragon, and, in the interval between the death of Mercader and the accession of Cardinal Adrian, he acted as Inquisitor General of Aragon. In 1520, when Charles at Coruna was departing from Spain, he appointed Francisco de Sosa, Bishop of Almeria, as president. In 1522, Cardinal Adrian, on August 5th, the day of his departure from Tarragona for Rome, appointed Garcia de Loaisa, the future Inquisitor General, president of the councils of both Castile and Aragon. It was inevitable that questions should arise as to the comparative standing of such an official, and the Inquisitor General Sosa, as president, had a salary of 200,000 maravedis, while Adrian, as Inquisitor General, had only 150,000, the same as the other members of the council. This implied superiority, and it was evidently necessary to enforce subordination, as when, in 1539, Cardinal Tavera was made Inquisitor General and Fernando Valdez president. The latter was told that he was not in any way to modify the orders of the former. So when, in 1549, Valdez succeeded Tavera and Fernando Niño, Bishop of Sigüenza, became president, Charles V wrote to him from Brussels, March 26, that he was to obey the instructions given to Valdez on his accession. It was doubtless found that this duplicate headship led to trouble, and the position of president was allowed to lapse, for, in 1598, Paramo tells us that the Inquisitor General was president. In 1630, Philip IV proposed to revive it under the title of Governor of the Suprema, but the council protested, arguing that it had from the beginning functioned successfully without such a head. If the office had no special prerogatives, it would be superfluous. If it had, there would be collisions with the Inquisitor General. In either case, the innovation would be regarded by the public as evidence that the council needed improvement. This may have postponed, but did not prevent the creation of the office, for in 1649 we find a president acting. It was probably soon discontinued, for, in some lists of members about 1670, none is designated as president, and if, in 1815, there is one found occupying the seat of honor as dean, he was probably only the senior member. Irrespective of the influence which the office of president may have had, the relations between the Inquisitor General and Suprema were ill-defined and fluctuating. Under Cardinal Adrian, we sometimes find the councils acting as though independent, and sometimes Adrian doing the same. In the Aragonese troubles over Juan Prat, the Suprema nowhere appears. Everything is in the name of Adrian or of Charles. During the interval between Adrian's election as Pope, January 9, 1522, and his leaving Spain, August 5th, he and the Suprema acted at times each independently of the other. As the vacancy was not filled until September 1523 by the appointment of Manrique, there can be little doubt that this effacement of the Inquisitor Generalship established precedents for a development of the activity and functions of the Suprema, which, under Manrique, is found taking part in all business, the signatures of the members following his in the letters and decrees. It was rapidly becoming the direct executive and legislative head of the Holy Office. His disgrace and relegation to his see in 1529 could not but stimulate this tendency. During his absence there are many letters from it submitting questions for his decision, but there are also many to the tribunals, showing that it was acting in full independence. The result of this is seen in 1540 when Cardinal Tavera, in announcing to the tribunals his accession to office, tells them that he will act with the concurrence and opinion of the members of the council, and when, in the same year, he appointed Nicolo Montañez Inquisitor of Majorca, he refers him to what the council writes to him with regard to his duties. The appointing power continued to give to the Inquisitor General a certain predominance, but otherwise he and the Suprema had coalesced into one body, a fact emphasized by a declaration, May 14, 1542, that they formed together but a single tribunal and that there was no appeal from one to the other. Still, there was a primacy of honor in the Inquisitor Generalship. When the Instrucciones Nuevas, the elaborate code of procedure embodied in the instructions of 1561, were sent to the tribunals, it was in the name of Inquisitor General Valdez, but in the prefatory note he is made to state that they had been maturely discussed in the council, where it was agreed that they should be observed by all inquisitors. Thus the Suprema had fairly established itself as the ruling power of the Inquisition, and its independent position is described by the Venetian envoy, Simone Contarini, in his relation of 1605, where he says that it is absolute in everything concerning the faith, not being obliged, like the other councils, to consult with the king. The Inquisitor General, he adds, fills all the offices except the membership of the council, whose names are presented to the king. Even in the matter of these appointments, as we have seen, the instructions of Philip II, III, and IV, from 1595 to 1626, require the Inquisitor General to consult with the Suprema in appointing inquisitors and fiscals. Various documents during the 17th century show that the Inquisitor General by no means attended all the daily sessions of the council and rarely voted on the cases brought before it. In the letters of the Suprema, a decision reached when he was present records the fact. Visto en el Consejo presente el exmo Señor Inquisitor General. But by far the greater number have no such formula, indicating that it acted without him and that its acts were binding. Another formula frequently employed is consultado con el exmo Señor Inquisitor General, which makes the Suprema act and the Inquisitor General merely consult. Yet, of course, the power wielded by the Inquisitor General must have varied greatly with the character of the individual and the influence which he had with the king. A man like Ars Iranoso, in such a case as Villanueva's or Nitard under the Queen Regent, used the tremendous authority of the Holy Office at his pleasure. In the deliberations of the council, as early as 1551, we find decisions reached by a majority vote. And when, about 1625, there chanced to be a tie and the imperious Pacheco endeavored to decide the matter, he was bluntly told that he could not do so. His vote counted no more than that of any other member. An elaborate account of the procedure, dating between 1666 and 1669, tells us that, when a letter, petition, or memorial is read, if it is a matter of routine, the Inquisitor General decides it without taking votes. If it is doubtful, he takes the vote, beginning with the youngest member. If it is a question of justice, the majority decides. If there is a tie, it is laid aside until other members can be called in. All sign the papers, irrespective of how they had voted. It is not necessary for the Inquisitor General to be present throughout the session. It suffices for him to be there for 2 hours in the morning for what especially concerns his jurisdiction, and he need not assist in the afternoons, when matters not of faith are discussed with the 2 adjunct members of the Council of Castile. Another writer tells us that it was forbidden to give reasons for the vote and that absent members could vote in writing. The relations between the Inquisitor General and the Suprema thus had grown up without any precise definition, and consequently were open to diversity of opinion. A writer who, about 1675, drew up an exhaustive account of the working of the Inquisition, admits that it was a disputed question whether the Inquisitor General could act by himself and dispense with the Suprema, but he states that the prevailing opinion is that the members are independent and act by immediate delegated papal powers. In his absence, their acts are final, and it is the same when the office is vacant. This, he says, is the invariable custom, nor can there be found an instance of his acting without the Suprema, while the Suprema in his absence acts without him. As we have seen, this was a usurpation, grown strong by prescription. It was fairly put to the test, in 1700, by Inquisitor General Mendoza, in the trial of Fray Froilan Diaz, which was, in some respects, one of the most noteworthy cases in the annals of the Inquisition. Carlos II, the last of the Habsburgs, who were the curse of Spain, was imbecile equally in mind and body. A being less fitted to rule has probably never encumbered a throne, and it was his misfortune, no less than that of his people, that, reaching it in his 4th year, through 35 weary years, from 1665 to 1700, he staggered under the burden, while his kingdom plunged ever deeper in misery and humiliation. He was but a puppet in the hands of any intriguing man or woman or artful confessor who might obtain ascendancy. Prematurely old, when he should have been in the prime of manhood, with mental and bodily sufferings continually on the increase, he was restlessly eager for whatever might promise relief. His first wife, Marie Louise of Orleans, had died childless, and the second, Maria Anna of Neuburg, whom he married in 1690, in the vain hope of an heir, was an ambitious woman who speedily dominated him and ruled Spain through her favorites. It soon became recognized that a successor would have to be selected from among the collateral branches, and, after active intrigues, parties formed themselves in the court in support of the two most prominent aspirants, Philip, Duke of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV, who was preferred by the mass of the people, and the Archduke Charles, son of the Emperor Leopold I, whose claims were urged by the Queen. It was the misfortune of Froilan Diaz that he became the sport of the contending factions. In 1698 there was a court revolution. The kingdom was practically governed by the royal confessor, a Dominican named Pedro Matia, who controlled the queen by enriching and advancing her favorites, prominent among whom was Don Juan Tomas, Admiral of Castile. He asked nothing for himself, as he told Count Oropesa. He preferred making bishops to being one. Carlos hated and feared him, and at last secretly unbosomed himself to Cardinal Portocarrero, Archbishop of Toledo, one of the leaders of the French faction. No time was lost in utilizing the opportunity, and Carlos welcomed the suggestion of replacing Matia by another Dominican, Fray Froilan Diaz, a professor of theology in the University of Alcala, a simple-minded and sincere man whose life had been passed in convents and colleges and who knew nothing of intrigues and politics. Carlos asked to have him brought secretly to the court, and Matia's first intimation of his disgrace was seeing Diaz conducted to the king through the royal antechamber. He retired to his cell in the convent del Rosario, where, in a week, he died, it was said of mortification. In April 1698, Froilan Diaz took possession of the seat in the Suprema reserved for the royal confessor. Plots for his overthrow commenced at once, and he unconsciously aided them by fomenting strife in his own Dominican order, so injudiciously that, at the next chapter, his most bitter enemy, Nicolas de Torres Padmora, was elected provincial. His inconsiderate zeal soon led him into still more dangerous paths, which inflamed hostility and afforded opportunity for its gratification. The king's health had been growing steadily worse. The convulsions and fainting spells which afflicted him had constantly increased, and the opinion had spread that he was bewitched. Inquisitor General Valladares had brought the matter before the Suprema, when it had been anxiously discussed without taking action. Valladares had died in 1795 and had been succeeded by the Dominican Juan Tomas de Recoberte, Archbishop of Valencia, who, in January 1698, was secretly consulted by Carlos concerning the rumors attributing his sickness to sorcery, and was asked to investigate the matter and devise a remedy. It was again laid before the Suprema, but, as before, the council deemed it too perilous a matter to be meddled with. When Diaz became a member, Rocaberte appealed to him, and he eagerly promised to assist. There were no indications to guide an investigation until Diaz chanced to learn that, in the nunnery of Cangas, Oviedo, there were several nuns demonically possessed who were being exorcised by Fray Antonio Alvarez de Arguel, a fellow former student of his. It had for ages been the belief that, possessing demons, under the torture of exorcisms and abuse lavished on them by the priest, could be compelled to reveal facts beyond human capacity to ascertain. Much of the current medieval conceptions concerning the spiritual universe were derived from this source, and the practice of thus seeking knowledge for laudable purposes was recognized as lawful, provided it was done imperatively and not solicited as a favor. Even the gratification of idle curiosity with demons was merely a venial sin. Froilan Diaz was therefore merely adopting a legitimate method when he suggested that the demons of Cangas should be made to reveal the causes of the king's illness, which would be a step to its cure. Rocaberte eagerly assented and applied to the Dominican Bishop of Oviedo, but that wary prelate hesitated to embark in a matter so dangerous and discouraged the suggestion. Diaz then addressed Arguel, who at first refused but finally consented if he could have written commands from the Inquisitor General and Confessor. Rocaberte accordingly wrote, June 18th, to inscribe the names of the king and queen on a piece of paper, place it in his breast, and ask the demon if either of them were suffering from sorcery. Diaz enclosed this in a letter of his own and arranged a cipher for the correspondence. The obliging demon swore by God that the king had been bewitched at the age of 14 to render him impotent and incapable of governing. With this Arguel endeavored to withdraw, but Rocaberte and Diaz were insistent that he should ascertain further particulars and antidotes for the sorcery, and on September 9th he wrote that the spell was administered April 3rd, 1675, in a cup of chocolate by the Queen Mother, in order to retain power. The charm was made with the members of a dead man, and the remedies were in unction with blessed oil, purging, and separation from the Queen. End of Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, September 2010. Section 15, Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 2 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization, Chapter 1, Part 2. The Inquisitor General and Supreme Council. Carlos was industriously stripped and anointed and purged and prayed over, but to no purpose save to terrify and exhaust him. For a year correspondence was vigorously kept up, obtaining from the demons answers curiously explicit and yet evasive and contradictory. At one time it was said that he had been bewitched on a second occasion, September 24th, 1694. Then the demons refused to say more, except that their previous assertions had been false and that Carlos had not been bewitched. There were also contradictions as to the sorceresses employed, who were named and their addresses were given, but the efforts to find them were fruitless. The destinies of Spain were made to hang on the flippant utterances of hysterical girls, who unsaid one day what they had averred the day before. The affair reached such proportions that the Emperor Leopold officially communicated the revelations of a Viennese demoniac, implicating a sorceress named Isabel, who was searched for in vain, and he also sent to Madrid a celebrated exorcist named Fray Moro Tenda, who secretly exorcised the king for some months, which naturally aggravated his malady. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing. The queen's temper had been aroused by her political defeat. She was angered by the enforced separation from her husband, and she was inflamed to fury when she secretly heard of the second bewitching of September, 1694, which was attributed to her. A month after her learning this, Rocaberti died, with suspicious opportuneness, June 19, 1699. This failed to relieve her, for soon afterwards 3 endemoniadas in Madrid were found confirming the story and implicating both her and the former queen regent. Her wrath was boundless, and she vowed Fray Froilan's destruction, for which the Inquisition offered the readiest means. To this end she sought to induce Carlos to appoint in Rocaberti's place Fray Antonio Foix de Cardona, a friend of Don Juan Tomas, Admiral of Castile, who had fallen from power when Mattia was dismissed. The king, however, who was resolved on pushing the investigation, appointed Cardinal Alonso de Aguilar, and sent for the papal commission. In announcing his choice to Aguilar, he said it was for the purpose of probing the matter to the bottom. To this Aguilar pledged himself, and promptly sent for the senior member of the Suprema, Lorenzo Foix de Cardona, a half-brother of Antonio, telling him that all indications pointed to the guilt of the admiral, who must at once be arrested and his papers seized. Cardona replied that this was impossible. Semi-proof was requisite prior to arrest, and here there was no evidence. The queen grew more anxious than ever. Aguilar was taken with a slight indisposition, he was bled secundum artem, and in 3 days he was dead, on the very day that his commission arrived from Rome. Suspicion was rife, but there was no proof. Carlos, by this time, was so enfeebled that the queen obtained from him the appointment of Baltasar de Mendoza, Bishop of Segovia, with whom she had a satisfactory understanding, he pledging himself to gratify her vindictiveness, and she promising him a cardinal's hat as the reward of success. The first move was against the Austrian exorciser Fray Tenda, who was arrested in January 1700 on a different charge, but under examination he described the revelations of the Madrid demoniacs, made in Froilan's presence, and he escaped with abjuration de levi and banishment. Froilan was then examined, but he refused to speak without the consent of the king, under whose orders he had acted, and with strict injunctions of secrecy. Meanwhile, the Dominican provincial, Torres Padmota, used his authority to obtain from Arguel at Cangas the letters of Froilan, on the strength of which he promptly accused him to the Suprema in the name of the order, to which Froilan answered that he had acted under Rocaberti's order at the pressing instance of the king, in what was sanctioned by Aquinas and other doctors. Mendoza informed the king that Froilan was accused of a grave offence, but could not be prosecuted without the royal permission. Charles resisted feebly, and then yielded to the pressure of the queen, and Mendoza, by dismissing him and replacing him with Torres Padmota. Stunned, dazed, and helpless, Froilan obeyed Mendoza's order to betake himself to the Dominican convent at Valladolid, but on the road he turned his steps and sought refuge in Rome. A royal letter to the Duke of Uceda, then ambassador, was speedily obtained, ordering the arrest of Froilan on his arrival, as he was under trial by the Inquisition, which permitted no appeal to Rome, while the tribunals of Barcelona and Murcia were instructed to throw him, on arrival, into the secret prison. He was shipped back to Cartagena, and duly immured by the Murcia tribunal. Then followed a struggle for mastery in the Suprema. Mendoza procured the assent of the members to the appointment of special calificadores, or censors, to consider the charges in evidence. 5 theologians were selected, who reported unanimously, June 23, 1700, that there was no matter of faith involved, whereupon the Suprema, with the exception of Mendoza, voted to suspend the case, which was equivalent to acquittal. Then, on July 8th, Mendoza signed an order of arrest and sent it around for the signatures of the members, who unanimously refused, whereupon he summoned them to his room and with alternate wrath and entreaty vainly sought their cooperation. In a gust of passion he declared that he would have his way, and in an hour he had ordered 3 of them to keep their houses as prisons, and the Madrid tribunal to prosecute the secretary for refusing to countersign the warrant. Foch de Cardona was the only member left, and this was because his half-brother Antonio, now Archbishop of Valencia, was a favorite of the Queen. This violence caused no little excitement, which was increased when Miguelez, one of the members, who talked freely, was arrested one night in August and hurried off to the Jesuit college in Compostela, followed by the jubilating, or retiring on half pay, of all 3 in terms of reprobation, as unfaithful to their duties, while the secretary was banished. The Council of Castile intervened with a consulta pointing out to the king that the members had been punished without trial for upholding the laws, the canons, and the practice of the Holy Office. The Queen became alarmed and urged Mendoza to be cautious, but he assured her that in no other way could her wishes be gratified. Meanwhile, he had sent the papers to the Tribunal of Murcia with orders to prosecute Froilan and send the sentence to him. It obeyed and twice submitted the case to its calificadores and other learned men, who reported in favor of the accused, whereupon it voted for his discharge. Then Mendoza evoked the case to himself, and committed it to the Madrid tribunal. He brought Froilan there and confined him in a cell of the Dominican house of Nuestra Senora de Atocha, where, in the power of Torres Padmota, he lay for 4 years, cut off from all communication with the outside world, his very existence being in doubt, while the tribunal selected another group of calificadores who had no difficulty in finding him suspect of heresy. Carlos had died November 1st, 1700, appointing in his will Philip of Anjou as his successor, until whose coming the Queen Dowager was regent. For some months the members of the Suprema, jubilated by Mendoza's arbitrary assumption of authority, were kept in reclusion, but were finally liberated. Mendoza, who belonged to the Austrian faction, was relegated to his see of Segovia, but this brought no redress to Froilan. The Dominican general, Antonin Cloche, a Frenchman without bias to either party in the Inquisition, felt keenly the injustice committed against him, and sent from Rome successively 2 agents who for 3 years labored in vain for his release. Mendoza was at bay, and, in defiance of the traditions of the Spanish Inquisition, he appealed to the Pope, to whom he sent an abstract of the proceedings. Clement XI was delighted with this surrender of Spanish independence, and referred the case to the Congregation of the Inquisition, which, after much deliberation, reported that it could not act without seeing all the papers. Mendoza replied that he was in exile through political reasons and could not furnish them, which was false, as he had carried them with him. He sent an agent with an argument drawn up by the new fiscal of the Suprema, Juan Fernando de Frias, at the instance of the nuncio at Madrid, in which the Suprema was denounced as the canonizer of a doctrine, heretical, erroneous, superstitious, and leading to idolatry. The paper had been prepared in answer to one by Foch de Cardona, arguing that the members of the Suprema had not merely a consultative but a decisive vote, and that the Inquisitor General had no more. Frias, however, had foolishly devoted himself to proving that the interrogations of the demoniacs were heretical. This did not suit the nuncio, who openly declared that, in place of refuting Cardona, he had published 1,000 scandals and was a fool of no account. The argument, which he had printed, was condemned and suppressed, and he himself was suspended from office in 1702 by the Queen, Marie Louise Gabrielle of Savoy, who was regent during the absence of Philip in Naples. It was probably about this time that the Suprema notified the tribunals that any orders from Mendoza, contrary to its own, were suspended. The intervention of the nuncio shows that the struggle had widened far beyond the theological question as to the lawfulness of interrogating demons and the guilt of the luckless Froilan Diaz. Two important principles had become involved: the appellate jurisdiction of Rome and its original jurisdiction in determining disputed points in the internal organization of the Spanish Inquisition. Pope Clement had eagerly welcomed the opening afforded by Mendoza, not only to claim that Froilan's case should be submitted to him, but he had also assumed, in Mendoza's favor, that the Suprema was subordinate to the Inquisitor General, through whom its powers were derived from the Holy See, which alone could decide the question. All this was vigorously combated by Cardona, with the aid of the Council of Castile. In the name of the Suprema, which now had 3 new members, he rehearsed all of Ferdinand's decrees against appeals and argued that the Suprema had always been a royal council, subjected to the king, and that the only distinction between its members and the Inquisitor General lay in his prerogatives as to appointments. He earnestly supplicated the king to order the seizure of a letter of Cardinal Paolucci, papal secretary of state, committing Froilan's case to Mendoza or to the Archbishop of Seville. The nuncio, on the other hand, insisted that the papacy had never divested itself of its supreme authority to judge everything throughout the world, and that the pope was the only authority entitled to construe papal grants, including the functions of the Suprema. While the controversy thus raged, Froilan lay forgotten in his dungeon. Practically, the decision lay with the king, and, in the vicissitudes of the War of Succession, Philip had more pressing matters to vex his new and untried royalty. He seems to have vacillated, for in July 1703 there was circulated a paper purporting to confirm the jubilation of the members of the Suprema, and to commit Froilan's case to Mendoza. This drew from the Suprema 2 energetic consultas, pointing out Mendoza's arbitrary course and the injury to the regalias of his appeal to Rome. Philip was embarrassed, and, by a royal order of December 24th, sought advice of the Council of Castile, which responded January 8th and 29th, 1704, by vigorous consultas denouncing Mendoza's actions as inexcusable violence. The case seemed to be drawing to a conclusion when it was delayed by a new complication. The succession to Mendoza was actively sought by 2 churchmen of the highest rank, but the king declared that he would not appoint anyone of such lofty station, when both withdrew and one of them, or someone in his name, started what Cardona calls the diabolical proposition that the Inquisition had become superfluous. The few Judaizers and heretics remaining could be dealt with by the episcopal jurisdiction. The case of Froilan Diaz could be settled by his bishop, and thus the enormous expense of the Holy Office could be saved. This revolutionary suggestion was warmly supported by the Princess d'Ersan, but Philip rejected it. Wisely, no doubt, for even had he been inclined to it, his throne was as yet too insecure to risk the results of such an innovation. The Admiral of Castile was a refugee in Portugal, whence he was actively fomenting resistance to Philip. Mendoza notoriously belonged to the Austrian party, and Philip could ultimately scarce fail to decide against him. On October 27th he sent for Cardona, with whom he had a secret interview, resulting in a paper drawn up for his signature the next day. On November 3rd a royal order was read in the Suprema restoring to their places the 3 jubilado members, who were to receive all the arrears of their salaries. This was followed November 7th by a decree addressed to Mendoza, ordering him and his successors to respect the members of the Suprema as representing the royal person, as exercising the royal jurisdiction, and as entitled to cast decisive votes. Moreover, he was, under pain of exile and deprivation of temporalities, within 72 hours, to deliver to the Suprema all the papers concerning Froilan Diaz, and to make known whether he was alive and in what prison. The next day it was ordered that the Suprema should decide the case, and on November 17th, after hearing the proceedings, a sentence was unanimously rendered, absolving Froilan, restoring to him his seat in the Suprema with all arrears of salary, and also the cell in the Convent del Rosario assigned to the royal confessors, of which he had been unjustly deprived. A copy of this sentence was ordered to be transmitted to all the tribunals for preservation in their archives. Froilan Diaz was duly reinstated in the Suprema, and we find his signatures to its letters at least until 1712. In reward of his sufferings, Philip nominated him to the See of Avila. He was not, however, a persona grata in Rome, and Pope Clement refused his confirmation on the ground that he must first see the papers in the case and determine whether the acquittal was justified, thus asserting to the last his jurisdiction over the matter. Philip held good and would make no other nomination until after Froilan's death, the see remaining vacant from 1705 until it was filled by Julian Cano y Tovar in 1714. As for Mendoza, he was obliged to resign the inquisitor generalship early in 1705. When, in 1706, Philip returned to Madrid after his flight to Burgos, Mendoza and the admiral, with many others, were arrested as traitors, and the Queen Dowager was escorted to Bayonne. Mendoza, of course, missed the coveted cardinalate, but he survived until 1727 in peaceful possession of his see. In replacing him as Inquisitor General, Philip was true to his maxim not to appoint a man of high rank, and he nominated Vidal Marin, bishop of the insignificant see of Sueda, who had distinguished himself in 1704 by his gallant defense of that place against the English fleet that had just captured Gibraltar. In confirming him, after some delay, Clement took occasion, in a brief of August 8, 1705, to reassert the papal position and urgently to exhort him to maintain the subordination of the Suprema. He is to remember that he is supreme, and in him resides the whole grant of apostolic power, while the members of the council derive their power from him. Over them he has sole and arbitrary discretion by deputation from the Holy See, and the consultas of the royal council have caused great scandal and spiritual damage to souls by seeking with fallacious and deceitful arguments to prove that he, after receiving his deputation, is independent of the Holy See. If he will examine his commission, he will see that his powers are derived from the Vicar of Christ, and not from the secular authorities, who have no rights in the premises, and whatever is done contrary to the rights of the Holy See is invalid, and is hereby declared to be null and void. This was doubtless consoling as an enunciation of papal claims and wishes, but the Bourbon conception of the royal prerogative was even more decided than that of the Habsburgs. The exhortation to reassert the supremacy of the Inquisitor Generalship fell upon deaf ears, and the rule in the Suprema continued to be what Foch de Cardona described in 1703, that the majority ruled. If there was a tie, the matter was laid aside until some absent member attended, while, if the meeting was a full one, the fiscal was called in to cast the deciding vote. In its relations with the tribunals, the Suprema had even greater success. As it gradually absorbed the Inquisitor General, it exercised his power, which was virtually unlimited and irresponsible, over them, until it became a centralized oligarchy of the most absolute kind. To this, of course, the progressive improvement in communication largely contributed. In the earlier period, the delays and expenses of special messengers and couriers rendered it necessary for the local tribunals to be virtually independent in the routine business of arresting, trying, sentencing, and punishing offenders. Only matters about which there could be dispute, or which involved consequences of importance, would warrant the delay and expense of consulting the central head. Items in the accounts and allusions in the correspondence show that, when this was necessary, the outlay for a messenger was a subject to be carefully weighed. The matter was complicated by the fact that the central head was perambulating, moving with the court from one province to another, and its precise seat at any one moment might be unknown to those at a distance. The permanent choice of Madrid as a capital by Philip II, broken by a short transfer to Valladolid, was favorable to centralization, and still more so was the development of the post office, establishing regular communication at a comparatively trivial cost, although at first the Inquisition was somewhat chary about confiding its secret documents to the postman. At first there was hesitation in intruding upon the functions of the tribunals. A letter of November 10, 1493, from the Suprema to the Inquisitors of Toledo, asks as a favor for the information on which a certain arrest had been made, explaining that this was at the especial request of the Queen. Where there was not unanimity, however, a reference to some higher authority was essential, and we have seen that, in 1488, Torquemada ordered that all such cases should be sent to him to be decided in the Suprema, and, in 1507, Ximenes went further and required all cases in which the accused did not confess to be sent to the council. This seems speedily to have become obsolete, but the rule as to discordia was permanent. In 1509 a letter of the Suprema extends it to arrests and all other acts on which votes were taken, when a report with all the opinions was to be forwarded for its decision. The costs attendant on these references were not small, for we happened to meet with an order, May 23, 1501, to pay to Inquisitor Mercado 100 ducats for his expenses and sickness while at court examining the cases brought from his tribunal of Valencia. Possibly for this reason references to the Suprema were not encouraged, for, about this time, it ordered that none should be brought to it except those in which there was discordia, and in these it expected that the parties should be represented by counsel. The same motive may have led to an order, in 1528, limiting these references to cases of great importance, but this restriction was removed in another of July 11, 1532, when it was explained that, if an inquisitor dissented from the other two and from the ordinary, the case must be sent up. Practically, the authority of the Suprema over the tribunals was limited only by its discretion, and inevitably it was making constant encroachments on their independence of action. Its correspondence in 1539 and 1540 with the Valencia tribunal shows an increasing number of cases submitted to it and its supervision over minute details of current business. In 1543, the case of a Morisca named Mari Gomez La Cezeda shows that a sentence of torture had to be submitted to it, and its reply indicates conscientious scrutiny of the records, for it ordered the re-examination of certain witnesses, but if they were absent or dead, then she might be tortured moderately. A further extension of authority is seen during a witch craze in Catalonia, when, to restrain the cruelty of the Barcelona tribunal in 1537, all cases of witchcraft, after being voted on, were ordered to be submitted to it for a final decision, and, in a recrudescence of the epidemic between 1545 and 1550, it required all sentences of relaxation to be sent to it, even when unanimous. On this last occasion, however, the Barcelona tribunal asserted its independence of action by disregarding the command and a phrase in the instructions of 1561 requiring, in all cases of special importance, the sentences to be submitted before execution, was too vague to be of much practical effect. The supervision which the Suprema was thus gradually developing was most salutary as a check upon the irresponsibility of the tribunals, whose acts were shrouded in impenetrable secrecy except when scrutinized with more or less conscientious investigation by visitors at intervals of 5 or 10 years. The conditions in Barcelona, as revealed by successive visitations between 1540 and 1580, show how a tribunal might violate systematically the instructions, and how fruitless were the exposures made by visitors when the inquisitors chose to disregard the orders elicited by reports of their misdoings. They were virtually a law unto themselves. No one dared to complain of them, and the victims' mouths were closed by the oath of secrecy, which bound them under severe penalties not to divulge their experiences. The whole system was so devised as to expose the inquisitor to the maximum of temptation with the minimum risk of detection, and it was the merest chance whether this power was exercised by a lucero or by a conscientious judge. The consulta de fe and the occurrence of the ordinary furnished but a feeble barrier, for the record could generally be so presented as to produce the desired impression, and the consultors, proud of their position and its immunities, were indisposed to give trouble, especially as their adverse votes did not create a discordia. When Salazar, in 1566, took the unusual trouble of investigating the interminable records of the individual trials, the rebuke of the Suprema to the inquisitors of Barcelona speaks of the numbers of those sentenced to relaxation, reconciliation, the galleys, scourging, etc., after the grossest informalities in the conduct of the trials. The world can never know the cruelties perpetrated under a system which relieved the tribunals from accountability, and consequently any supervision was a benefit, even that imperfectly exercised by the distant Suprema. There seems to have come a dawning consciousness of this, possibly stimulated by the revelations of Salazar's investigations into the three tribunals of the Crown of Aragon, which led to the Concordia of 1568. In the same year, a Carta Acordada of June 22 ordered that even when sentences of relaxation were voted unanimously, the process should be sent to the Suprema for its action. From this time forward its intervention, on one score or another, gradually increased. From the records of the Tribunal of Toledo, between 1575 and 1610, it appears that it intervened in 228 cases out of 1,172, or substantially in 1 out of 5, while in only 82 of these cases, or 1 out of 14, was there discordia, sometimes as to arrest and trial, sometimes as to torture, but mostly as to the final sentence. End of Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, September 2010. Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 3 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization. Chapter 1, Part 3. The Inquisitor General and Supreme Council. At this period, it would seem to be the practice in the Suprema to refer cases to two members and act on their report. Thus, in the matter of Mari Valles, condemned in 1594 to relaxation in effigy, the two are Vigil de Quiñones and Mendoza, whose names are inscribed on the back of the sentence and under them the word justa, on the strength of which the secretary writes the formal letter to the tribunal, ending with Hagias Señores Justia, the customary formula of confirmation. As might be expected, the degree of scrutiny exercised in the performance of this duty was variable. In the case of Jacques Curtension, in 1599, it was observed that the ratification of the confession of the accused had been made in the presence of only one interpreter, when the rules required two. The papers were therefore returned to the Tribunal of Granada for the rectification of this irregularity, but this exactitude was of no benefit to the sufferer. On the other hand, Pedro Flamenco was tortured in Toledo at 10 a.m., June 10, 1570, after which the consulta de fe was held, which condemned him to relaxation for fictitious confession. At the earliest, the papers could not have reached Madrid until late on the 11th, but on the 12th was dispatched the formal reply confirming the sentence. There could scarce have been time to read the voluminous record, and certainly none to give it more than perfunctory consideration. Again, delays attributable only to negligence were not infrequent. Diego de Orozco was sentenced to relaxation by the Tribunal of Cuenca, which sent the process to the Suprema, September 3, 1585, and, at the same time, asked for instruction about the cases of Alonso Sanz and Francisco Caquin, which had been previously forwarded. No reply was received for more than a month when the tribunal wrote again, October 14th, that it was anxious to hold an auto de fe. This brought the prompt answer to torture Orozco and execute justice in accordance with the result. Besides this direct intervention, there grew up a watchfulness over the proceedings of the tribunals through their reports of autos de fe, which were closely scrutinized and returned with criticisms. These reports were required to give full details of all cases decided, whether for public autos or private ones in the audience chamber, and their regular transmission was enforced by conditioning upon it the payment of the annual ayuda de costa, or supplement to the salaries of the officials. There was also an opportunity, which was not neglected, of administering reproofs on the reports required from inquisitors of their annual visitations of portions of their districts. These were closely criticized, and errors were pointed out without reserve, such as judging cases that ought to have been sent to the tribunal for its action, punishing too severely or too lightly, imperfect reports of cases, etc. Thus, in various ways, a more or less minute supervision was exercised, and the inquisitors were made to feel the subordination of their position. This was greatly increased when, in 1632, each tribunal was required to send in a monthly report of all its current business and the condition of each case, whether pending or decided, and this in addition to an annual report on which depended the allowance of the ayuda de costa. It was difficult to enforce the regular performance of this, and the command had to be frequently repeated, but it was successful to some extent and afforded an opportunity of criticism which was not neglected. Thus, in 1695, in acknowledging receipt of such a report from Valencia, its slovenliness and imperfection are sharply rebuked as deserving of a heavier penalty, which is suspended through benignity. The character, it is said, of the witnesses should be noted, the number or letter of the prisoner's cell, the ration assigned to him, whether or not he has property, and, if sequestrated, a copy of the sequestration should be added. The crime and the time of entering the prison and the property items should be repeated in all successive reports. After this, each individual case is considered, and much fault is found with the details of procedure. Even the requests for information, made by one tribunal of another, were required, by an order of 1635, to be the subject of regular reports by the fiscal every 4 months. It was impossible, however, to enforce with regularity the rendering of monthly reports, and in 1800 the Suprema contented itself with requiring them thrice a year, a regulation which continued to the end, although it was irregularly observed. The same process of centralization was developed in the control over individual cases. It was not only when there was discordia, or sentences of relaxation, that confirmation was required. A Carta Acordada of August 2, 1625, ordered that no sentence of scourging, galleys, public penance, or vergüenza should be executed until the process was submitted to the Suprema. The records of the Tribunal of Valladolid at this period not only show that this was observed when corporal punishment was inflicted, but also indicate that a custom was springing up of submitting the sentence in all cases involving clerics, and further that the habit was becoming frequent of consulting the Suprema during the course of trials. When, in 1647, the Suprema required all sentences to be submitted to it as soon as pronounced, it assumed full control over the disposition of cases. It was concentrating in itself the management of the entire business of all the tribunals. The minuteness of detail in its supervision is illustrated when, in 1697, the daily ration of 4 maravedis for a prisoner in Valladolid was regulated by it, and the vote of the tribunal whether a prisoner is to be confined in the carceles medias or secretas had to be confirmed by it. Simple arrest by the Inquisition was in itself an infliction of no common severity, and, from an early period, the Suprema sought to exercise supervision over it. In 1500, the instructions of Seville require the tribunals, whether they make an arrest, to send to the Inquisitor General, by their messenger, the accusation with the testimony in full, the number of witnesses, and the character of the accused. This salutary check on the irresponsible power of the inquisitors was too cumbrous for enforcement, and it soon became obsolete. But in 1509, when there was discordia as to sentences of arrest, they were ordered, before execution, to be submitted to the Suprema with the opinions of the voters. In 1521, to check the persecuting zeal of the tribunals towards the Moriscos, or newly baptized Moors, Cardinal Adrian ordered that they should not be arrested save on conclusive evidence which must first be submitted to the Suprema, a humane measure speedily forgotten. The religious orders were favored, in 1534, by requiring confirmation of all sentences of arrest pronounced against their members, a measure which required to be repeated in 1555, and in 1616 it was extended to all ecclesiastics. The instructions of 1561 order consultation with the Suprema before arresting persons of quality or when the case is otherwise important, and in 1628 it was ordered that no arrest be made on the testimony of a single witness without first consulting the Suprema. If escape were feared, precautions might be taken, but in such wise as to inflict as little disgrace as possible. Under these limitations, the practice is summarized by a writer, about 1675, who tells us that there are cases in which the tribunals can vote arrest, but not execute it without the assent of the Suprema. These are where there is but one witness, but this is not observed with Judaizers. When the accused is a cleric, religious, knight of the military orders, notary or superior officer of justice, unless indeed flight be apprehended. In these cases the summaria, or summary of evidence, must be well drawn up and submitted to the Suprema with the votes of the inquisitors. Thus, gradually, the independent action of the tribunals was curtailed until it finally disappeared, and centralization in the Suprema was complete. The precise date of this I have been unable to determine, but a writer of the middle of the 18th century tersely describes the conditions, telling us that the inquisitors determine nothing without the orders of the council, so that when they draw up the summarias, in cases of faith, they submit them, and, on their return, do what they are told. They do not sentence, but only append their opinions to the processes, and the council decides. This continued to the end. The Book of Votes of the Suprema, in the Restored Inquisition from 1814 to 1820, shows that the tribunals had become mere agencies for receiving denunciations, collecting evidence, and executing the orders of the council. Even these slender duties were sometimes denied to them. In the case of Juana de Lima of Xeres, tried for bigamy, the summaria was made up by the commissioner of Xeres, and on it the Suprema, without more ado, sentenced her to 4 years in a house of correction, and sent the sentence to the commissioner to be read to her. The functions of the Seville inquisitors were reduced to transmitting the papers and keeping the records. If a tribunal ventured on the slightest expression of dissent, it was roundly taken to task. Thus, December 23, 1816, that of Madrid was sternly rebuked because, in the case of Don Teodoro Bachiller, it had described as unjustified his imprisonment. That imprisonment had been approved by the Suprema, and the tribunal was ordered to expunge from the records this improper expression and never to repeat such an offense, if it desired to escape serious action. So, when the fiscal of the same tribunal remonstrated against an order to remove Caetano Carcer, on the ground of ill health, from the secret prison, the Suprema replied, January 14, 1818, that its orders were dictated by justice, and there was no fiscal or tribunal that could object to them. It expected that the tribunal and its fiscal would in future be more self-restrained and obedient to its superior decisions, thus escaping all responsibility, and that they would not oblige the council to enforce its authority by measures necessary, although unpleasant. To this had shrunk the inquisitor before whom, in the old days, bishops and magnates trembled. It is satisfactory to be able to say that, as a rule, the interference of the Suprema with the tribunals was on the side of mercy rather than of rigor. It is true that torture, then the universal solvent of doubt, was frequently ordered, but there seems to have been a fairly conscientious discharge of the responsibilities which it had grasped. In the Valladolid records of the 17th century, the modifications of sentences are almost uniformly mitigations, especially by the omission of scourging, which the tribunals were accustomed to administer liberally, and there would seem to be an especial tenderness for the offences of the clergy. A typical instance of this moderation is seen in the case of Margarita Altamira, sentenced by the Barcelona tribunal in 1682 to appear in an auto de fe, to abjure de levi, and to receive 100 lashes through the streets, and to 7 years' exile from Barcelona and some other places, the first 2 of which were to be passed serving in a hospital without pay. All this the Suprema reduced to hearing her sentence read in the audience chamber and to 4 years' exile from the same places. This mitigating tendency is especially apparent in the restored Inquisition from 1814 to 1820, where the sentences are almost uniformly revised with a reduction of penalties. Scourging is more rarely prescribed by the tribunals, and, when it is ordered, it is invariably omitted by the Suprema, the power of dispensing with it being attributed to the Inquisitor General. As the functions of the tribunals thus gradually shrank to mere ministerial duties, the appellate jurisdiction lodged in the Inquisitor General and absorbed by the Suprema, of which we heard so much in earlier times, became less and less important. The bull of Leo X in 1516 prescribes that appeals shall be heard by the Inquisitor General in conjunction with the Suprema, and that, pending the decision, the case shall be suspended. This indicates that appeals were suspensive, although subsequently the Inquisition eluded this by arguing, as in the matter of Villanueva, that they were merely devolutionary, that is, that sentences, in spite of them, were to be promptly executed, thus practically rendering them useless. At this period, the relations between the Council and the Inquisitor General as to appellate jurisdiction do not appear to be definitely settled. In 1520, Antonio de la Bastida appealed about his wife's dowry from the judge of confiscations of Calahorra, and the decision in his favor was rendered by the Suprema in consultation with the very reverend father, the Cardinal of Tortosa, Adrian, and, as the crown was concerned, it was confirmed by Charles V. In 2 cases, however, in 1527 and 1528, in which, on appeal, Cardinal Manrique remitted or mitigated sentences, the letters were issued in his name and without signature by the members of the council. During Manrique's disgrace, the Suprema apparently acted independently, for, in a letter of December 9, 1535, to the Valencia tribunal, alluding to the cases on appeal pending before it, it promises to adjudicate them as speedily as possible. That, by this time, at least its concurrence had become essential would appear from the modification, on appeal by Juan Gomez, from a sentence imposed by the Valencia tribunal, when the letter was signed both by Inquisitor General Tavera and the members of the council. When, as we have seen, the secular courts endeavored to entertain appeals in cases of confiscation and matters not strictly of faith, Prince Philip's cedula of March 10, 1553, emphatically declared that appellate jurisdiction was vested solely in the Suprema, which held faculties for that purpose from the Holy See and from the Crown. This would seem to dispose of any claim that appellate jurisdiction was a special attribute of the Inquisitor General, and this is confirmed by a case in 1552 in which Angelica Vidama appealed from the sentence of the Valencia tribunal condemning the memory and fame of her deceased mother Beatriz Vidama. On March 8, Inquisitor General Valdez and the members of the council, with some assessors, declared that, after examining the matter in several sessions, their opinion was that the sentence should be revoked. Then, on March 12th, in the presence of Valdez, the council adopted a sentence restoring her and her posterity to honor and good fame and releasing the confiscation of her estate. The sentence is not signed by Valdez, but only by 3 members of the council, which indicates that his signature was unnecessary. When he was held simply to have a vote, like every other member, he could claim no special authority as to appeals, and, with the gradual intervention of the Suprema in all acts of the tribunals, appeals themselves became obsolete. From a comparatively early period, the control assumed by the Suprema over the provincial tribunals was absolute. Already, in 1533, it tersely informed them that what it ordered and what it forbade must be obeyed to the letter. This it repeated in 1556, and in 1568 it took occasion to tell them that it was not to be answered, nor were inquisitors to offer excuses when they were rebuked. This control was not confined to their judicial proceedings, but extended to every detail of their affairs. Even Ferdinand, with his minute watchfulness over the management of the tribunals, gave to the inquisitors a certain latitude as to the expenses, and instructed his receivers that they were to honor the requisitions of the inquisitors for outlays on messengers, lodgings, work on houses, prisons, stagings, etc. The Suprema permitted no such liberty of action. It required to be consulted in advance, and roundly scolded tribunals which incurred expenses on their own responsibility. In 1569, a general order specified in minute detail the trifling matters of daily necessity for which they could make disbursements. For everything else referenced first must be made to the Suprema. This continued to the end, and its correspondence is filled with instructions as to petty outlays of all kinds, and largely with regard to repairs of the houses and other properties belonging to the Inquisition. If Valencia in 1647 wanted a clock in the audience chamber, it had to apply for permission to purchase one, and in 1650 the Suprema ordered its price to be allowed in the receiver's accounts. In 1665 it ordered the fiscal of Barcelona to be lodged in the palace of the Inquisition, and gave minute instructions how the apartments were to be redistributed so as to accommodate him. It is scarce necessary to add that the determination of salaries, which had originally been lodged in the hands of the Inquisitor General, had passed absolutely under the control of the Suprema. Among the perquisites of the officials was that they were furnished with mourning on occasions of public mourning, and a Carta Acordada of January 20th, 1578, ordered that, when this was to be given, a detailed statement must be made out in advance of the persons entitled to it, how much there would be required, what kind of cloth, and at what price. On the death of Philip II in 1598, 2 persons in Valencia complained that they had been omitted in the distribution, whereupon it wrote to the tribunal for information, on receipt of which it ordered that one of them should be gratified. So, in 1665, on the death of Philip IV, Dr. Palladio Juncar, one of the physicians of the tribunal of Barcelona, asked for an allowance such as had been given to his colleague, Dr. Maruch, whereupon the Suprema called for a report as to the cost of the mourning given to Dr. Maruch, and whether it was customary to give it to 2 physicians. A similar petition from Juan Carbonell, one of the advocates for poor prisoners, led to another demand for information, and the result was that the Suprema refused them both. This close watchfulness did not diminish with time. In 1816, when returning the papers of a case to the Tribunal of Madrid, a reprimand was administered because in one place there was a blank of half a page, which might have been utilized for a certain record. So, in 1817, Seville was rebuked for the number of blank pages in the processes sent, causing not only a useless waste of paper, but an increase of postage. 6 months later, Seville sent the Summaria of Miguel Villavicencio in which the Suprema counted 14 blank pages, whereupon it referred to its previous instructions and commanded the tribunal to tell the secretaries that they must obey orders, else they would not only be charged with the excess of postage, but would be severely punished. The development of this absolute authority was largely aided by the complete control over the finances of the tribunals claimed and exercised by the Inquisitor General, or the Suprema, or concurrently by both. This, after the death of Ferdinand, practically passed into their hands, except when Charles, in his early years, made grants to his courtiers from the confiscations. All that was gathered in by the laborers of the provincial inquisitors was treated as a common fund at the sole discretion of the central power. Most of the tribunals, as we shall see, held investments, partially adequate to their support, in addition to their current gains, but even these were held subject to the Suprema. In 1517, orders were sent to the farmers of the revenue to pay to the Receiver General of the Suprema, instead of to the tribunals, the heros, or assignment on the taxes, held by the latter. Of these, the holdings of the Seville tribunal amounted to 500,000 maravedis per annum, 100,000 on the tithe of oil, 200,000 on the alcavala of oil, and 200,000 on the alcavala of the shambles. Cordova suffered less from this, for that tribunal held only 103,000 maravedis of income, 63,000 on the alcavala of meal, 16,000 on that of wine, and 24,000 on that of fruit. But it was not only on the investments, but also on the current earnings of the tribunals that the Suprema laid its hand. Its salary list was considerable. It had no settled source of income, and the royal policy was that the Inquisition must pay its own way, besides having a surplus for the treasury. In 1515, while the Suprema of Castile was yet to separate from that of Aragon, its payroll aggregated 750,000 maravedis, with 340,000 additional for ayudas de costa, or in all 1,090,000, without counting Inquisitor General Ximenes, who seems to have disdained the emoluments of his office. This large sum, the receiver of Seville, Pedro de Villacis, was required to defray in 1515, while in 1516 the demand fell upon Guilastegui, receiver of Toledo. In 1517 the salaries were paid by Seville and the ayuda de costa by Toledo, and in 1518 by Valencia. The burden was apportioned among them according to their luck. In addition to this were the innumerable orders to pay the salaries and expenses of the tribunals, which were sometimes issued in the name of Cardinal Adrian and sometimes in that of the Suprema. It would seem that the receivers of the tribunals, who were practically treasurers, occasionally hesitated in honoring these calls, for in 1520 Charles V issued cedulas to all the receivers of Castile and Aragon to pay whatever the Inquisitor General and Suprema should order. The theory that the funds belonged to the Crown in no way limited the control of the Inquisitor General and Suprema, and this, during the disgrace of Manrique, naturally passed into the hands of the Council. Under his successor, Tavera, orders were sometimes drawn in his name and countersigned by the members of the Council, and sometimes all reference to him was omitted. There seems not to have been any settled rule until, about 1704, the victory of the Council over Mendoza was emphasized by an instruction that no order for the payment of money, given by the Inquisitor General, was to be recognized unless countersigned by the members. End of Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 3. Recording by Kathleen Nelson, Austin, Texas, September 2010.
Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 4 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization. Chapter 1, Part 4. The Inquisitor General and Supreme Council. The Suprema called without stint on the tribunals to meet its expenses, and its fluctuating sources of supply are indicated in its varying demands for a few ducats for some special payment to large sums from some tribunal which had made a fortunate raid on wealthy heretics, as when, being in Valladolid in 1549, it demanded 2,000 ducats from that tribunal for its payroll. It seems to have made an attempt to levy a settled contribution on Saragossa, which, in 1539, it ordered to furnish the money for its salaries. But the enforcement of this seems to have been difficult, for from 1540 to 1546 we find it paying its receiver-general Loases 15,000 maravedis a year for making the collection. After an interval of 10 years, in 1557, it demanded of Saragossa 10,000 sueldos, or 400 ducats, a year toward its payroll. But again there was trouble, for although the order was issued in April, the inquisitors in October were reminded of it, with the significant hint that, unless the money were forthcoming, their salaries would be cut off. In 1559 a papal grant of 100,000 ducats on the ecclesiastical revenues of Spain kept in its funds for a while, and when the tribunals of the colonies were fairly in operation, they contributed largely. But in the 18th century we still find it drawing upon the tribunals, although it had accumulated a considerable invested capital, yielding a handsome income. While thus caring for itself, it also looked after the tribunals which were less fortunate than their fellows, treating the profits of all as a common fund to be distributed at its discretion. These transfers were incessant, as examples of them may be cited in order. In 1562 to Valladolid, to pay 1,000 ducats to Barcelona, which was deeply in debt, and in 1565 Murcia was called upon to give it 400,000 maravedis for its salaries. Murcia at this time seems to have struck a rich vein of confiscations, for in 1567 it was required to contribute 1,500 ducats for the salaries of Valencia. Barcelona continued in trouble. There were few heretics there, and its chief business was quarreling with the people, which was not productive financially. So in 1579 Llarena was required to give it 500 ducats towards its payroll, and in 1586 Seville, Murcia, and Llarena were ordered to furnish 500 ducats each for the same purpose. The expulsion of the Moriscos in 1609–1610 brought Valencia to destitution, and in 1612 Granada and Seville were obliged to lend it 1,000 ducats apiece. This system remained in force until the last. Under the Restoration, the Holy Office was seriously cramped for funds, as we shall see, and its financial troubles were frequent. In 1816, Majorca was required to furnish over 400,000 reales to Logroño, and Logroño was called upon to supply the same sum to the Suprema. It was not prompt in meeting this demand, but paid 15,000. In March 1817, the Suprema notified it that the balance would be drawn for. On this, a partial payment seems to have been made, leaving 12,000, for which in 1818 the Receiver-General of the Suprema drew, but his draft came back dishonored. This aroused the wrath of the council, which wrote, July 3rd, expressing its surprise. If the tribunal had no funds in hand, it should have gone out and borrowed them. It must do so now, and not let such a thing occur again. A necessary feature of this financial control was the centralization of the Suprema of its auditing of the accounts of all the tribunals. Their receivers or treasurers were supposed to send, at regular intervals, itemized statements with vouchers of all receipts and expenditures, which were audited by the contador general, or auditor, of the council. The efficiency of this system was marred by habitual vices of maladministration and the hesitation to punish offenders, of which a petition of this historian, Jerónimo Zurita, affords us a glimpse. In 1538 he was made secretary or escribano de cámara of the Suprema. In 1548 Inquisitor General Valdez gave this place to Juan de Valdez, presumably a kinsman, and Zurita was transferred to the Contaduría General for Aragon. In a petition presented May 2, 1560, he represents that he has served the contador for 12 years at a salary less than that of his predecessor, and with more work. There were the accounts of the Tribunal of Sicily, which had not been rendered for 20 years, and it was notorious that the accounts of the receivers had been very confused or embarrassing, all of which he had straightened out with the utmost care, rejecting, for the service of the Holy Office, opportunities affording him better prospects, and now the only reward he asks is that his son, Miguel Zurita, a youth of 18, may be adjoined to him as an assistant, a moderate prayer which was granted. That Zurita was a laborious and conscientious auditor it would be impossible to doubt, but the frequency of defalcations, as we shall see hereafter, would indicate that such officials were not universal, and that the precautions of the system were negligently enforced. That the Suprema should exact all that it could from the tribunals was a necessity, for its payroll grew, partly as the result of its increased functions in the centralizing process, and partly in accordance with the inevitable law of an office-holding class to multiply. As the business and profits of the Inquisition decreased, its officials consequently grew more numerous and costly. After the death of Ferdinand in 1516, when Aguirre and Calcena were dismissed, there were for some years only 3 members, a fiscal, a secretary, an alguazil, a relator, to report on cases sent up on appeal, a contador and receiver general, 2 physicians, a messenger, and a portero, 12 in all, with a payroll, including the ayuda de costa, of 1,090,000 maravedis, or a little less than 3,000 ducats. In the 17th century all this had changed. Various gratifications had become habitual additions to the salaries proper in lieu of the old ayuda de costa. Thus there were 3 larger propinas or pourboires a year, on the days of San Isidro, May 15th, San Juan, June 24th, and Santa Ana, July 26th, and 5 smaller ones called manueles on certain other feasts. There were also luminarias, or reimbursement, for the cost of the frequent illuminations publicly ordered, which seem to have been averaged into a fixed sum, and at times there was an allowance for the autos of Corpus Christi, or plays represented before the council on Corpus Christi Day, while the toros, or bullfights, which were celebrated on the days of the 3 chief propinas, sometimes replaced the latter. There were other smaller perquisites, such as wax and sugar, the latter a distribution, on each of the feasts of Corpus Christi and San Pedro Martir, of an arroba, 25 pounds, of sugar to the Inquisitor General, half an arroba to the members, and a quarter to the subordinates, making in all 9 arrobas. In 1657 we learn that sugar was worth 161 reales per arroba, making an annual outlay for this purpose of 2,900 reales. A larger gratuity was that of houses. The Suprema owned a number, and allowed them to be occupied by its officials, while those who were not thus housed received a cash equivalent. Thus in various ways the nominal salaries were largely supplemented, and, whatever were the necessities of the state, the council took care that its members and officials should be abundantly supplied. When in 1629 there was some talk of reforming the Suprema, Philip IV called upon Castañeda, the contador general, for a detailed statement on the salaries, propinas, bullfights, and illuminations, with their aggregate for each person connected with it, from the inquisitor general down to the lowest employee, and the same information was required as to the tribunals. As usual, the Suprema equivocated and concealed. All that it saw fit to reply was that the salary of a member was 500,000 maravedis, of a consejero de la tarde 166,666, of the royal secretary and receiver general 200,000 each. We happen to have a detailed statement of the personnel and emolument of the Suprema at this period, which furnishes the information thus withheld from the king. It shows that the salary of the inquisitor general was 1,100,000 maravedis, and the extras 352,920, or in all 1,452,920. Each of the full members received one half of this, while the consejeros de la tarde had 1/3 of the salary of a full member, one half of his propina, and no luminaries. The whole number on the payroll was 36. The aggregate of their salaries was 7,152,539 maravedis, and of the extras 2,891,088, or in all 10,043,627, equivalent to the 295,400 reales, or 26,855 ducats, being about tenfold the cost of a century earlier. Of course, the purchasing power of money had fallen greatly during the interval, but this does not wholly explain the latter extravagance. It is observable, moreover, that, in the case of the minor subordinates, where the salaries were low, the extras amount to twice as much as the regular pay, and also that as yet there were but 3 propinas a year, and these and the luminaries were the only extras. A statement of a few years earlier, probably 1635, may be summarized thus: salaries 7,644,500 maravedis, propinas 2,382,900, luminarias 1,232,875, allowances to officials for houses, estimated 800,000, expenses, repairs to houses, estimated 890,000, expenses, postage, couriers, secret service, estimated 400,000, total 13,350,275. In this, for the first time, appears the name of the king as a recipient of the propinas and luminarias, with an allowance double that of the inquisitor general. But though he figured in the estimates, he was not paid. So carefully were these extras observed, that when, in 1679 and 1680, the fiestas de toros, or bullfights, on the feasts of San Isidro and Santa Ana, were omitted, and in 1680 the autos sacramentales of Corpus Christi, the Suprema indemnified itself in 1680 by distributing 687,276 maravedis, from which we learn that the perquisites of a bullfight amounted to 137,275, and of an exhibition of autos to 144,976. The terrible condition of the debased currency, known as vellon, at a discount from plata, or silver, ranging from 25 to 50%, gave further opportunities for quietly increasing salaries. As a rule, public officials had to take their salaries in the depreciated vellon. The government was obliged to accept it for taxes and to pay it out at its face value. The Suprema, however, computed its salaries in silver and paid in vellon with the discount added. In 1680, the members made a special grant to themselves, for they ordered the salaries to be paid 1/2 in silver and the other half in vellon, with 100% added, thus in effect doubling their salaries. How often this liberality was repeated, it would be impossible now to say. It was not a settled matter, for the receipts in 1681 show a return to the usual practice of payment in vellon with 50% added. Another device by which the depreciation in vellon was made a pretext for augmenting salaries is shown by the receipts for 1670. Payments were made every 3 months in advance, the first tertio, on January 1st, and the second on May 1st, were made in vellon with the customary addition of 50%. Then, on September 1st, this augmented sum was taken as a basis and 66 2/3% added, bringing the payment to 2½ times the legitimate amount. The Suprema was not particular as to other devices for increasing its emoluments. In 1659, the birth of the Infante Fernando Tomas served as an excuse for 2 extra propinas and for 5 luminarias. In 1690, when it probably was in funds from the confiscations in Majorca, under the transparent pretext of replacing various articles of which it had availed itself, it voted to its members and chief officers 14,160 reales in silver, and to the subordinates 8,555 in vellon. It was also profuse in gratuities to its employees, as when, in 1670, it voted to Doña Juana de Fita y Ribera, evidently the daughter or niece of its secretary, Joseph de Ribera, the handsome pension of 400 ducats to enable her to marry. In spite of its perpetual complaints of poverty, it evidently was not an inexpensive department of the government. The Suprema was none the less liberal in providing for the amusement and gratification of its members, in ghastly contrast with the sources from which the funds were drawn, the confiscations that ruined thousands of industrious and happy families. In fact, it gives us a new conception of the grim tribunal, which held in its hand the life and honor of every Spaniard, and had as its motto, Ex surge Domine et vindica causam tuam, to note its careful provision for comfort and enjoyment on festal occasions. We happen to have the details of the cost of the autos sacramentales performed before the council on the Corpus Christi feast of 1659, amounting to 2,040 reales vellon and 1,168 of silver. The fiestas de toros, or bullfights, cost nothing for the performers, but were attended with elaborate and somewhat expensive preparations for the enjoyment and refreshment of the members and officials. As there were 3 or 4 of these a year, the amusement was costly, but the Suprema did not grudge expense when its own gratification was concerned. As affording an insight into this unexpected aspect of the Holy Office, I give below the items of expenditure of the toros of June 5, 1690, amounting to 2,067 reales 7 maravedis, to which is to be added, as the exhibition was given at the Palace of Buen Retiro, the sum of 4,400 reales, paid to the treasurer of the palace for the use of the balconies occupied by the council and its servants. This is a single example of the constant outlay on occasions where the Suprema defrayed the expenses of its members and attendants. They were by no means confined to the toros and autos. In this same year, 1690, the Suprema paid 3,300 reales for balconies on the Calle Mayor, from which to see the new queen, Maria Ana of Nuremberg, when she entered Madrid. In addition to the salaries and extra emoluments, the officials of the Suprema had a fertile source of income from the fees which they were entitled to charge. Every act or certificate or paper made out was paid for by the party applying for it, in the multitudinous business flowing in to the council, from applicants for favors, examinations into limpieza or purity of blood, or in the perpetual litigation subject to its extensive jurisdiction, from the fiscal and his clerk, who levied upon all documents passing through his hands, down to the portero, who had his recognized fee for serving a summons. Everyone was entitled to charge for the services pertaining to his office. According to the Arancel or fee bill issued in 1642, the secretaries were entitled to 20 reales for every grace issued, licenses to read prohibited books, commutations of penance, dispensations, and the 100 other matters in which the Suprema alone could grant favors. The Secretario de Cámara, or private secretary of the Inquisitor General, had a fee for every commission issued. On one for an inquisitor or fiscal, he collected 100 reales, besides 8 for his clerk. On those for minor offices, a doubloon and 8 reales for his clerk, and so on. And these, according to the Arancel of Cardinal Giudice, were payable in silver. Burdensome as were these legalized fees, the limitations of the Arancel were not enforced, and complaints of imposition were constant. The members of the Suprema had not this source of income, but, as a rule, they held lucrative benefices with dispensation for non-residents. The Suprema could not be thus lavish in its expenditures without an assured and steady source of income. It no longer was dependent on what it could call from one tribunal or another, for it had so persistently utilized its control over their funds as to accumulate for itself an amount of invested capital, the interest on which went far to meet its regular requirements, the deficiency being made up by contributions from the tribunals, especially those of the colonies. These latter had become very productive. Besides accumulating large capital for themselves, they were able to make heavy remittances to Spain. Mexico and Lima were expected to furnish regularly 10,000 ducats a year, and this was frequently exceeded. Even from Cartagena de las Indias, the Suprema received, in 1653 and 1654, more than 100,000 pesos. About 1675, we chance to hear of a remittance of 40,000 pesos, about 29,000 ducats, of which Lima furnished 10,000 and Mexico 30,000. An estimate of income and outlay of about the year 1635 shows that the Suprema held securities of various kinds, bringing in an annual return as follows: assignments on the public revenues, 7,497,703 maravedis. In the hands of the fucares awaiting investment, 2,618,200 at 5%, 130,900. Censos, 2,210,625. Total, 9,939,228. Against this, its regular expenses were estimated at 13,350,275, which, with a sum of 1,353,625 that it had been ordered to pay to Cardinal Zapata, the late Inquisitor General, left a deficit of 4,864,672, or 12,966 ducats. This it could have had no trouble in making up from the tribunals at home and in the colonies, besides such amounts as might still come in from confiscations. In the period of storm and stress, for some 12 years, commencing with 1640, the incessant demands of the king unquestionably caused the Suprema some trouble. Already in 1640 we find it borrowing considerable sums, but its resources were large, and, about 1657, a statement of its indebtedness amounts, reduced to silver, only to 14,500 ducats. Against this may be set a list of investments and sources of income, yielding a revenue of 18,500,000 maravedis, or 50,000 ducats, showing what power of accumulation it had possessed, in spite of the troublous times through which it had passed. All this was clear interest on investment securities, except 10,000 ducats from the colonial tribunals, about 2,000 ducats estimated to come in from confiscations, etc., and 200,000 maravedis from the Fabrica de Sevilla. This latter item merits a word of explanation. In 1626, the castle of Triana, occupied by the Seville tribunal, was threatened with ruin by an inundation. In view of the heavy cost of repairs, in 1627, it was determined to meet this by imposing for 3 years, on every calificador appointed, a fee of 10 ducats, on every commissioner and familiar 5, and on every notary 4. The 3 years passed away, but the charge was continued, and in 1640 it was extended to a number of other minor positions, both salaried and unsalaried. The repairs had long been finished, but the Suprema coolly appropriated the income as part of its regular resources, and kept it to the end. In 1790 the receipts from Valencia amounted to 27.5 libras, and an allusion to it in 1817 shows that the Fabrica de Sevilla was still collected. About 1743, Philip V made an effort to reduce the excessive number of officials and expenses of the Inquisition and some other departments, but he was unable to withstand the conservative influences brought to bear. It was probably in connection with this that an elaborate statement of the resources and expenditures of the Suprema was prepared. The work of the Inquisition by this time had shrunk virtually to censorship of the press and punishing bigamists, soliciting confessors, blasphemers, diviners, wise women, and incautious utterers of suspicious propositions. But its machinery was as ponderous and costly as ever. The payroll of the Suprema counted 40 names whose salaries and emoluments aggregated in round numbers 64,000 ducats, to which were added the expenses of the Madrid tribunal, dependent on the Suprema, and other estimated outlays amounting to 12,000, making a total of 76,000 ducats. Its annual revenue was stated at 51,000 ducats, leaving a deficit of 25,000. How this was made does not appear. Possibly there was concealment in the statement of resources, for the Suprema does not seem to have curtailed its liberalities, and a salary list of 1764 shows that there had been no change in the pay and emoluments, except that the number of officials had increased to 41. The financial condition of the whole Inquisition, however, was seriously compromised by royal orders, from 1794 onward, requiring investments to be sold and the proceeds to be placed in government securities to aid in defraying the costs of the wars, in which Spain became involved, with France and then with Portugal and England. The virtual bankruptcy of the monarchy and the destruction consequent on the Napoleonic Wars naturally reduced it to the greatest straits, the results of which will be seen when we come to investigate its finances as a whole. Considering the liberal salary and allowances, which, in the 18th century, amounted to 4,030 ducats for each full member, the labor was not heavy. The council held daily sessions of 3 hours in the morning, and, on 3 days of the week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, a 2 hours session in the afternoon, at which were present the 2 auxiliary members of the Council of Castile, who received 1,400 ducats. The pay of the Inquisitor General was nearly 7,000 ducats, besides which he usually held a bishopric, and the members some comfortable preferment. The meetings of the council were originally held in the apartments of the Inquisitor General, until the accession of Philip IV, when the house of the condemned favorite, Rodrigo Calderon, was purchased for it, and became its permanent office. End of Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 4.
Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 1 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization, Chapter 2, Part 1, The Tribunal. During the active career of the Inquisition, it was the local tribunal which represented it to the people. The Inquisitor General and Suprema were distant, and held no direct relations with the community. It was otherwise with the Inquisitors, at whose bidding anyone, however high-placed, could be thrown into the secret prison, to emerge with an ineffaceable mark of infamy, while his property, to the minutest item, was sequestrated and tied up, perhaps for years, and, if not confiscated, was largely consumed in expenses. Men wielding such power, and virtually irresponsible, shed terror around them as they walked abroad, and, as we have seen, their habitual use of their position was not such as to allay these apprehensions. They were the visible agents of the Holy Office, the embodiment of its mysterious and all-embracing authority, empowered to summon to their aid the whole resources of the state, and answerable only to their chief. The tribunal, in which they sat in judgment on the lives and fortunes of all whom they might call before them, could only be regarded with universal dread, for no one knew at what moment an unguarded utterance, or the denunciation of some enemy, might bring him before it. The delimitation of the land into districts, each subject to its own tribunal, was naturally a work of time. In the early period, when there were converso suspects everywhere, it mattered little where an inquisition was set up, for it could find abundant occupation in any place, and, when the field was temporarily exhausted, it could transfer itself elsewhere in search of a fresh harvest. Ferdinand, in his instructions to the inquisitors of Saragossa, in 1485, tells them that wherever in Aragon they think that an inquisition is necessary, they are to notify Torquemada, who will send inquisitors there. Thus we hear of tribunals in Aragon at Teruel, Jaca, Tarazona, Barbastro, and Calatayud. There was one, partly Aragonese and partly Catalan, Lerida and Huesca, which was not divided between Saragossa and Barcelona until 1532. In Catalonia there were tribunals at Perpignan and Balaguer, and in Castile others more or less permanent at Medina del Campo, Avila, Guadalupe, Osuna, Jaén, Jerez, Alcaraz, Plasencia, Burgos, Durango, León, and doubtless many other places. Even as late as 1501, a royal cedula announces that Deza is about to send inquisitors with their officials to various bishoprics to provide them with tribunals, and all receivers were instructed to pay them such sums as he might designate. Under such conditions there could be no very precise boundaries of jurisdiction, for it mattered little who burnt a Judaizing New Christian, but it was otherwise with the confiscations which required to be garnered by those responsible and authorized by the king, and the first strict definitions of districts would seem to have arisen in commissioning receivers. Thus, in 1498, the receiver of Saragossa is qualified for the sees of Saragossa and Tarazona, he of Valencia for those of Valencia, Tortosa, Segorbe, and Teruel, while we hear of one for Huesca, Gerona, and Urgel, apparently distinct from Barcelona. For a considerable time, moreover, the tribunals to a certain extent were ambulatory, traveling around with their whole corps of officials and empowered to take possession of such buildings as they might require, wherever they saw fit to establish themselves for a time, while the receivers were instructed not to require of them an account of their travelling expenses. The regulations for such an itinerant court may be gathered from a cedula of May 17, 1517, addressed to all the officials and inhabitants of Leon and the bishoprics of Plasencia, Coria, Badajoz, and Ciudad Rodrigo, instructing them to give free lodgment, but not in inns, to the inquisitors and their officials, and to charge them only current prices for food. Where they settle for a time and set up their court, they are to rent lodgings in houses where they can have the use of one door and the owner of another, while suitable provision must be had for an audience chamber and a secret prison. The rent is to be determined by appraisers mutually selected, but, if the stay is less than a year, rent will be payable only for the time of occupancy. There is to be no opposition or maltreatment, but they are to have all aid and favor under penalty of 10,000 maravedis. The power thus conferred of temporary expropriation was not always exercised considerately. In 1514, Hernando Sanchez of Llerena complained to Ferdinand that, 7 years before, the inquisitors had taken his house, compelling him to build another, and this they were now about to seize. Ferdinand compassionated him and prohibited them from doing so. It was otherwise when the tribunal, in 1516, was transferred to Plasencia. The corregidor reported that the most suitable house was that of the dean, who was residing in Rome and had rented it, when he was told to turn out the tenant and install the tribunal, the rent as usual to be determined by 2 valuers. Even the episcopal dignity had to give way to the exigencies of the Inquisition. The Bishop of Cuenca was president of the Audiencia of Toro, and, during his absence, his palace was occupied by the tribunal. In 1519 he was about to return and give it notice to quit, when Charles V wrote to him that, if he was going to Cuenca, he could find other buildings for his residence. The Inquisition had spent much money on the prisons, and must not be disturbed. Nor was this the only similar case. Yet existing rights were sometimes respected. When, in Seville, the castle of Triana was assigned to the tribunal, the Count Duke of Sanlúcar was its hereditary alcaide. He ceded his position in exchange for the hereditary office of alguacil mayor of the tribunal, and, in 1706, this office was still enjoyed by his descendants, the Marquises of Leganés, to whom it was reckoned to be worth 150,000 maravedis a year. A similar bargain was made with the Marquis del Carpio, who was hereditary alcaide of the royal alcázar of Córdoba when it was occupied by the tribunal of that city, and, in 1706, the Marquis of the period was drawing an income of 100,000 maravedis from it. In both cases the incumbents provided deputies at their own expense. In the original economical simplicity of the institution, Torquemada, in 1485, ordered that all the officials should lodge in one house. But as the personnel of the tribunals waxed larger and self-indulgence increased, this rule became obsolete, and houses were furnished to the subordinates, the rents of which, under instructions from Cardinal Manrique, about 1525, were defrayed from the fines and penances levied on culprits. This became the general rule, although there are some instances of its inobservance, and of individual officials complaining of adverse discrimination in not being thus favored. In thus providing houses for its employees, the Inquisition claimed the right of eminent domain, and vindicated it after the usual arbitrary fashion, when it encountered resistance, as occurred in Valladolid in 1612. The secretary of the tribunal wanted a house which was occupied by an official of the Chancellery, or High Court of Justice for Old Castile and Leon. The tribunal incontinently ejected him and installed its secretary, who in turn was ousted by the offended court. The judges were promptly excommunicated, and the court rejoined by fining the parish priests for publishing the censures. Arrests were made on both sides. The court imposed fines on the inquisitors, who replied by threats of further anathemas. The chronicler fails to inform us of the outcome, but, under Philip III, there can be little doubt of the final triumph of the tribunal. The cedula of 1517 was repeated in another of February 8, 1543, and remained as a permanent regulation. In 1645 a formula shows that, whenever any official travelled on the business of a tribunal, he was furnished with a letter embodying the cedula of 1543, and commanding, in the customary imperious style, that he be furnished with free lodging, and beds and provisions at current rates, under pain of excommunication and a fine of 100,000 maravedis. The organization of the tribunal at first was exceedingly simple. We have seen how, in 1481, in Seville, 2 Dominican friars, with a legal assessor to guide them, and a fiscal as prosecuting officer, did such active work that they speedily required 2 receivers of confiscations to gather in the products of their industry. There must doubtless have been subordinates to attend to the clerical duties, to serve citations, and to take charge of prisoners, but the tribunal was manned on the most economical basis, and there was no time wasted. After 4 years' experience, Torquemada defined a tribunal as consisting of 2 inquisitors, an assessor, an alguacil, and a fiscal, with such notaries and other minor officials as might be necessary. They were to receive salaries, and no fees were to be charged under pain of dismissal, and no inquisitor was to use an official as a household servant. In this no account was taken of the force necessary to secure and handle the confiscations, for these were the concern of the sovereigns, and as yet their management was distinct from the prosecution of heretics. It constituted an intricate business, involving innumerable questions arising from claims of every description, which at first were settled in the secular courts, not always to Ferdinand's satisfaction. He grew intensely anxious to bring them within the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, declaring that if they were decided according to the law of the land, he would never get justice. For a while these duties were therefore thrown upon the inquisitors. In 1499, in the tribunal of Burgos and Valencia, Rodrigo de Carguello is styled inquisitor and judge of confiscations at a salary of 75,000, while his colleague, Alonso de Torres, receives only 60,000. Eventually, as we shall see, a subsidiary court for this purpose was established in each tribunal under a juez de bienes, or judge of confiscations. Ferdinand was thriftily resolved that the profits of persecution should be protected against the growth of expenses, and he struggled, though in vain, against the expansion of the payroll. Writing to Torquemada, July 22, 1486, he protests against the efforts of the inquisitors to multiply salaried positions, the torturer, the scriveners, the deputy alguaciles. The alguacil should supply the latter and also pay the portero. The payroll is already excessive, and the inquisitors demand so many salaries that they must be carefully watched. Ferdinand might chafe under the increasing burdens, but he could not check them. In this same year we find him obliged to give orders for the payment, in the tribunal of Saragossa, of 2 inquisitors, an assessor, an episcopal vicar general, an advocate fiscal, a procurator fiscal, an alguacil, 2 notaries, a receiver of witnesses, 2 messengers, a receiver and his scrivener, a physician, and a royal notary for the confiscations, whose salaries amounted to 37,700 sueldos, about 1,800 ducats, to which were to be added ayudas de costa, not as yet an established custom, but prevalent in one form or another. At the same time the payroll of the tribunal of Medina del Campo was somewhat smaller, amounting to about 1,550 ducats, although there were 3 inquisitors and an assessor, for there were fewer minor officials. In 1493 the tribunal of Valencia, one of the most active, was run with only 1 inquisitor and no assessor, costing only about 1,450 ducats. At the same time it should be borne in mind that these sums include the prison expenses, defrayed by the alguacil out of his salary, which was usually the largest in the list, an arrangement more economical than conducive to the welfare of the captives. The law of growth continued to operate. A list of ayudas de costa for Valladolid in 1515 shows 3 inquisitors, a fiscal, an alguacil, 3 notaries of the secreto or trial chamber, a receiver, a notary of sequestrations, a jailer, a messenger, and a portero. In 1568, Philip II, in defining the salaried officials exempt from taxation, enumerates, for this same tribunal, 2 or 3 inquisitors, a fiscal, an alguacil, an auditor, a judge of confiscations, 4 notaries of the secreto, a notary of sequestrations, a receiver, a messenger, a portero, an alcaide of the secret prison and 1 of the penitential prison, a notary of the juzgado or court of confiscations, an advocate of the fisc, a procurator of the fisc, 2 chaplains, a physician, a barber, a surgeon, and a steward for the poor prisoners. Besides these salaried officials, there was an indefinite number of unsalaried ones, consultors, who served in the consultas de fe, calificadores or censors, who pronounced on the charges prior to arrest and sat in judgment on books and writings, advocates of the accused, quote, personas honestas, unquote, who were present at the ratification of witnesses, in addition to the familiars and commissioners with their notaries. Then there came subsequently to be other officials, either salaried or living on fees, the notary de lo civil, or secretary in civil cases, the notary of actos positivos in matters of limpieza, the depository with whom applicants to prove their limpieza had to deposit in advance the cost of investigation, the superintendent of sequestrations, the superintendent of property, the proveedor or purveyor of food for prisoners, and, in some tribunals, the locksmith and bricklayer were reckoned as officials. Even when the salaries were trifling, the pressure for place was incessant in order to enjoy the privileges and exemptions of the Inquisition, and we shall see that when financial despair caused offices to be offered for sale, they were eagerly purchased, irrespective of profit. This overgrown personnel was admitted to be in abuse, and repeated efforts were made for its reform. A decree of June 19, 1629, repeated in 1638, prescribed the number to be allowed in each tribunal, but, as usual, these provisions were disregarded or eluded. In 1643 Philip IV animadverted on this disobedience. The excessive number of officials caused the greatest evils, both to the tribunals and the kingdom, and he ordered their reduction to the ancient standard in the briefest time possible. To this the Inquisitor General replied, fully admitting that this overplus of officials was the cause of the impaired character of the Inquisition and of the insufficiency of the revenues to meet the salaries. The Suprema, he said, had repeatedly attempted a reform, but the misfortunes of the times, and the pressure of the king had rendered it powerless, and the only remedy would be a papal brief defining numbers and invalidating all surplus commissions. The Suprema on its side presented a consulta suggesting a reissue of the decrees of 1629 and 1638, while the Inquisitor General should be deprived of power to exceed these limitations. It further stated that it had sent orders to each tribunal prescribing the numbers and requiring them to be reduced forthwith. The effect of all this was nugatory. In the Aragon Concordia, forced upon the king in 1646, the number allowed to a tribunal, in addition to the inquisitors and fiscal, commissioners and their notaries and familiars, was 23, which shows how excessive had been the practice. What this was elsewhere is indicated in a memorial from Majorca about 1650, occasioned by the imprisonment in chains of a familiar named Reginaldo Estado, because he desired to resign on being appointed Consul del Mar. The opportunity is taken of representing the evils arising from the multiplication of officials, as set forth in a previous petition of January 11th, 1647, and protesting that the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the Inquisition was the total ruin of the people, so that they would welcome its limitation to matters of faith as a full recompense for all the services rendered to the crown. In each of the 34 villages, outside of the capital, there were 3 officials, besides familiars. In Palma they were multiplied without limit, by creating places that had no duties, and appointing assistants and deputies ad libitum, while all the tradespeople and mechanics employed were reckoned as officials, bringing the number up to 150 besides familiars. All these, with their wives and children and household servants, and the widows of the deceased, enjoyed the active and passive fuero in both civil and criminal cases, bringing in large revenues to the tribunal, through the excessive costs of litigation, and stimulating oppression of all kinds endured through dread of its censures. This memorial, with evidence sustaining its allegations, was submitted to the Council of Aragon, which, after due examination, reported it to the king with the recommendation that the officials and familiars in Majorca should be reduced to what was necessary for the business of the tribunal, but there is no trace that attention was paid to this advice. These Majorquin grievances reveal not only the consequences, but the causes of this inordinate multiplication of official positions. It had been stimulated, moreover, by the suicidal policy of selling offices, and of creating them for the purpose of sale, one of the ruinous expedients resorted to by Philip IV in his desperate efforts to make an exhausted treasury supply the extravagance of the court and the drain of foreign wars. There is no positive evidence that this example was followed by inquisitors for their individual profit, but it would be surprising if this were not occasionally the case. Venality had crept in as early as 1595, when Philip II, in his instructions to Manrique de Lara, speaks of an innovation by which offices were transferred for money, sometimes for large sums, which was very prejudicial and caused much murmuring. These apparently were transactions between individuals, but they could not take place without the connivance of the appointing power, and from this the step to creating offices for sale was easily taken, when the pressure or the temptation was sufficient. It came in 1629, though in justice to Philip IV it must be said that he hesitated before succumbing. In that year the Suprema assembled, December 23rd, a number of theologians, and submitted for their opinion the proposition that, in every place where there were 6 familiars, one of them should be permitted to purchase the vara, or wand of an alguacil, with the title and all the privileges and exemptions, being a valuable privilege that would bring in much money. The theologians pronounced the scheme lawful, with advantages far outweighing its disadvantages, and suggested that districts might be combined so as to furnish the 6 familiars. The proceeds were evidently intended for the exchequer of the Suprema, for, when the plan was submitted to Philip, he said that it might greatly prejudice the public peace, and referred it to the Council of Castile and the Suprema. Finally, on March 20th, 1630, he returned it to the Inquisitor General, saying that it had been approved by persons of learning and conscience, and he asked for an estimate of its productiveness. After some further parleying, the scheme was adopted and announced to the tribunals by the Suprema, August 7th, 1631. The limitation of 1 familiar out of 6 was abandoned, and the offer was thrown open to all who could prove limpieza. The sale was for 3 lives. The commissions were issued by the Inquisitor General himself. The vara of the alguacilship carried with it a familiarship, and the only limitation was that, if the 3rd life fell to one who could not prove limpieza, the tribunal could sell it again and report to the Suprema. Thus the sale went on, the ostensible object being the payment of the troops. There was no limit to the alguacilships, and finally other offices came into the market: the depositario de pretendientes, the notariate of civil causes, of the juzgado, of sequestrations, and receiverships, auditorships, etc. It goes without saying that simple familiarships were sold, and, in 1642, we hear of a block of 300 being offered. Regulations issued between 1631 and 1643 show that, although public auctions were nominally forbidden, the positions were put up privately, and sold to the highest bidder. Even women sought to obtain the privileges attached to the ornés, and, in 1641, it was found necessary to prohibit receiving bids from them, except when made in favor of men whom they were about to marry. In 1639, Philip proposed even to put up for sale the office of Alguacil Mayor of the Suprema and of all the tribunals, by which he expected to defray the pay of 400 foot and 200 horse. This staggered the Suprema, which represented that papal authority would be necessary, and the proceeds would be small, as the places were all filled and would fall in slowly, while only that of the Suprema and 3 or 4 others would fetch considerable sums, reasoning which put a quietus on the project. From various indications we may assume that the confidential posts in the secreto were not sold, and that offices of active duty in the tribunals were sold only when vacated, although a decree of 1641 shows that they were vacated for the purpose. The prices realized were large. February 6, 1644, Valencia reported that the sale by auction of the unimportant office of Depositario de Pretendientes for 6,000 reales of full-weight silver had been cancelled, because the purchaser insisted that it conferred the exemptions of an office in the secreto. A reply of the Suprema, February 11, 1643, to a request from Philip for means to pay 400 foot and 200 horse for 8 months, gives us the prices fetched by a number of positions, and also shows that the terms varied from spot cash to installments, running through a year or 2. In Murcia, it says, there were still due 3,500 ducats vellon for the offices of auditor and notary of sequestrations. In Seville, the receivership had been auctioned for 8,500 ducats, of which 2,000 were in silver, and there was still due 1,000 ducats in silver for an auditorship. In Llerena, the notariate of sequestrations had brought at auction 3,000 ducats vellon. In Logroño, the auditorship had fetched 1,000 ducats vellon. In Toledo, the receivership had been sold at auction for 6,360 ducats vellon. In Córdoba, the receivership had brought 5,000 ducats, 1/4 in silver. The aggregate payable at various periods was 4,250 ducats silver and 24,110 ducats vellon. But the final remark of the Suprema shows the incurable prodigality of Philip, even in his deepest distress, for it quietly adds that none of this is available, because it had all been granted by royal decree to Don Pedro Pacheco, a member of the Suprema. We are told that when, in 1643, Arce y Reynoso assumed the Inquisitor Generalship, he recognized that there were too many supernumeraries, and that he prohibited the sale of offices until further orders. If so, the intermission was but temporary, for a royal decree of 1648 shows that it was still going on, and in 1710, we happen to hear of the sale in Valencia of a notariate del juzgado for 4 lives for 16,000 reales. In 1715, the Tribunal of Peru seems to have been doing a little business of the kind on its own account, which the Suprema promptly stopped, stigmatizing it as simoniacal. This probably indicates that it had ceased in Spain, but the custom of selling for 3 or 4 lives seems to have been conducive to longevity, for many continued to be thus held until late in the 18th century. An investigation ordered in 1783 into the records concerning them indicates that there were still survivors, or at least claimants, whose titles were to be scrutinized. End of Book 4, Chapter 1, Part 4. Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 2 of The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 4, Organization, Chapter 2, Part 2, The Tribunal. It was impossible to get rid of those who held offices under these grants for successive lives, but efforts were made to reduce the numbers of the class that had not been put up at auction. In 1677 Valladares represented to Carlos II that the income of the Inquisition did not meet more than half the expenses for salaries, prisons, etc., wherefore he recommended that as vacancies occurred, the offices should be suppressed until, in the busiest tribunals, there should not be more than 3 inquisitors, a fiscal, and 4 secretaries, while in the smaller ones 2 inquisitors, a fiscal, and 3 secretaries would suffice. The king assented, and the plan was enlarged by leaving unfilled other superfluous places. Like other reforms, this was not permanent. In 1695, Carlos caused Rocaberti to investigate the personnel of the tribunals and to enforce the regulations of 1677. About 1705, Philip V, in his attempted reform, instituted a searching examination into the increase in numbers and salaries since the time of Arce y Reynoso and of Rocaberti, and the Inquisitor General Vidal Marin again put in force the schedule of 1677, which continued to be, nominally at least, the rule. At intervals, as in 1714, 1728, and 1733, inquiries were made and reports were ordered from the tribunals, doubtless with a view to see that the limitations were observed, for, under the Bourbons, the Inquisition was held to an accountability much stricter than of old. We have seen the futile effort of Philip V in 1743 to reduce the overgrown numbers of officials in the Santa Cruzada and Inquisition. It was possibly in connection with this that Prado y Cuesta, on his accession in 1746, demanded from all tribunals detailed reports as to all officials and their salaries, stating any vacancies or supernumeraries, and whether there were more familiars than were allowed by the Concordias. The answers to this ought to give a complete census of the Holy Office. In the appendix will be found a table compiled from these returns and also the report from Murcia, at that time one of the most active of the tribunals, which give a tolerably clear inside view of existing conditions. These documents represent an institution which had outlived its purpose, rapidly falling into decadence, no longer commanding popular veneration and chiefly useful as a refuge for those who were content to live on a miserable pittance and virtual idleness. The diminished number of consultors indicates, as we shall see hereafter, that the consulta de fe was falling into desuetude, while the army of calificadores points to the fact that the chief business consisted in the censorship of the press and the prosecution of propositions requiring theologians to define them. The irregularity in the number of commissioners is explained by the Murcia report, which shows that, for the most part, they were omitted from the statements. But it is not so easy to understand the absence of alguacils, of whom at least one would seem to be necessary to each tribunal. There are many honorary officials and others serving without pay, while still others are jubilado or retired, especially among the secretaries, and, where there are 2 receivers, one is jubilado or absent. The paucity of keepers of penitential prisons shows that punishment had become practically obsolete. With the absence of confiscations, the juez de bienes has disappeared, except in Majorca. The blanks in the returns of familiars, although information concerning them had been specially demanded, may be due either to the tribunals keeping no registers of them, or to concealment of the fact that the numbers allowed by the Concordias were exceeded. That there were serious omissions indeed is proved when we consider that the total aggregate reported is only 951. While the census of 1769 gives 2,645 as the number of those admitted to exemption through connection with the Inquisition. During the interval between this and the next census in 1787, strenuous and successful efforts were made to diminish the number of exempts, in spite of which the employees of the Inquisition had increased to 2,705. Surveying the table as a whole, it will be perceived that the higher offices of inquisitors and secretaries had rather increased than diminished from the standard set by Valladares in 1667. Yet there was virtually no serious work for them to do. Their predecessors had successfully enforced unity of faith, and little remained except to repress all freedom of thought and aspiration for improvement. How they earned their salaries by laborious trifling is exemplified in 1808, when 3 inquisitors and an inquisitor fiscal of the Valencia tribunal pottered for 18 months over the case of a poor laboring woman accused of supersticiones, because she had suggested certain charms to some of her neighbors, and finally concluded to suspend it and to order her parish priest to reprimand and threaten her. The tribunals were constantly complaining of their penury and of the inadequacy of the salaries, doubtless with reason. But the pressure for appointment precluded the wholesome reduction in numbers which would have afforded relief. It was probably with a view to some practical readjustment that the Suprema repeatedly, in 1776, 1783, 1793, and 1806, called upon the tribunals for full and exact reports of all employees. If so, the only result was a trifling increase in the salaries of the lower officials, averaging about 14%, leading to a complaint in 1798, repeated in 1802, that the pay of the secretaries and messenger, the hardest worked of all the officials, had remained unchanged for 100 years, while the cost of living had quadrupled and they had been deprived of their old exemptions and emoluments. It took, as the Valencia tribunal declared, half of their salaries to rent a decent house, which would seem to show that they were no longer furnished with dwellings. The excess of officials is emphasized by the fact that the Inquisition was empowered to call upon every individual for gratuitous service. Its commissioners were told that, if there was no appointed notary available, he could make another one serve, and, when he summoned anyone to accompany him on duty, even to a distant place, if the party refused to go he was to report the fact to the tribunal that it might take the proper steps. Temporary commissions were constantly sent to the parish priest or to a canon, even when their names were unknown, with instructions as to what they were required to do. As the real work of the tribunals diminished, there was an increasing habit of deputing what remained to outsiders. Inquisitors, who did not decide more than 5 or 6 trivial cases in a year, were too indolent to investigate denunciations or examine witnesses, and would issue a commission to some priest or friar to do the work for them. They spared their subordinates in the same way. Thus, in 1791, at Barcelona, there was some reason for identifying a man described as Alejandre Balle, sergeant in the 2nd Battalion of the Walloon Guards. In place of sending one of the underlings of the tribunal on so simple an errand, a formal commission was made out to Francisco Luque, Augustinian prior, who in due time reported that he had found him in the 6th Battalion. If the salaries were trivial, so was the work which earned them. Offices were virtually held for life, although the commissions technically expired with the death or removal of the grantor, for we have seen that, with each change in the inquisitor generalship, the new incumbent renewed them, and the interregnum was bridged over by the action of the Suprema. This did not cover the financial officials, who held from the crown, and the same process was required on a change of sovereigns. Thus, when Philip II died, in 1598, the Suprema made haste to inform the tribunals that Philip III confirmed all the judges of confiscations, receivers, and auditors. Thus the incumbents came to regard themselves as holding vested rights in their offices, and in fact were technically called, quote, proprietors, unquote, of them, a corollary to which was to consider them as property, subject to hereditary transmission, or to transactions more or less disguised. A tendency to nepotism seems to have manifested itself early, for the instructions of 1498 forbid the appointment in any tribunal of a kinsman or servant of the inquisitors or of any other official. The force of this was weakened, in 1531, by a decision of the Suprema that the deputy of the receiver of Valencia was not an official in the sense of the prohibition, a decision which opened the door to hereditary transmission by enabling fathers to introduce their sons as deputies in their offices, as we have seen in the case of Jerónimo Zurita. Still, the prohibition was held to be in force, and, in the instructions to visitors, one of the points to be investigated was whether 2 members of a family were employed in a tribunal. Like all other wholesome rules, however, there was no hesitation in violating it. When the Tribunal of Lima was established in 1570, it was specifically called to the attention of the inquisitors, but they had scarce been installed when a letter from Secretary Vázquez ordered them to appoint Pedro de Bustamante, brother of one of them, to any office for which he was fitted, and he was duly made notary of sequestrations. Hereditary transmission seems to have been favored from an early period. In 1498 we find Ferdinand not only approving the resignation of Pedro Lázaro, alguacil of Barcelona, in favor of his son Dionisio, but increasing the salary of the latter because he is a person who cannot live upon the regular stipend. So, in 1502, when Juan Pérez, notary of the Tribunal of Calatayud, was incapacitated by age, he executed a will leaving all the papers and documents to his son Juan, and Ferdinand confirmed the bequest and empowered Juan to act. So completely did this become the policy of the Inquisition that when an official died, leaving a minor son, the place was filled temporarily till the boy should reach adult age, and he was provided for meanwhile. In 1542, Luis Bajes, notary of sequestrations in Saragossa, died, and Tavera appointed Bartolomé Malo to the vacancy, ordering the receiver to pay from the fines and penances 500 sueldos a year to Juan Bajes, the young son of Luis. Accompanying this was a private communication to the inquisitors, informing them that Malo was appointed only until Juan should have age and experience for the position, and, as the arrangement does not appear in his commission, a notarial act must be taken so as to ensure Juan's succession. Secret arrangements such as this, however, were not usually considered necessary. The next year died Miguel de Oliban, notary of the secreto in the same tribunal, when a temporary appointee was inducted who divided the salary with Juan Perez de Oliban, son of Miguel, till he should be old enough to take the place. The requirements of age were waived in favor of such transmissions. About 1710, Carlos Albornoz, receiver of Valencia, asked to be allowed to transfer his office to his son, aged 12. This was refused, but when, 2 years later, he renewed the request, it was granted. Of course the service suffered from the incompetence of those thrust into it, but when they were absolutely unfit they were allowed to employ substitutes, who served for a portion of the salary. Thus, when Juan Romeo, in 1548, resigned a notariate of the Juzgado in favor of his brother Francisco, Valdés wrote to the inquisitors that he hoped that Francisco would soon learn his duties and be able to fill the office personally, without employing a substitute as had previously been the case. It would be useless to multiply examples of what was of daily occurrence. Officials were constantly resigning or retiring on half pay in favor of their sons or grandsons or nephews, who were accepted as a matter of course. So completely was office regarded as property that a bereaved widow sometimes held it as a dowry with which to tempt a new husband, or was granted a pension on it to be paid by the successor. Or a man with a marriageable daughter would secure the promise of the succession for whoever would marry her. Or, if he died leaving a girl unprovided for, the tribunal would kindly look up a husband for her on the same conditions, as in the case of Juana de Treviño, daughter of Antonio Español in Valencia. Unluckily, the first suitor failed to prove his limpieza, and another one was found in the person of Antonio de Bolsa. The natural result of this was to found inquisitorial families who continued through generations to live on the Holy Office, rendering such service as might be expected from those who held their positions to be personal property, like purchasers for 4 or more lives. Many examples of this could be cited, but a single one will suffice. In 1586 we find Juan del Olmo officiating as notary or secretary of the Valencia tribunal. Whether the first of the line or not does not appear. In 1590, his widow Magdalena asked the reversion for her son Joseph, to whom it was given, and during his minority it was served by the alcaide, Pedro Juan Vidal, who gave 1/3 of the salary to the widow. In 1623, this Joseph secured the succession for his son Joseph, who seems to have been a somewhat turbulent gentleman, for in 1638 he and his son were accused of the murder of his fellow secretary, Julian de Palomares. Escaping punishment for this, he died in 1644 and was succeeded by his son Giuseppe Vicente, who in 1666, not without difficulty, obtained the reversion for his son Vicente. The latter was still functioning in 1690. Who followed him I have not been able to trace, but the male line seems to have failed and the office to have passed to a nephew, for, in 1750, it is filled by a Vicente Salvador y del Olmo. Philip II was not blind to the evils of this abuse, and, in his instructions of 1595 to Manrique de Lara, he ordered that offices should not be transferred to brothers or sons unless there were special cause, and the recipients were capable of filling them without appointing deputies. But Philip III reversed this in 1608, in his instructions to Sandoval y Rojas, and prescribed that, when an official died, his children should be borne in mind. In the instructions of Carlos II, in 1695, there is exhibited the fatal Spanish tendency of recognizing evils while tolerating them. He prohibited the transfer of office, save from father to son or from brother to brother, when there is a just cause, and the appointee has capacity for the position. For it had often happened that sons and brothers so appointed were unfit, or were so young that the Inquisition had to wait long to its detriment, and even more so when substitutes were taken temporarily, for they went out with a knowledge of the secrets of the Inquisition and imagined themselves no longer bound to secrecy. Yet after this clear admission he proceeded to repeat the order of Philip III that, when an official died, care was to be taken of his children. Of course the warning went for nothing, and the abuse continued to the last. A certificate of limpieza issued November 23, 1818, to Juan Josef Paris describes him as secretary of the Tribunal of Toledo on half salary, while his father, Juan Antonio Paris, jubilado, has the other half. When there was no lineal successor available, the custom arose of granting, doubtless for a consideration, coadjutorships with the right of reversion. In 1619 the Tribunal of Valencia took exception to this and consulted the Suprema, resulting in a decision not to recognize such transactions for the future. They still continued, however, and in September 1643 a papal brief was procured prohibiting them, in spite of which a well-informed writer tells us that the Inquisitor General still granted them. Another frequent abuse was saddling an office with a pension in favor of some representative of the previous incumbent or even of a stranger, suggesting collusion of the appointing power. Even inquisitors themselves sometimes accepted office under these degrading conditions. In 1636, a commission issued to Don Alonso de Huelva, as Inquisitor of Toledo, bore on its face the full salary, but it was secretly coupled with the condition that he was to draw only the half, while the other half was given to Don Francisco de Valdez. A man taking such an office on these terms would probably not be nice in his methods of recouping himself. Still more suggestive of this was the not infrequent custom of taking office sin gajes, without pay. Thus, in 1637, the licenciado Pedro Montalvo accepted such a commission as notary of the Secreto in Toledo, and in 1638 a similar one was issued for Córdoba to Pedro Gutierrez Armentia. Even inquisitors did not disdain to stoop to this, as when, in this same year 1638, Dr. Villaviciosa took the inquisitorship of Murcia without pay. It is easy to understand how a system such as this should encumber the tribunals with useless hangers-on whose only serious duty was the drawing of salaries. So well was this understood that when, in the confusion of the War of Succession, there often was not money enough to go around, an order was issued that those who were performing duties should be paid in preference to those who were not. So one of the features of the reform of 1705, attempted by Philip V, was a royal decree declaring null and void all commissions issued without carrying the obligation to work in the office, that no jubilation with salary should be granted without consulting the king, and that no ayuda de costa or other gratification should exceed 30 ducats without the royal assent. Malfeasance was stimulated by the excessive tenderness which forbore to visit misconduct with punishment. Warnings and threats were freely uttered but rarely enforced, and, even when the penalty of suspension was inflicted, the term was apt to be reduced before expiration. This patience under repeated and prolonged wrongdoing was partly owing to the paternalism which generally governed the relations between superiors and subordinates, but principally because dismissal was a public acknowledgment of fallibility, endangering the popular veneration which the Inquisition sought to inspire. It was so from the first. It is true that the reformatory instructions of 1498 declare that any notary who does what he should not do shall be condemned as a perjurer and forger, and be perpetually deprived of office, besides such other penalty of fine or exile as the Inquisitor General may determine, but this carried few terrors for offenders. The power of effective punishment lay exclusively with the central head, which was not readily moved to active indignation by offences committed at a distance. A letter of Ferdinand, May 17, 1511, to an inquisitor who had complained bitterly of a subordinate and evidently had asked his discharge, embodies the principle to which the Inquisition remained faithful to the last. The complainant was told that, when any of his officials was in fault, he was to be admonished. If he persisted, he was to be rebuked in the presence of his fellows. If this did not suffice, consultation was to be had with those who had been present, and every care be taken to avoid injustice before going further. For the dismissal of officials of the Inquisition is most odious. The utmost caution must be observed that it is founded on justice, and the success of the work depends on all living in harmony. This forbearance Ferdinand himself practiced in cases which might well move him to inflict summary chastisement. When the inquisitor himself proved incorrigible, he might be suspended for a year or two, but the usual course was to transfer him and inflict him on some other district. In extreme cases he might be jubilado or retired on half pay, as was done with officials who were superannuated or too infirm to work. Dismissal was almost unknown, and I have met with but few cases of it. Jubilation might be either a reward or a punishment. In the earlier time, when an official was obliged to retire on account of age or infirmity, he was taken care of with either a pension or a substantial gift, of which various cases are to be found in the records. In time this became an established custom, known as jubilation, and the retiring pension was usually half the salary, sometimes, but not often, deducted from the salary of the successor. Applications for jubilation were common, as men grew old or incapacitated, and we have seen, in the enumeration of the Tribunal of Murcia, how many wage-eaters of this kind weighed on the finances of the Inquisition. The use of jubilation as a punishment affords a striking illustration of the tenderness shown to offenders. Instead of the deserved dismissal, they were shielded as far as possible from disgrace and were retired with a pension, thus placing them on a par with aged officials worn out in service. So far was this sympathy carried out that, in the instructions of Carlos II to Rocaberti in 1695, he is warned that, as jubilation inflicts grave discredit, even sometimes involving risk of life, it is only to be resorted to with ample cause after taking a vote in the Suprema. How superfluous was this caution could be instanced by a number of cases, of which it suffices to mention that of Melchor Zapata, who, about 1640, succeeded his father-in-law as alcaide of the secret prison of Valencia. Then the correspondence of the tribunal becomes burdened with complaints of his disorderly conduct. He was constantly getting into scrapes and being tried on various charges, among others, that of hiring 4 soldiers to commit a crime of violence. At length, in place of dismissal, he was jubilated with a life pension of 20,000 maravedis in silver, and his office was given to his cousin, Crispin Pons. The Título de Jubilación issued to him by Sotomayor describes his long and faithful service, for which he is thus rewarded and was assured of the enjoyment of all the exemptions and prerogatives attached to his office, though his subsequent conduct was so disreputable that in 1642 it was felt necessary to deprive him of them. When this was the policy observed toward incapable and delinquent officials, it is not difficult to understand the financial troubles of the Holy Office and the grievances endured by the people. The natural effect of this misguided leniency was looseness of discipline and indifference to duty. Inquisitors could inflict fines on their subordinates, except the fiscal, but for serious offenses they could only report to the Suprema and, as they had no power of appointment or dismissal, it was impossible for them to exert adequate authority. How little control they possessed is indicated when, in 1546, it was necessary for the Suprema to issue a formal order to the janitor of the Granada tribunal to shut the inner gates of the castle, which was its residence, at such hours as the inquisitors might designate, and, if he did not do so, he was to be reported for such action as the council might see fit to take. Under such a system, it is not surprising that, in the Suggestions for Reform in 1623, it was proposed to give the inquisitors power to punish and suspend, for the tying of their hands resulted in insubordination, causing grave troubles in the tribunals. End of Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 2.
Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 3 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 2. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibraryVox.org. Recording by Darrell Edson. The History of the Spanish Inquisition, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA, Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 3. The History of the Spanish Inquisition, Volume 2 by Henry Charles LEA, Book 4, Organization, Chapter 2, Part 3, The Tribunal. That there was a gross neglect of duty follows as a matter of course. The hours prescribed for work, during which all were required to be present, were only 6, 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, except on the numerous holidays, and visitors in their inspections were instructed to inquire especially into this. From such reports of visitations as I have examined, it would appear that the enforcement of the rule was difficult. Cervantes, indeed, in his report on Barcelona in 1561, says that there is no hope of securing regular attendance unless the Suprema will impose a penalty for default of more than 1 hour. Absence from the post of duty was an abuse which also seemed incurable. Even under the vigilant rule of Ferdinand, a circular letter of the Suprema, September 7, 1509, calls attention to the absence of the officials on their private business. The inquisitors, in urgent cases, could grant leave of absence for 20 days in the year, but this was never to be exceeded. Records were to be kept, and salaries were to be proportionately docked. This was perfectly ineffectual. In 1520, we find the Suprema writing to the officials of Barcelona to return to their posts within 10 days and rebuking the inquisitors for permitting this neglect of duty. But a repetition of the letter in 1521 shows how fruitless had been the first one. The trouble was by no means confined to Barcelona, and in 1521, Cardinal Adrian made an effort to check it by declaring vacant the office of anyone absenting himself for 2 months. It was not only the subordinates, for the inquisitors themselves had frequently to be taken to task for similar neglect of duty. The trouble was endless, and serves in part to explain the cruel delays which aggravated so greatly the sufferings of those under the trial. In 1573, the rule of 1509 was repeated, with the addition that if the 20 days granted were exceeded by 10 days, the absentee was not to be admitted to his office on his return, and this again was reissued in 1597, together with an order that no inquisitor should absent himself without permission from the Suprema. This was not the only matter in which inquisitors had to be kept in check. The frequent commands for them to not accept commissions to attend to outside business show how eager were people to secure the services of agents so powerful, and how ready were the inquisitors thus to sell their influence. So when Valdez in 1560 ordered them not to ask for favors, for complaints were made by people that they were forced to grant what was asked, we recognize how infinite were the resources of petty tyranny afforded by the terror which they inspired. That they were not superior to the vices of the period may be inferred from an injunction by Valdez in 1566 to exercise great moderation in gambling. Earnest efforts were not lacking to maintain a fair standard of efficiency and discipline in the tribunals, although they were largely neutralized by the restricted authority allowed to the inquisitors and the fatal clemencies shown to delinquents. Isabella has the credit of reforming the administration of justice in Castile by periodically sending inspectors, incorruptible and inflexible, to scrutinize the operation of the courts, and it was not long after the organization of the Inquisition that a similar plan was found necessary for its tribunals. We happen to hear of a visitador or inspector at Medina del Campo, while Torquemada was still in active exercise of his functions, probably before 1490. From letters of 1497, we learn that the salaries of an inspector and his notary were the same as those of an inquisitor and notary, 100,000 maravedis for the one and 40,000 for the other. These were appointed by the Inquisitor General and carried royal letters ordering inquisitors to receive and treat them well, and all officials to aid them, give them free passage, and levy no tolls, dues, ferriages, or fees of any kind. The instructions of 1498 create permanent inspectors general, of whom there were to be one or two to visit all tribunals and report their condition. They were not to lodge or eat with the inquisitors or to receive presents from them, and were to exercise only the powers expressed in their commissions. Under this, Francisco de Simancas, Archdeacon of Cordova, was appointed inspector, with Gonzalo's Masons as his notary. How long he served does not appear, but orders for the payment of his salary can be traced until 1503. When the Inquisitions of Castile and Aragon were separated in 1507, each continued to employ inspectors. Alonso Rodriguez, of whom we hear in 1509, probably belonged to Castile. In 1514, Jimenez appointed Juan Morris as inspector, after which special inspectors ceased for a time to be employed, for in 1517, the Inquisitor of Cordova was sent to inspect Toledo, Seville, and Jaen, and the Inquisitor of Jaen inspect Cordova, Suencia, and Valladolid. In Aragon, Mercader in 1513 sent Juan de Arolia to inspect Morocca, Sardinia, and Sicily, and about the same time, Hernando de Montemayor to inspect the tribunals of Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia. After the reunion of the Inquisition, Cardinal Adrian introduced an innovation by appointing laymen to the office, Licentates Sisa and Piena, the former, a judge in the High Court of Valladolid. Their functions were enlarged, for Charles V describes them as persons of high authority, not connected with the Inquisition, sent to investigate all the tribunals and to reform whatever required amendment, for which he clothed them with ample powers. These regular routine inspections came to an end, and though the wholesome supervision was not abandoned, it became irregular, either employed occasionally or when complaints seemed to indicate its necessity. Barcelona was a troublesome tribunal, but it seems to have been visited only at intervals from 6 to 10 years. The inspections were not inexpensive, and the cost had to be defrayed by the Suprema. When in 1567, de Soto Salazar, a member of the Suprema, was sent to investigate Valencia, Barcelona, and Saragossa, he was given at the outset 400 ducats, and his secretary, Pablo Garcia, 200. The rule became established to employ only inquisitors and those in active service, not retired. The work, when conscientiously performed, was not light. An inspection of the Canary Tribunal, made by Claudio de la Cueva, lasted from 1595 to 1597. and his report forms a mass of 1,124 folios. This was unusually laborious, but reports covering 3, 4, or 500 pages are not uncommon. The visitador was expected to make a thorough investigation of the condition and working of the tribunal, to discover all neglect of regulations, all abuses, and malfeasance of the officials, all derelictions of duty, all maladministrations of the property and revenues, all misuse of power, whether through oppression of the defenseless or reminiscence of vindicating the faithful. He was to examine the records, not only to see that they were properly kept and indexed, but also whether justice had been duly administered and the estilio of the Holy Office had been rigidly followed. He visited the prisons, listened to the complaints of the prisoners, and investigated them. On arrival, he fixed a day on which he would appear in the audience chamber. The inquisitors and all officials were assembled. His credentials were read, and the inquisitors promised obedience in the name of all present. The next day, the inquisitors were examined under oath as to whether there was anything requiring amendment and whether the officials performed their full duty, the answers being taken down in writing. The inspector brought with him an elaborate series of interrogatories, usually 48 or 50 in number, covering all the points which experience had shown as likely to tempt to wrongdoing, and on these he examined all the officials singly. He also listened to all who had complaints to make. If these appeared to be justified, he investigated them thoroughly, summoning all witnesses who were guaranteed that their names would be kept secret. And on this evidence he framed charges against those inculpated and heard them in defense. When his duties in the tribunal were accomplished, he was expected to visit the district and investigate all the complaints. The results were reduced to writing, and when his labors were complete, he sent or carried the whole to the Suprema for its action. As a rule, he had no executive authority and could only make recommendations, but visitadors to the colonies were frequently invested with greater power, presumably in view of the long delays in communication. When in 1654 Medina Rico came as inspector to Mexico, where maladministration was flagrant, he sat in judgment on the inquisitors Estrada and Higuera, suspended them, and occupied the tribunal for years. It can be readily conceived that at times there was no little friction between the inspector and inquisitors, and in 1645 the Suprema presented for the king a consulta on the controversies thence arising. The necessities for these visitations diminished in proportion as the tribunals were subordinated to the Suprema. When they had to make monthly reports of all pending cases so that their action was under constant supervision, when all sentences were submitted for confirmation or revision, the papers showing the conduct of the cases, when no arrest could be made without presenting the Sumera and receiving authority, when, moreover, the business arrangements of property was scrutinized through monthly reports of the Junta de Hacienda, there was no longer a justification for the expenses of visitations. The growing facilities of intercommunication encouraged centralization and enabled the Suprema to maintain a constant supervision. When, therefore, it concentrated in itself all of the judicial facilities of the Inquisition, rendering the tribunals merely instruments for investigation, the functions of the visitadores became superfluous, at least in the peninsula. The palace or building, which was the seat of the tribunal, was divided into the secreto and the outside rooms or apartments. It was expected to furnish lodgings for the inquisitors and, if spacious enough, for the other officials. The most important feature was the carcelias secretas, or the secret prison for those on trial, for it was necessary that they could be brought at any moment to the audience chamber without being seen by anyone. There was, of course, a torture chamber, which seems to have generally been underground. The secreto, originally, was merely a record room in which the papers and documents were preserved. From the first, these were guarded with jealous secrecy, not only on account of their importance in the trials, but because their abstractions or destruction was so ardently desired by the kindred or accomplices of the convicts. As early as 1485, Ferdinand, in his instructions to the Tribunal of Saragossa, orders that no servant of any of the officials shall enter lo secreto de la Inquisition. The instructions of 1498 provide that the chest or chambers in which the papers are kept shall have 3 keys, 2 held by the notarios del secretos, and 1 by the fiscal, so that no one can take out a document save in the presence of others, and no one shall enter it except the inquisitors, the notaries, and the fiscal. Rules substantially repeated in the Sicilian instructions of 1516. Among the derelictions of the Barcelona tribunal reported in 1561 by Cervantes was the neglect of this rule, leading, he said, to grave abuses. The functions and extent of the secreto were gradually enlarged. In Mercator's instructions of 1514, the money chest with 3 keys was ordered to be kept in the secreto, a provision which became permanent. When the rule was established of conducting the trials in profound secrecy, a veil of impenetrable mystery was thrown around all the operations of the Inquisition. The audience chamber was included in the secreto, as well as the offices occupied by the fiscal and secretaries. The door was secured by 3 locks having different keys, and entrance was forbidden save to those officially privileged or summoned. In 1645, it was discovered that there was a clangor in the notaries or secretaries bringing in their swords, for a prisoner, when led to an audience, might in his desperation seize one and give trouble, and they were consequently ordered in future to be left outside. In the Valencia tribunal, there was considerable excitement in 1679 when the pages of the inquisitors got possession of the keys and had false ones made, which they gained at will access to the sacred precincts, but no harm seems to have arisen from the boyish prank. One feature of the audience chamber was significant: a celosia or lattice behind which a witness could identify a prisoner without being seen or recognized. In considering the personnel of the tribunal, we may dismiss the assessor with a few words. Such an official was unknown in the Old Inquisition, but we have seen that when the first inquisitors were sent to Seville, they were accompanied by an assessor, and such a functionary continued some time to be considered a necessary adjunct to the tribunal. At the beginning, the inquisitors were Dominican friars, presumably good theologians, but unversed in the intricacies of law. It was therefore desirable to associate them with a lawyer as a guide, and his presence, moreover, might serve as an assurance to the people of the legality of the proceedings. In Torquemada's instructions of 1485, it is provided that they must always act in concert, and that anything done by one without the other was invalid. Even communications to the Suprema must be signed by both. In the trials of this period, we sometimes find the assessor sitting with the inquisitors and sometimes not, and the sentences are rendered by the latter with the concurrence of the former. In the secular law of the period, the assessor had only a consultative and not a decisive role. This would appear to be his position in the tribunal, when the routine of the Inquisition had established its own precedents, when all doubtful questions were decided by the Suprema, and the services of trained lawyers were no longer required. In the early time, their salaries were the same as the inquisitors. Indeed, at Saragossa in 1486, Martin Martinez, the assessor, receives 5,000 saludos, while the inquisitors are rated at 4,000. It was not long, however, before it apparently became indifferent whether there was an assessor or not. In 1499, the salary lists of Seville, of Burgos, and of Valencia have no mention of such an official, while there is one at Saragossa, and in 1500, Ferdinand empowers the Inquisitor of Sardinia to select for his assessor any doctor he pleases. The office continued to exist for a time as a kind of supernumerary, employed in hearing the civil cases of officials, but in the Aragosis Concordia of 1568, this duty was placed on the inquisitors and the assessorship was abolished. In Castile, the list of officials promulgated in the same year by Philip II is entitled to exemption from taxation, and makes no mention of the assessor, who may be assumed by this time to disappear. The inquisitors, of course, were the superior officials of the tribunal. They were the judges, with practically unlimited power over the lives and fortunes and honor of all whom they summoned before them, until they were gradually restricted by the growing centralization of the Suprema. To the people, they were the incarnation of the dreaded Holy Office, regarded with more fear and veneration than a bishop or noble, for all the powers of state and church were placed at their disposal. They could arrest and imprison at will. With their excommunication, they could, at a word, paralyze the arm of all secular officials, and, with their interdict, plunge whole communities into despair. Such a concentration of secular and spiritual authority, guarded by so little limitation and responsibility, has never, under any other system, been entrusted to fallible human nature. To exercise it wisely and temperamentally called for exceptional elevation of character, self-control, and mature experience of men and things. That friars, suddenly called from the cloister or the schools and clothed with such limitless power over their fellow beings, should sometimes grow intoxicated with their position and commit the awful slaughter which marked the early years of the Inquisition, gives no occasion for surprise, nor that their successors should have trampled with such arrogant audacity on all who ventured to raise a voice against their misuse of their prerogatives. It is therefore worth our while to examine what qualifications were required by popes and kings in those whom they selected as fitted for an office of such bewildering temptations and such vast opportunities for evil. Sextus IV, in the bull of November 1st, 1478, empowered Ferdinand and Isabella to appoint as inquisitors 3 bishops or other worldly men, priests either regular or secular, over 40 years of age, God-fearing, of good character and record, masters or bachelors of theology or licentiates of canon law. The prescription as to the minimum age was as old as the Council of Vimy in 1312 and had become a matter of course. The rest was as well chosen a definition of the requisite qualities as perhaps could be expressed in general terms, considering the temper of age and the work to be performed. So in 1483, when Sixtus, under the influence of Cardinal Borgia, desired to get rid of Inquisitor Golbis, he asked Ferdinand to replace him with some master of theology who had the fear of God and was eminent for his virtues. The only inquisitors that Spain had known were Dominicans, and although they were not specified, it seemed to be a matter of course that the Inquisition should remain in their hands. But Ferdinand, in his struggle with Sixtus for the control of the Aragonese Inquisition, had encountered the obstacle of obedience due by the friars to their general, who of course was a creature of the Curia. He was resolved to organize the Inquisition to suit himself, which explains why Torquemada, in his instructions of December 6, 1484, simplified the formula of qualifications to letrados, either lawyers or men of university training, of good repute and consequence, the fittest that could be had. This did not even require the inquisitor to be an ecclesiastic, except insofar as there were comparatively few letrados of this time who were not in orders. When Innocent VIII renewed the commission of Torquemada, February 3, 1485, it empowered him to appoint, as inquisitors, fitting ecclesiastics learned and God-fearing, provided they were masters of theology, or doctors, or licentiates of law, or cathedral canons, or holding other church dignities. But while this was repeated in a subsequent bull of March 24, 1486, it was simplified in another clause into ecclesiastics of proper character and learning, not less than 30 years of age. This reduction in the age limit was retained by Alexander VI in the commissions issued to Deza, November 24, 1498, and September 1, 1499. When the requisite of being an ecclesiastic was omitted, for the qualification was reduced simply to suitable men of good and tender conscience, even if they had not reached 40 years of age but are more than 30. This became virtually the accepted formula as shown in the commissions issued June 4th and 5th, 1507 by Julius II to Ingria for Argonia and to Ximenes for Castile, and in those of Leo X to Mercator and Pole in 1513 and to Cardinal Adrian in 1516 and 1518. The office of the inquisitor was thus thrown open to the laity, and there was no hesitation in employing them so long as they remained single. But if they married, they were obliged to resign, possibly because it was thought impossible for a married man to preserve the absolute secrecy regarded as essential in the holy office. Licentiate Aguirre, Ferdinand's favorite member of the Suprema, was a layman. On June 28, 1515, Ferdinand writes to Ximenes that the Licentiate Nebridia, Inquisitor of Seville, desires to marry, and he is a good servant. Another office has been found for him, while the treasurer for the Church of Pamplona will make a suitable appointee for Seville. Two other similar cases occurred about the same time. It was an anomaly to allow laymen to sit in judgment of matters of faith, but no action was taken to prevent it until Philip II, in his instructions of 1595 to the Marquis de Lora, ordered that the inquisitors and fiscals at least must be in holy orders, a clause omitted by Philip III in his instructions of 1608. At length the Suprema met the question, November 10, 1632, by requiring all inquisitors to have themselves ordained and prohibiting them otherwise from exercising their functions, a provision which apparently met with slack obedience, for it had to be repeated January 12th and June 5th of 1637, with the addition that inquisitors and fiscals who were not in orders should receive no salaries. Even this does not seem to have been effective, for in 1643 a consulta called attention to the matter as a great evil and indecency, and suggested that a papal brief should be obtained, rendering priest's order an essential qualification for inquisitors and fiscals. This was not done, but we may presume that in time the functions were confined to ecclesiastics. Legal training was prescribed as a requisite in 1608 by Philip III, who ordered that no one should be appointed inquisitor or fiscal who could not exhibit to the Suprema his diplomacy of graduation in law. Carlos II repeated this in 1695, adding that inquisitors and secretaries must not be natives of the provinces to which they are assigned, so as to avert partisanship, so that the strictest investigation into character and lepisia must precede appointment. The papal requirements, expressed in the successive commissions issued to the inquisitors general, continued for a while to be simply that they should appoint prudent and suitable men of good repute and sound conscience who had attained the age of 30 years. Apparently, this violation of the Clementine rule of 40 years led to some animadversion, and in the Commission of Valades in 1547 there is no allusion to age. This example was followed until 1596. Clement VIII, in commission to Portocario, inserted a minimum age limit of 40 years as required by the canons, adding that if enough suitable men of that age could not be found, as to which he charged Portocario's conscience, then men of 35 could be appointed. But if this were done without necessity, the appointment would be invalid. To this, Portocario objected, saying that it rendered it impossible for him to make appointments without scruples of conscience, as it was difficult to find suitable persons of the designated age to take the office. And he therefore begged that the limit should be reduced to 30 years, as had been done by all popes since Innocent VIII. Clement yielded, but was careful to insert a derogation of the apostolic constitution, and especially of the Clementine Dolentis. Thenceforth to the end, all limitation of age was discreetly omitted, the formula being simply prudent and suitable men of good repute and sound conscience and zealous for the Catholic faith. Yet the minimum wage was understood to be 30, and when younger men were appointed, dispensations were required. As in 1782, Inquisitor General Bertran gave the inquisitorship of Barcelona to Don Mitas Bertran. Apparently objection was made to his youth, and in 1783, a papal dispensation was procured, empowering him to exercise the office in spite of not having attained the age of 30. The patronage of the inquisitors was greatly limited by the gradual centralization of powers in the Suprema. In the early period, they had the appointment of the porteros and the nunicos, apparitors and messengers, and when, in 1500, Ferdinand reorganized the Sicilian tribunal, he sent inquisitors with power to fill all offices except that of receiver. In 1502, he even authorized the Inquisitor of Lerida and Huesca to appoint a judge of confiscations and notary at each place. Subsequently, as we have seen, the Inquisitor General absorbed all the patronage of salaried offices, even to the porteros and nunicos. If a vacancy occurred in a post which the daily duties were essential, the inquisitors could fill it temporarily, while reporting it at once to the Suprema and waiting its orders, but they had no other power. As regards the numerous unsalaried officials, the Inquisitor General appointed the consultores and the calificadores, or censors, and also the commissioners for cathedral towns, seaports, and cities, which were seats of the tribunal. This left to the inquisitors the only appointment of familiars and commissioners in other places, though at first, in cathedral towns, they might select a canon of the cathedral for commissioner. It was the same with regards to expenditures, as to which originally they enjoyed a certain freedom of action. This, as has been shown above, was curtailed until ultimately the Suprema controlled even the smallest outlays. It also kept watch over the morals of the inquisitors, recognizing the temptations to which they were exposed and the opportunities afforded by their position. Among the interrogatories which the inspector was instructed to make was whether the inquisitors lived decently without publicly keeping concubines or corrupting the female prisoners or the wives and daughters of prisoners or of the dead whose fame and memory were prosecuted. When attention was called to official misconduct, it was promptly looked into. As in 1528, when the inquisitors of Barcelona were accused of receiving bribes and suborning witnesses, an inquisitor of Valencia with the notary of Tortosa was dispatched thither, fully commissioned to investigate and report. End of Book 4, Chapter 2, Part 3. Read by Darrell Edson.